the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour, and we're just so honored to be here again with you today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We are internless today. Alapuka is not with us today. He's Monday through Wednesday. And so if you do call, they'll be unscreened, but we'll get to them as quickly as we can. All right, we've got a lot to recap. Today is going to be a lot of recapping, looking back, and then also looking ahead. We've got a Rick and Bubba University podcast today, Rick and Bubba University with Travis Womack. And we're going to be talking Muscle Shoals, Alabama music, some of the legends like Travis, what's going on now, and it's just going to be a great conversation. So do not miss Rick and Bubba University podcast this week. However you get your podcast, make sure that you subscribe to Rick and Bubba University, and you will get those notifications and be in the loop. If you're not in the loop, we do tweet out Instagram, all our social media links to those podcasts, both audio and video, when they hit on Saturday morning. All right, so let's bring them in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Hello, kind sirs.
Hello, hello, hello. Yesterday, my niece, Johnette, it was her birthday.
Well, how about that?
And
so her and Betty share a birthday?
And,
yeah.
And
how about
I
that?
didn't announce it yesterday because we were in the middle of mania. My granddaughter Marion turns 2 yesterday.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Is that why, or you just forget?
Both, but I would have never. I would have probably remembered if I'd have been in here.
Yeah,
but
yeah. Well, that's awesome,
I just
man.
didn't even know what yesterday's date was. Yeah, that's my problem. I know when your birthday is. I forget what today's date is.
Right.
It's a good point. I'm the same way.
Marion's how old? 2. That's insane.
It's amazing.
Okay, I'm not gonna. I was. We were talking to Gene Hallman's kids yesterday, and I said, "Look, I'm not gonna do that old adult thing where, oh my gosh, you're so grown up now." I said, "But you really are grown up now. I remember when you were a little kid. Time flies. Yeah. Marion's 2.
Yep.
That's insane.
Yep.
Good gracious. Well, anyway, that's awesome. So Johnette, it was her birthday yesterday. And you know how if you, when you think about something at our age, you better do it.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you don't, you'll look up and go, crap. And so I got a text from her, and I went, oh, man, I meant to text her and wish her happy birthday. But she was contacting me about something totally different.
Yeah, and that reminded
But
me.
I was able to, I did a whisper happy birthday to her on the golf course. Tyler and I were in the golf course, and we were like, happy birthday to, called her, shh, happy birthday, shh. Retief Goose in his backswing, happy birthday. She thought that was really funny. And we hammed it up, and she said, look, I got to tell you something. She said, I've never done this before. She said, but I actually met somebody at a I think it was hold on, let me put it down here because I had to put myself a reminder. She said I was at the Lowe's in Starkville, Mississippi, okay? And she said I was at the checkout, and the lady is a big fan of the show, and she kind of started putting 2 to 2 together and realized that I was your niece and that I was Reg's wife and all this kind of stuff. And she said, and so we start talking, and come to find out she listens every day. She's been with y'all for a long time. And I need you to say hello to Christy at Lowe's in Starkville. And I said, well, Johnette, it's done. So
and by the way, happy birthday. I forgot.
Yeah. So as we were on number 14 at Greystone Golf and Country Club yesterday, I put myself a reminder to give me an alert, because that's what you have to do when you're 54. And it just popped up. Hey, don't forget Christy at Lowe's in Starkville is a big fan of the show. Oh, yeah. I hadn't even thought about it.
That's good that you did that.
So, hello, Johnette. Love you, girl. And hello to Christy at Lowe's in Starkville, and thank you for being a fan of the Rick and Bubba Show. She said she doesn't miss it. She knows every. And so when she started putting it all together, hey, you're Johnette. Oh, wait a minute, Reg. Okay, okay.
How about a shout out to Reg while we're on the subject?
What up, Reg? So there's all that for you.
Well, I'm glad you did that in your phone because, like I say, we would have been after the show and you'd went, dang.
I know. So it got to be, and I was still probably gonna remember to call Johnette or text her, But I would have loved for her to wake up and there it is.
Yeah.
But I know we've talked about you can program your phone and there's these apps where they can delay a text message. But a lot of times when I'm thinking about things, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning, and I don't want to text people that early. No. So I'm like, I'll do that a little bit later.
And then you forget.
Yep. So, but anyway, she had a great birthday yesterday, and how about Mother's Day is this week?
It is. It's on us.
Got all kinds of stuff.
I sent a text to the kids, to the boys who aren't boys anymore, to the men of the family, and I said, I always do this. Hey guys, y'all are grown now.
Yeah.
You know, and you do have. I know y'all are busy, but you do have a mom, so this is on you. You hear me? And gotcha. Roger that, Dad.
Roger that.
Just please.
Thanks for texting me at 4 a.m.
All right, so we have a lot to hit. We have the recap from the 2023 Regions Tradition Pro-Am. That'll be a big part of the today's show. It was fun seeing the old Bussy family yesterday on the course, and I was able to talk with them when we had some downtime. You know how it is, Helmsy. You've been have played so much golf. Greg, you don't, but there's times on the golf course where it'll bottleneck you up, and you won't have to wait, and then all of a sudden there'll be a 2 or 3 hole stretch where your two groups waiting to tee off. So sometimes you got 10 minutes to just hang out, and then it'll speed back up and then slow back down.
When I play, it's like that on putt-putt.
Yeah. But we were able to kind of hang out some, and I talked to Betty, and I said, "How's that house? The tornado?"
Yeah, I got a.
That's fun.
And she said, "Oh my gosh."
I will say this, and I don't know if Bubba would give us the green light. I'm sure he will. He's usually not against this, but I was specifically asking questions about the house to her too yesterday. I think it'd be a great potential segment.
I do
have
too.
her come on and just talk about
100%.
lake life, tornado with Bill Bubba Bussy. I don't know what he calls it, recovery. What's the terms he uses?
Circular 4,000.
No, Greg.
Greg Burgess.
Oh, that's not
it was
tornado recovery.
Yeah. Oh, and that turned
Act
into
of 2023.
Right, and it was it was tornado recovery update.
There you go.
So, but then we changed it to tornado rebuild update.
There it is. Okay.
But so I don't know how we're going to play that out. But I think Betty does need to join those updates because if she's the if she's the what I guess the
there was some
superintendent on it, and she's kind of trying to organize it all.
I just saw some comedy gold there. I wanted to reach and grab and share with the audience.
Yeah. She had some funny. She's funny, and she had some funny things to say. I'll tell you that. But it was good seeing them. He brought a lot to the group because even though he couldn't play, he was out there, shaking hands and seeing a lot of the gallery. And the gallery, we have the best. We have the best fans, because you'll be off in the woods. Hey man, you're doing good. You do it. Keep it up, man.
You don't suck too bad.
Right. Well, no, I'm over here in the woods. But thank you.
Thanks, though.
No.
Excuse
but
me.
it was a lot of fun. Big time laughing and just cutting up. And we'll talk more about the group and about everybody's experience. And I guess the last hour I didn't get a call from anybody. I guess they all had a good time.
Oh yeah. Something happened during that hour I want to share with the audience that we didn't talk about on air, and I never thought there'd be the day I'd see what I saw.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Got you a free silver bar? Well, okay, we've asked our friends at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as much as $4,000 an ounce. Now, there's no magic 8-ball that guarantees that's going to happen, but gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years. Right now, new Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar with every ounce of gold you purchase. Free silver bar offer expires soon, so hurry. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
You brought out your new shades, you got your new sandals, so why are you eating the same old thing over and over again? Break out of your recipe rut with HelloFresh. With 40 weekly recipe options and over 100 snacks, sides, desserts, and more, there's always something new to try and love. Join America's #1 meal kit today and get 16 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
22 minutes past the hour. Welcome in. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so we're coming back, and I know a lot of you, missed the show yesterday. Some of you are getting caught up, and there'll be some of that. And those of you that always watch us just on YouTube, I know you didn't have a show yesterday, and as much as we promoted that it wouldn't be a live show on YouTube, I know some of you still miss that because you can't watch and listen to every second of the day. So I enjoyed those emails yesterday that people thought we were pulled off YouTube, but we were just not live on YouTube yesterday. But Adler and others got a lot of video and still shots and stuff, so we'll do some recapping today. Don't you worry, and trying to bring it all back home for you. So yesterday when I left and y'all were back at the Master Control Center live show broadcast or whatever, y'all said some things happened that y'all didn't talk about on air. Is that what you said?
No. So I witnessed something I never thought I would see.
Oh, okay.
And really from Greg more than Rick, but we had some folks stop by towards the end of the show yesterday, and
well, I know where you're going. It was awesome.
and they wanted to know if we wanted one of their items.
Okay.
They have a business.
And Greg and Rick was confused at first, especially Greg. Rick was just busy and trying to put it out. Greg had never heard of this world before, didn't know anything about what they offered.
Okay.
I went nuts over it because, quite frankly, this is the way I knew about this. I have girls that love these products, and Amanda does too. So I've been brought into it and thought I wouldn't like it, but I love it. And it's City Bowls. The company City Bowls, and they do these, I don't know how you even say it, but it's IKEA bowls, Asia bowls, the fruit bowls, the power bowls.
Unbelievable.
Right.
And
it was some type of
I went crazy over it. I think their biggest competition is like Fruita Bowl or whatever. So that's that. But they're City Bowls, and I've had both, and I got to tell you, this was fantastic.
Listen, it's got peanut butter and stuff on top of it, and then you get into some kind of fruit, into some kind of purple something.
It's got.
I'm gonna tell you.
See, that's what was funny about it.
Did y'all get off in it?
It was delicious.
Here, I'm going to show you. I pulled up City Bowl's website, and I want you to see what we had yesterday, what they brought to us. And
I wish I had one right now.
Watching this one, try to figure out what it is,
right?
But also loving every bite he was taking.
Delicious.
And listen, Rick and Sherry's been in this world. She likes these. Again, to my point, with my family, and so he knew what it was. But Speedy, watching Greg figure out how good this was as he was eating.
Anything with peanut butter in it, and you got me.
It's that one right there.
Ooh, that does look
Oh,
good.
man, you talking about good.
Oh, you talking about the Powerhouse Bowl?
It had all kinds of stuff.
And so, it's almond milk, bananas, and peanut butter, and Nutella, and strawberries.
Let's go.
It's got protein in it, and you got granola and blueberries, strawberries, and just filled with goodness.
Oh, it was awesome.
And at one
We
point,
quit packing stuff up and just stood there and ate.
at one point, somebody asked where he got it, and he said, "I don't know what this is, but it's good."
Where were they set up at?
It looked like they had a line of food trucks behind the driving range.
Okay.
And they were out there.
Okay.
Man,
And they were
that's
so
great.
kind, and they just came up and asked, and the minute they said it, I jumped all over. Adler didn't. I figured Adler would be all about this world.
Man, it was good.
Do they have a place here?
Yeah, they've got
like-
locations all City Bowls, and they've got locations all over Birmingham. So
That's good.
hey, God, it was good. But
Yeah,
just
it was
this, I never
Trying to
thought I'd
rip-
see the
yeah.
day where he would eat a bowl like that,
Man,
one of these fruit
I wish
bowls.
I had one right now.
Heck yeah.
Good.
And he
man.
enjoyed it. That was
Yeah, I
another thing.
enjoyed it. I thought when it showed up, okay, that looks okay. I think
It's okay. Yeah.
And I pulled the lid off, and there was peanut butter and Nutella mixing there together. Shoot.
Made you stop
Give
and
me a
think about it,
spoon.
didn't it?
Something else we had some
Hey,
fun with.
filling too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It will fill you up.
Yeah,
And it's healthy.
healthy
It's good.
or something.
It's really good.
It was good though.
I
Yeah.
wish I had one right
I
now.
do too.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
delicious.
I'm gonna get me hungry.
When we finished up, Greg couldn't decide if he was going to ride back with me or ride with his brother.
Well, I need to get back as quick because I had a commercial to cut.
Greg, see, you just took it out of my.
Oh,
so
I'm
did you
sorry.
hear what he just said?
Well,
Okay.
That's all you think about.
I made the comment. And of course, Feinbaum's people are setting up as we're taking down. So we'd kind of got to talking to them towards the end of the hour, too. They were real nice, and we were just kind of – Adler was so impressed with their little toys they kept
Boy, they
bringing
had some
out and all
stuff.
that.
Yeah, boy, did they.
And so but Greg kept – you know how he gets something on his mind, he will not let it go. And all he could think about was this commercial that he had to cut when he got back.
Well, you had the Bible study group coming too. I had to beat them. In
So-
yeah.
So the joke
You
became
had that on you.
the joke became tell everybody that comes by why Greg is not writing back with me is because he's got to get back. So we started screaming, hey, not sure if you know this or not, but he's got a commercial to cut.
There's people involved in it that didn't have a clue.
The Feinbaum's people were into it by the time we left.
That's funny.
Hey, I know y'all got to get back. Greg's got to cut a commercial.
Because that's probably all he kept saying.
He did.
Yeah, that's on his mind. I got to get back.
Trying to decide, I was looking at as we're packing, who's going to be the first one.
Yeah.
And you know what? We basically left at the same time.
Okay.
It made no difference at all.
Right.
But
well, I got to ask, did you get back and cut the commercial?
He did.
Good.
He did.
Hey, you know what else he had on him? He was meeting Brian Hammonds, and with Brian's Flooring and Design, they were going by the house. And you hear on the flagship station endorsements that we do with Brian. And great guy, a good old friend of ours.
They put all the flooring in our house.
Okay. And he came out to look at some stuff that they're thinking about doing, and that was on his mind. I heard a lot about that.
I knew get home on
at
time.
1:30 p.m. I was like, well, there they are. I know that's where they
do good work. How about when we moved to Vestavia?
You had to get back for that.
I did.
We moved to Vestavia.
I had a lot of things happening. I needed to figure out who to ride with.
And that's what he kept saying it over and over. And so you know how we'll run with something.
Well, I got to cut that commercial because I got to be back at 1:30.
Hey, security guard. Hey, he's got a commercial to cut.
Well, y'all clear the area so I can get through.
Right. Sorry about the spilled coffee. Don't slip.
I cleaned it up.
Gene Hallman, know you're busy. Greg's got to cut a commercial.
Right. And he's meeting Brian Hammonds at 1:30 at the house.
Of course, you reminded me we didn't pick those shirts out.
I know. Gene was so kind. He came by and specifically told Greg and I, hey, just want you two to know I've got you some shirts in there, your name's on. Just go in there and help yourself. And so when I got back, because he was back cutting the commercial,
I had to get on back.
I told him, I said, I'm so mad at you and I right now. And he said, why? And I said, we didn't go by and get the shirt.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, you know how you want to know why?
Because he had to cut a commercial.
That's true. Messed the whole thing up. I took time to eat that
between
bowl,
the City Bowl and the commercial, you weren't getting anything out of Greg.
You were a mess, weren't you? You had to get on by.
I was. It was stressful.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 five-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Spring is in bloom, and you know what comes next, vacation season. But before you pack your bags, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents ready to act to defend against break-ins, fires, and other threats. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay connected from anywhere, anytime. Arm or disarm your system remotely. Check your cameras to make sure everything is okay. Simply Safe ships to your door and is easy to set up yourself in about 30 minutes, or you can have Simply Safe certified technicians install it for you. With financing through a firm, secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba join us, as well as Adler, right after top of the hour for the main show. Got a busy show today. Going to do a lot of recapping from yesterday. Looking ahead to today, too. RBU this week with Travis Womack. We'll be talking a lot of Muscle Shoals music, the legends that have come out of there.
Talk about Rick
and Bubba. That intro that he made for us, which is awesome. And just catch up with him, see what's going on. Was able to, this week, talk with some folks that are still doing gigs with him at 79.
I hear you.
Man, he is something else.
How about Travis?
I think when I hear that, I think, I know my dad's a little older, and your parents are too, Greg, and yours is younger, Helms, but I mean, they're really close to my parents' age, and so he's just still out doing stuff.
That's funny. Picture our parents on tour right now.
I am right now. So anyway, that's there for you, and a lot happening. So we'll have a good time together today as we're back in studio. We were at the 2023 Regions Tradition Pro-Am. That's our annual broadcast. So it's kind of cool, y'all. We show up so early there, right? That it's just a ghost town.
Yeah.
And I need to, I guess, apologize to the Greystone Golf and Country Club because I think they probably were missing a lot of tabletop covers.
Oh, you went ahead and barred.
And part of the deal, and I can't imagine what Taylor Bond and all them have to do as far as organizing the event and trying to talk with handlers of the celebrities and coaches, and are you going to be here on this time? Okay. And then they're subject to just, well, he's late. I don't know. Like Mike Mills yesterday was supposed to be on, and he just was late.
Rock stars are that way.
Yeah. But, hey, when y'all get here early, You're going to have your tent set up. You're going to have a backdrop to where you can pull down, and then you'll have table covers and all that. Well, we show up, and there's no backdrop, and there's no table covers. And
So
this is not me dogging them. This is, the folks that do operations, they handle that, and so I was left to go, well, we got to figure something out. So I had remembered at the pairings party the night before, they had a big thing of these auction tables. Hey, and man, they had some cool stuff. Like they had a picture of John Wayne and Ronald Reagan standing there with Bob Hope or whatever. I mean, it was just like some of the coolest stuff, and people were bidding on them.
Did you bid on that?
Of course, I didn't.
No,
but I will tell you this.
Speedy put $3.
I will tell you though, the top bid at the time was only $350, and I looked at Terry. I said, "That is a cool picture." I mean, it had all these big names just standing there. And the only thing I think of when I saw John Wayne is his little feet. But anyway, I thought, there was a lot of table covers back there. There's a lot of tables and everything.
I know where to go get it.
So I go, Bones, let's go. And so we go off into Greystone Golf and Country Club, and we're just walking around, But if they have security cameras and they're looking at them today, they will see me taking a lot of table covers off. But they weren't being used. They weren't being used.
They're still on the property.
Yeah, they weren't being used anymore.
Well, they meant to put them out for us. They just forgot.
Yeah, and I thought, boy, I hope they don't need these again today. Because we got to make it work, And so we grabbed 4 of them, and just sorry about that.
But it worked.
Hey, it was a little nice area too. Well, they look like they're probably going to set some other stuff. But I thought to myself, they probably got tons of these covers. They'll go, oh, we need some more covers.
You requested some, and somebody meant to do it.
Yeah,
so it's not like you just came up with this on your own. And I will say this: the breakfast did not disappoint.
It didn't. No. It did. Well, I want to thank Coca-Cola, Scott Smith, and everybody. Y'all always do such a great job. The little Coca-Cola VIP area. So after the tournament was, our round was over, I come back in, and now it's a different place. It went from a ghost town to, at 1 o'clock, it's mania.
Yeah,
you got Feinbaum Live, and then you got the early rounds. Everybody's coming in, from John Daly to Charles Barkley, to Riley Green. Everybody is now in one place.
Yeah.
And it was mania. If you thought it was busy earlier, it's at another level in the afternoon. And
did you see the parking here? They're using
where
we worked, the parking lot. It was full.
Yeah, it took me a second when I was dropping Tyler off to figure that out. I was like, good night. What is going on?
Yeah.
But all that empty space over there, I guess they took advantage of that. But it was pretty cool because I saw some of the early workers were still there. They were struggling. I was like, wow, so you're still going at it. You're still serving food. I remember earlier I saw Bubba try to help you a little bit because he was starving.
Yeah, he was.
I'm gonna tell you who doesn't get enough credit, and he's not a behind the scenes guy, but at an event like this, he has to be, and that's Steve Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that son of a gun gets after it, and I was watching him yesterday. He had so many. He's the director of golf at Greystone Golf and Country Club, and the things that he was having to deal with on top of what he already deals with, it was amazing.
And he was hot in that jacket.
He was.
Yeah,
he has to look sharp.
He does.
So
he does.
Back to him, I finally saw him sit down.
Did you really?
Yeah,
because I didn't. At all.
Well, he came in to to that little area where they're serving food and everything that Coca-Cola sponsors, and he sat down beside Bubba, and I said, "Oh, so first time I've seen you sit down literally in 2 days because the night before at the pairings party, he was the people welcoming everybody.
See, that's what I'm talking about. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, he really doesn't. I was like, "Wow, I can't believe you're sitting down."
Yeah.
He's been doing that almost 30 years, 27, 28 years directly.
He was there when you ran naked.
He was. He was. He talked about that. Which is a weird deal when somebody else is talking to you about.
Well, it's funny that you ran naked, and you're still playing in the tournament and everything in the pro-am. You think you would be banned.
Usually, people were put in jail for what you did.
Starting out,
you may know him as the Naked Man. Teeing off, Calvin Wilburn. See,
I don't think that's how they would introduce him.
I didn't know Rudolph's coach was.
You didn't. You may know him from showing his white rump. Old freckle cheeks. Calvin Wilburn.
We've come a long way in some of those.
You may have saw his underwear laying in the green. with a smoke stain in it.
Okay, Greg. What in the world? This is where he forgets he's got 8 puppies at home.
Well, and with the Burgess, what'd you say?
It ain't going good.
Oh,
he said it took a bad turn. All right, we'll get into that later in the big show.
Yeah.
Pause.
With the Burgess, you got to be like, if a dog's got your leg, let him finish.
I know.
You just got to let a Burgess finish.
Well, you got to admit
Are
that
you
it's
done?
kind of ironic.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. I don't have anything else.
I thought you were going to throw in reindeer games somehow.
I know. From this point forward. But obviously you haven't been banned because you're allowed to play.
No, but what I was going to say is some of these things, we've come a long way. Think about that, what you just said, and then think about Talladega Superspeedway. I went from jumping on the track and getting thrown in their pen to the guys were grand marshals, and we're riding the truck around the track.
I know.
It's just a bizarre little thing the show's done. In the early years, people did not know what to do about this show.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to take us.
All that.
They were somewhat embarrassed by us, like Helmsy was in the early years of the show, where he wanted to be professional, and we kind of embarrassed him. I
didn't know how to. I didn't know. Here's the thing: it wasn't that I was immediately. Did you do things that embarrassed me? Yes. Okay. Almost like my dad or granddad would. Okay. It was a fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It wasn't
you didn't like my shirtless day at the golf course.
No, I didn't, Greg.
Because those are the things I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. And so, but because I didn't know that would actually happen. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just had to deal with it. It wasn't out of like, God, this is stupid, and I can't believe it. Was just like it was almost caught off guard.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't ready for it.
Right. And I feel like I've dropped the ball some. And then Bubba even called both of us out yesterday when we came in and we were grabbing a bite to eat. And Jim Dunaway and Ryan Brown and Lance Taylor, good friends of ours, were doing their show in there. And they had, I think, Hugh Freeze on or Riley Green or whatever. He goes, in the old day, see, that's a perfect – we should be walking behind that shot with no shirt on. We have lost it, and I'm like, we really have. Because back in the day, we'd have ripped the shirt off in a second, walk behind there.
Yeah, the only thing you're talking about how you get thrown out, now you're a grandma. The thing you haven't reconciled, if Kiss could come back to the BJCC and invite you out on stage as opposed to you crashing the show that day where the security was throwing you and you broke free again and came back for the second time.
Yeah. Or maybe I just welcome everybody. Hey, welcome everybody. Here's Kiss.
Yeah. We hadn't reconciled that.
No, we have not.
Probably won't.
No. All right.
Well, I was there, though, for that one. That was funny. Golly.
I did, I showed Terry where I...
Street?
Yeah, where I took my clothes off behind the tree. I showed her what tree that was at the other night when we were there for the parents' party. I was like, you see that tree right there? That's the one I leaned on. Because, when you take your drawers off, you got to lean on something.
You do. You'll fall.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
DQ presents The Sound of Summer Calling. Hey, it's me, Summer. I know you're busy with Beach Days Little League games and all the other fun in the sun, but you gotta get to DQ ASAP Pronto right now. The new Summer Blizzard menu is here, and it brought 5 iconic summer flavors, like new peanut butter puppy chow and s'mores. Oh yeah, it's back. Oh, that's my other line. Everyone is pumped about this new DQ Summer Blizzard menu. I gotta go. See ya, DQ. Get it in the app. DQ. Happy tastes good.
At Lowe's, we're always bringing pros more ways to save on the brands you trust. Right now, buy a DeWalt 9-gallon corded shop vacuum with accessories at a new low price of $99. Plus, as an MVP's member, earn 3 bonus points per dollar when you buy select concrete mix. You can then redeem for rewards. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, discount taken at time of purchase. See associate for details. Valid through 5/17. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 6/2. Subject to change.
Simply Safe was named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors, indoor and outdoor HD cameras, and hazard detectors are powered by live 24/7 professional monitoring, so you get emergency help fast. Get 20% off any new system with interactive monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions. That could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate, or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on the.
All right, we're rolling back. It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you hear Greg asking Helmsy a question on the mic, that's because he doesn't realize we're on the air, I guess.
Well, he was right. Well, I don't want to mess this show up. It's not very professional.
All right, as we come on back, My Pillow is going to let you know that at mypillow.com/Bubba, they've got you covered when it comes to sleeping. Man, good night. I know Greg's not doing a lot of sleeping these days, and we'll have an update of that here in a second. But how are those bed sheets treating you? Huh? Did you know that you can upgrade today and save big? My Pillow is offering their biggest bed sheet sale ever with the Giza sheets. They're really priced low right now, as low as $29.98. The My Pillow sandals are also on sale. Greg said he was taking advantage of that with his little web toes for $19.98. Beach blankets, a lot of you going to the beach. The beach towels are 50% off. The new My Pillow 2.0 is seeing amazing sales. They're available for buy one, get one free right now, all made in the USA, too. The brand new temperature-regulated technology keeps you comfortable throughout the night. There are so many things to talk to you about. They're always available at mypillow.com/Bubba. Go there today, mypillow.com/Bubba, and you'll really enjoy a great night's sleep. Go there today. Again, mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings, or you can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so Greg kind of in passing alluded to the fact that he might have a puppy update, and things aren't going too great with Mama Millie and the 8 puppies that are being taken care of by Greg and Lisa right now. So what's your update?
Well, I would like for her to be more involved. She's decided now she don't want to feed them. And, just give me a couple more weeks, and they'll be weaned.
Right.
Okay? Can you do that?
Right. Do you talk to her like that?
Yeah, I do. And so I want to talk about, how what's wonderful, heartwarming story, blah, blah, blah. The puppies are cute, and their eyes are open, and they're running around now. So that's, okay, But the rest of it's miserable. I'm going to be honest with you. It's miserable, and if I ever get through this, it'll never happen again.
Did you not sleep good last night?
No, I didn't, because they're squealing because their mother won't feed them. And then for some reason, she's decided if I step in there, she wants to bark and growl at me.
What?
Yeah, so, yeah.
Are you going to use that as your out to Lisa? Well,
I tried. It didn't work.
But Millie doesn't want me around. So
yeah, but so now the puppies, we're going to have to try to force feed them again. And if hey Millie, give me about a week and a half, okay? I think then we can maybe start feeding them.
Right.
But anyway, so it's fine. The puppies are thriving. They seem to be, but thank God Lisa's around.
Well, puppies need to eat. And, What do you think it is with Millie?
And she was really good at feeding them when they first were born. Even when she came back from having the surgery, she picked right up.
Well, I was going to ask you, is it the surgery and the soreness from that, or is it the soreness just from the puppies feeding all the time?
I don't know. But the surgery, I kept an eye on it. It never looked infected or nothing like that. And he said once you get a week out, it should be really fine. But
maybe everything's just a little tender right now.
I know. I don't know what it is. I tell you, I'm about done with it though. But I'm gonna do right. We're gonna get it done.
This is him talking out loud. Yeah. Goes at 1:30. How'd you feel when you were walking in the
Not
garage?
worth a crap at all.
Did you?
You got plenty of milk. I see you.
Yeah.
Let's use it.
Right.
Get you a swallow
So
there?
can I ask you a question? At 1:30, did she bark at you?
Yeah. I don't, and that started yesterday.
So she's not a fan of Greg right now.
I don't know what happened. I didn't do anything.
Hey, dogs can sense your demeanor.
No.
You know what I mean? They can sense your attitude.
They can sense that you're done with them.
Do you think Millie knows you don't like her?
A lot of her problem, we've noticed this before she even had puppies, we don't think she sees very well. She's always been like, because she's done that to me before. It's like she sees me, but she don't recognize me, and she starts barking.
Okay.
Or I'll go to pet her, and it startles her, like she don't see my hand till it's right up on her. I think she has eye problems.
Oh.
But I don't know if that's got anything to do with this. But it's like, because even when I got close, she was still kind of mad. But I mean, she ain't gonna bite me. She's just showing off. But
you think maybe at first she just sees that there's something coming at her. Okay.
But here's the deal. I mean. Again, I shouldn't be talking about it right now because I'm frustrated.
Okay. Well, this is kind of what we want.
Yeah. We want to frustrate Greg.
I mean, I'm going to finish. I'm going to do right. It's going to be
We got it, buddy. You're going to finish
We're going to do right, but what a pain in the butt. You hear me?
Yeah.
What a pain in the butt. Gosh almighty.
So when you got up at 1:30, did you just stay up since you get up?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you've been up since 1:30.
Well, because I get up at 2:20.
Right, yeah. So you just have to make the decision. I'm up.
It may have been earlier than 1:30. I don't remember. I tell you this, we fed 8 of them before I left.
How you hold them?
I think there's 8 of them.
Do you still got the syringe? And
I'm just in charge of getting the syringes full. Lisa does. She's better at feeding them.
Okay.
Because you would think with them starving, they'd be all over, but they're not big on the bottle thing. They're not huge on it.
Yeah.
Some more
now
than
that their
others.
eyes are open, maybe it's a little easier, maybe? I don't know.
Believe me, I'll get plenty of opportunities to find out.
Okay.
So that'll be good
All right.
too. But
Golly,
no,
that's
but
so
now
good.
the puppies are doing good. I mean, they're like I say, they're cute little fellas.
A lot of puppy jokes on the course yesterday from the gallery at Regents Tradition.
Oh, I bet.
The audience is loving puppy updates, and I know that some of our handles are joy for the audience because they get to hear us talk about our handles, and that's one of them, I guess, because there was a lot. Hey man, you got any puppies in your cart? You can give me. It's a lot of that.
Well, like I said, if I can just get them weaned and eating food, and I'm responsible when they eat, we're gonna be fine.
Right.
But it haven't depended on Millie. She ain't very dependable.
How you keep?
But she did really great. That's the thing that killed me because we thought because she's young.
Yeah.
She may be about a year old.
Uh-huh.
So we thought
He says that a lot.
she's going to be a handle, but she did great.
Right.
Even like I said, the surgery I set up. There's no way she'll take back up when we bring her back from that surgery. And she picked right up where she left off, doing a good, kept them clean, cleaned them up.
Uh-huh.
Now she's kind of. It's almost like she's more done with it than I am.
Golly.
And
So-
for some reason, decides she wants to growl at me and bite me. I don't know what that is.
Golly.
It's like a joke. It's
It-
like
it
somebody's
really is.
playing a
Now,
weird.
how you keeping them hemmed up? Because I know
I
they're
got a
getting-
big blow up swimming pool,
Helmsy.
and they got plenty of room to run.
Where are you keeping it in the garage?
Garage, and I got a fan to blow so if it gets hot.
Okay.
Okay.
But
It's been warm out there.
And Millie will jump over and go in there. Like say, we got a camera on it so you can monitor in the house.
Yeah.
She sent me a picture yesterday. It was like 3:30 in the morning. She was in there and they were just feeding. You know.
If I
And
could
said,
see
"Well,
you,
good."
if I could see you in that pool with with all,
Not just reach in there and get.
No, but what I'm saying is, if I could see a picture of you,
Okay, I'll do that.
take a pillow or something,
Right.
and just
All
lay
of
in
the-
there
all
with
of the
them.
puppies on. Yeah,
that'd be
yeah.
something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all about it. I for some reason I want him laying in the
I do too.
baby pool
I do
and
too.
them all
They'll
over him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now they're coming with noise now.
Oh yeah,
They're
they even
gonna let you
growl.
know.
They'll even
Yeah,
growl
yeah.
like their mother. But it's funny to watch them interact with each other. Now, that is funny.
Yeah, it is.
They get to knocking each other around. They're a little rough.
Well, we hope that things get better.
Just
for
give
you,
me
buddy.
about another week and a half, maybe.
Mhm.
Get them on some food.
Yeah. Well, just make it.
Yeah. How about that?
Yes.
The thing about it, and you don't seem to, when you do have to feed them now, when they were brand new, you had to feed them about every 2 hours.
Mhm.
Now, it's a little further spread out. So,
You feel like you should be out there more, probably.
nah, well, heck, I thought we were good till this morning.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Anyway,
Well,
that's a little.
so there's your Millie
that's
update.
joy.
Millie doesn't like Greg, and
Let me
growls
just
at
tell you
Greg.
this. I tell you what I'm not going to
Is
do.
it-
You'll never see Greg being a person selling dogs. These
Okay.
breeders
Yeah, the
that sell
breeders,
dogs.
right.
Not going to do that. And I know some that make really good money at it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'd rather go out and work on the trash truck,
Right.
or something.
Oh, well, let me ask you a question.
Or maybe I'll take up welding.
Does Millie growl at Lisa at all?
No.
So does she go, hey? Does she do baby talk?
She
to her?
I think she growled at her a little bit, but nothing like.
What's your baby talk voice? Are you doing
No,
Are
I
you
can
like,
have
hey? Are you like, hey?
No, I don't try that.
That might be it.
No.
She's probably got the sweet little. It's
She-
okay, man.
But here's my point: don't act defensive of your kids if you're not going to feed them. Don't get on to me because I get too close to them. If you ain't even going to feed them, why do you care?
Is it you talking to Millie?
I had that speech with her.
Really?
Yeah.
Was she looking
I said,
at
don't
you?
act like you're some caring mama that don't want them to touch your babies because you ain't fed them nothing.
Okay. Were you in your underwear?
I was.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
I've watched it so many times.
Of course you have.
Don't focus on them. Focus on all the other ones rolling around.
Too late.
Give a shout out to Lionheart Jiu Jitsu Academy. It's in Birmingham, Alabama, and the men there are of much higher caliber. And get your phone out of the shot. Jiu-jitsu is
back to jiu-jitsu.
It's a very intimate sport.
It is that.
Okay.
It is that.
Adler, let me ask you this about this other move.
It's the art of ground fighting and grappling, and I could break a lot of y'all's wrists and arms and legs and choke y'all out real easily. Stop rewatching.
Not if I
it,
shot
Greg.
you first.
Greg, you've seen it 1,000 times. Why are you still laughing? You've seen it 1,000 times. Gosh, why are you laughing so much?
I think we got our new commercial for CRTV right
do.
there. So, Adler, what was that move where he looked like he hit you with an elbow cross? Oh, my gosh.
He was breaking my arm. Okay, in that situation,
Right.
he was breaking my arm.
He hit you
What
across
was he
the
doing
face.
in that other situation?
Yeah, it looked like he hit you with
And
an
the other
elbow.
one, Greg, he was breaking your spirit.
Okay, guys. All right. Y'all just have a great time. Y'all just have a great time with this thing, okay? While I'm getting better at killing and becoming a killing machine,
They call that the shotgun
y'all just
move,
yuck
huh?
it up.
I had him broke over like a double barrel.
Y'all just keep stuffing your fat, smiling faces while I'm becoming a refined killing machine, okay? Just enjoy it while you can.
Look, if you're going to get where you can kill us, you're going to have to switch positions with George. But the
Speedy, I'm so glad you got that on your phone. How'd you do it?
Oh yeah, I just snuck in it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're real sneaky, Speedy. You're like a snake with your bald-headed, stupid face.
Rick, I'd like to play this to a beat.
Did you not know that was on there when you decided to show everybody? Because you
Speedy,
brought
what I loved is you stuck it up in front of
the
the
dog
camera.
pack
I don't
into
care.
your
It was so
office.
clear.
I don't care. I'm a white belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it's a cool new hobby that I do. And y'all can. Okay.
Didn't you get a strap the other day?
So, how about that? Yeah, I've got one stripe on my white belt, so be scared of that. Okay?
I am.
Rick,
No,
how
here's-
many stripes do you move up to? What's next?
3 more
Deep
stripes.
purple. What's the next color?
And then blue.
After that,
Blue.
you
say
deep
purple. What's so
I'm
sad?
going up the scale.
You know what I just saw will not be your next stripe; it's your new scar
For life.
for life. Yeah.
No,
Rick, he
no.
was showing it to us, like being, and he forgot that was on there.
You had to forget.
There's nothing
And
wrong
we
with
completely
that.
we completely ignored the rest
What do
of the
you
video.
call that move, Adler?
Get your fat brains out of the gutter, okay? All y'all are fat in here, and y'all are getting real sad when I get my mat set up in here and I say, "Slap this gi on, guys. It's ready. It's time. It's go time, fools." All right.
Adler, what do you call that move you were trying to do?
Look at your buddy. Look at your best friend.
I had him in full guard, and he was shaking me off. Okay. All right, that's great, Speedy. That's awesome.
I don't even know if I'd use that term.
Oh my!
The hair adds to it. By the way.
It does.
Yeah,
So
because I have
dramatic.
cool long hair. Because I'm a cool guy. All right.
You're very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever, fat guy. Whatever, host. Stupid host.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Back home at the No Name Studio, a brand new hour starts with our national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, let's go. The team is here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, they giving you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler now joins us. The YouTube experience is back today live. He's also gathering lots of content from yesterday's On Location show, which he'll be throwing out to you. So be checking that. If you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, we are in pursuit of that silver button. We want to hit 100,000 subscribers. So if you have not, be sure and click there for us. That's all it is, you clicking and subscribing as we look for that goal. Thanks for being with us. We got to unpack. We'll look back. You know, we always assess an on-location show. We'll hear adventures from Bubba and Speedy as they actually did 18 holes together with Trent Dilfer, Charles Barkley, and also Dale Murphy. So we'll talk about that on the program today. Those of you that may have got to be part of that, your feedback on yesterday's show it was basically a show full of interviews, but we had some great guests, so that was a lot of fun. Let's get him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, and some of you still probably out on the golf course wandering around.
Yeah, probably so.
Welcome into another edition of the little program we call Rick and Bubba.
Ready to hang tough, boys? Who's ready? Tesla, Bubba.
Tesla.
Sometimes you got to hang tough, baby. You got to hang in there.
You got to. You got to.
Well, there's a lot of new stuff to talk about today. You know, sometimes you worry because where we are, we have had a very, very mild spring, and we had an Arctic blast and a cold winter. So really, deep South Southerners, believe it or not, we need to kind of ease into the humidity and the heat. Well, the humidity and the heat has arrived, and it started yesterday during the live broadcast. And at one point, I thought, well, Rick, and I did leave from there and ended up having to go down to the farm and work all afternoon too after the Wednesday Bible study. And I thought, well, maybe, I mean, it's hot, but it's not going to be as hot as it's going to be. I can't have heat exertion. But I thought I did because I'm almost certain, and it had to be a hallucination, that Donald Trump did a
town hall.
He did a town hall on CNN last night. So, I kept seeing clips of that, and I said, man, I'm seeing things. Oh, my goodness, maybe I had too much heat. Maybe I didn't hydrate.
And he's in rare form.
Oh, Greg.
He is in rare form
Greg,
at the moment.
I asked Bubba this question. Can anybody document, and let me be perfectly clear, if he's the nominee for the Republican Party, I'll take him over the current state of the left all day long.
Sure.
So don't hear me saying anything else. But I'm also not going to get here in the Trump trance and just be delusional and act like that everything he does is wonderful.
No.
Okay. Can anybody document Donald Trump ever saying he was wrong about something?
Never. Never.
I mean, ever. Just like, looking back, Greg, they tried to get him to apologize to Mike Pence. And for claiming Pence could do something that the vice president couldn't do, and I was like, can you imagine sitting down and somebody says, now if you can get Trump to talk about that he was wrong, then we can move on, and that's your whole role.
Well, you might as well just be ready to be frustrated.
Yeah. So anyway,
Rick, they asked him one time if there was anything he would ask God to forgive him for. Right. Remember, and he said he couldn't think of anything.
Yeah. If you can't, if you can't even acknowledge you need to repent, somebody trying to get you to admit something else that's wrong is really you'll never get that done.
No, I don't think that's coming.
So anyway, we'll look at that today, but we have to look back, Bubba. We have to look back. I know you and Speedy, Speedy played 18 yesterday. You were in a position that you normally don't find yourself in. You're just kind of hanging out, celebrating your wife's birthday and your son with you, and of course you're getting to grip and grin and meet listeners and viewers from all over.
Rick, it was the greatest 18 holes I've ever had.
I bet it was. How much different do you feel on this show as compared to years past when you actually had to play?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of sad. I told Speedy, I said, I shouldn't be sore from riding a golf cart.
Right.
But,
you really shouldn't.
It's trying to pull out of a rough patch. We'll take anything we can get. But, it was so good to visit with everybody yesterday. And usually I don't get to do that and spend as much time because we're out, many times in the woods looking for a ball.
Oh, yeah.
And so it was a lot of fun yesterday. And I appreciate everybody. And we took a lot of pictures and had a lot of fun. We got to we hung back one hole and got to see John Daly perform with Rick Carter's band, and then Riley Green came in and sung a little bit. So we were enjoying that. That's become a tradition there on that particular hole.
Did you see John Daly's quote that somebody has up today? And I don't know if it was from yesterday or not. It has a current picture of him, and he says, "You can't pull fat. That's why I'm never injured."
Oh, that's good.
Well, he had a very
funny,
stirring rendition of "Knock Knock Knocking on
Really?
Heaven's Door."
Really?
And even ad-libbed the last chorus and tied it into golf.
Okay. Okay.
With "I Can't Hit My Wedge Anymore."
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, he has a good time when he's out there. But so many folks we don't get to see, but maybe once a year, and Speedy's reliving the memories there. I saw he had sent that or posted it last night.
That
last year, hung in the sand trap.
Well, we have to look back.
Speedy talked me into coming down from the top. I shouldn't have done that.
Right. Well, but nobody could get you this year.
No, listen, I was untouchable, and it was fun. And a couple of the holes we got backed up. We got to visit with everybody.
Yeah.
I'll say this: Dale Murphy is a national treasure.
Sure he is.
He is.
He was so much fun yesterday, and we talked quite a bit. And he was so nice. He met a lot of folks that I knew, and he was so gracious with his time. And Charles was, in rare form as he always is, and always a lot of fun.
Did you find though even Charles seemed a little kinder yesterday? Is Gail King already working on it?
Oh yeah,
you're right.
I think Charles. We've seen this progression of Charles over the years. He's, he's PR Charles.
Yeah,
and
like at one point, and of course, he changed it on his last comment finally, but. At one time, I was trying to get us in out of the break, and on location, that's a little different.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But I learned a lot too.
Yeah.
But at one point, I think I heard in my headphones, but I was concentrating, like I say, trying to get us out of the break right, that he was almost complimentary of us and encouraging us at one point.
Yeah, well,
did I hear that right? That he was almost like
he took it even ways you don't even know, Rick.
Right.
We can't discuss on the air.
Really, yeah. But then he did have
with Speedy.
Then he had the last line. Of course, that was the deal. When I said, Speedy's playing, not Bubba. He said, "More good news." So then I thought, okay, there he is, back digging on us again. But
well, he does that to Shaq. So it's almost like we're part of the family.
Yeah. You know how you do a little back and forth with
felt.
Gary, Rick?
There's more?
Yeah.
You know how you do a little back and forth with Gary with his the way I did a little bit with Charles.
You tried to do Charles too, Charles?
He said something to me. I said, "That's right, Charles."
Oh, I did a lot of it yesterday, asking people to get out of the cart fast, so they thought it was Charles.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. A lot of you looking for that every time we play it on iTunes, and you can certainly find it there. Bubba, how do?
Hey, man, what's up?
Well, looking over the big stories today, Dr. David Jeremiah, the Overcomer Tour, hitting 5 cities. We'll talk with Dr. Jeremiah coming up on the program today and talk about that tour. We have Kavanaugh updates today. We have some very bizarre stories. We have an update on the New Mexico Observatory shutdown. We think we now have the update if you didn't catch that on the kickoff hour today. We've got somebody plowing through emus and catching it on the video on a motorcycle. I don't know if you've seen that. We've got the father and son that went out to spend some time together. Nothing better than to take your son and go out and kill the neighbor. So we have that. Very troubling video and some audio that goes with that. So it's the Colorado Mascot, Bubba's right up your alley today. That accidentally shoots himself with a T-shirt cannon. You got to see that. Oh. So we've got quite a bit to cover, and a lot of it seems to be in the wheelhouse of things that own us for some reason. I mean, so but now I
got no problem with that.
Yeah, well, you're gonna walk through, as we do every day on this show, that walking that tightrope between hey that's funny to hey that's troubling. You know, I mean, we walk right down that line every day, and you see on the chasms on both sides, and we'll jump in and back and forth, and hopefully be able to get back up in the middle. So we'll see. But I know that we can't hear enough about the Kavanaugh thing, but we'll update you on that a little bit. It seems like we're at the point now. I know there are people trying to keep it alive. I saw Whoopi Goldberg's comments. That's another story today you'll love. But the bottom line is this: it seems like, and maybe I'm wrong, that we're now doing the thing that we all know this. I wouldn't call it a strategy. It's just action to say, okay, at some point, okay, we'll give you exactly what you want. Tell us what time and when you would like to sit before us and give us your story. We're waiting and we're ready. And do you want us to come to you? Do you want to come to us? Can we get a time? And then let's hear what you have to say, and then we'll move forward. But we're not going to sit here and it just be perpetual put-offs. We at some time have to draw a line and say, you can testify before us, or we can come to you by this time. And if you're not going to do that, then we're just going to take what you sent in to everybody. Roger that, we got it, and then we're going to a vote. Right? I mean, it's got to be one or the other.
Yeah, they even at one point yesterday had said, we'll come to you.
Right, yeah.
And, that's and their put-off is we want it to be investigated by the FBI. Well, the FBI can't investigate where there hasn't been a crime. They can do background checks. They don't do crimes.
Already done 3 of those.
Or things that are not crimes.
Right.
And I heard one time that the actual district where all this happened, you had to make a complaint to begin with to get any of the ball rolling on this thing. The last I heard was the committee chairman, Chuck Grassley, had said, we're going to have testimony on Monday. Brett Kavanaugh has already agreed to appear. She will have a spot there if she wants it. She has to let them know by sometime today if she's coming and give a written statement about what she's going to talk about, an opening statement, if you would. And if that doesn't happen today, she will not be allowed Monday, and there'll be a vote Wednesday no matter what.
Right, but to clarify again, when you start hearing all the things, the FBI cannot investigate something that is not a crime. They can do background checks, and Kavanaugh has already gone through 3 of those.
Right.
So the FBI, they can only do what we allow the FBI to do, and they have. Now, if you want to do a 4th background check, I guess they could do that. But
now, one of the stories that was out there that his mom had been a judge in a case involving her parents is not correct.
Really, that
has been found to be incorrect.
That was a false story.
Yes.
All right, so we get a lot of those now. So trying to get to even the truth. So that's kind of where that is. There's nothing really new on that other than like Whoopi and people commenting on it. But as far as new information, we're down to we'll come to you or you come to us. But there's a time limit, and then we got to move on. And there's only so much the FBI can do, and it appears what they can do they've already done. We'll be back 16 minutes past.
Rick and Bubba.
We're talking about emus. Now, some of you, though, may say, well, the emu is the dog and cat for me. And if that is the case, you got real problems with the story coming up. And I want to warn you, not to look at it, not to listen to it. It will be difficult. If you see an emu as just an extremely large chicken, I think you're okay to move forward on this. We certainly don't want anyone to unnecessarily run over and kill emus. Let me be. Minutes past the hour. We were live, not just from the No Name studio. We were actually out in Alabama the Beautiful yesterday Greystone for the Regents Tradition Drummond Company. They sponsor it, Celebrity Pro-Am. And if you missed all the interviews yesterday, they're in the podcast archives, and Adler will have some of them also on the YouTube archives for you to go back and watch there on location. And it was quite an impressive list. We had some great interviews. But, Bubba, we have to, when we start going back and reviewing, we review this every year. It's called hole number 1, teeing off to get the Celebrity Pro-Am started. Michael Jordan, as you said many years, said it was the most nerve-wracking thing he has ever done. When he played the Celebrity Pro-Am, of course, he had quite the mob, but there's always a mob of some size there.
Rick, he said it was worse than trying to shoot a free throw to win Game 7 of the NBA championship.
Right. So this year, Speedy represents the Rick and Bubba show in our group. And we actually have the video of Speedy teeing off, and Jim Dunaway, former sports in his shorts, and still a good friend of the show, was the PA announcer announcing everyone. And you'll hear him announce Speedy, and we'll watch Speedy tee off on hole 1.
You know, having secondhand on yourself, that's a real thing.
I know. I didn't know that. Is that true? Can you do that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
do you hear Jim set?
Yeah.
What's funny about this? He sets it up. Speedy's playing for me.
Right.
Yeah,
Now, what he didn't,
you can actually hear it really good.
He didn't capture right before this. Someone was asking where Bubba's cart was.
Right.
He missed that. Unfortunately, I guess
that's unbelievable.
I guess
The cart
Hunter.
thing was
I guess Hunter didn't hit record right before that, because that happened right. I mean, seconds before this.
Oh, I saw that mania because that guy came to us and he was frantically searching for everyone. And I said, well, I would assume that everyone moved to the tee and the carts are at the tee.
Yeah.
That's what I would assume.
Rick Speedy was in charge of the carts, evidently.
Rick, you could almost see Speedy's phone ringing in his pocket while he's trying to swing.
I know.
Now, and I want to tell you about the cart thing. It is hilarious because in the past, we have not had the cart situation correct, okay? And Gene went overboard this year to be sure
Absolutely.
that our winner had a cart,
Absolutely.
that I had a cart, Speedy and the players all have a cart. And,
Your name's
every year
wrong.
we go through this thing, where's our cart at? You
Right.
know, because you'll go to the driving range, your cart disappears. Somebody gets it and moves.
Sure. A lot of
And
cart.
it's always
Substantial
a
cart.
complete zoo trying to figure out where your cart is to start with. So this year, and I don't know what the gentleman's name was. He was doing an outstanding job.
He did a great job.
He was so over the top with the cart.
He was going to get it right.
That when I was and I got to the tee box a little bit late because we had the last segment wrapped up and time had got away from me, so I'm shooting over there and I'm trying to dial Davey up on the hotline. And I can't get it to go through for whatever reason. And he's talking to me about car. I said, let me get back. Or the winter cart's here and your cart's over here. And do you know where your cart? And I was like, just a second. And, and several people are trying to talk, and it's great, but I'm trying to get on the air. I'm trying to get on the air. And I can't do it. And it's just cart talk is made. Hey, where's the winner at?
Yeah.
Where's your cart?
Right.
Hey, cart, Hunter, cart. And it
Here a
is
cart, there a
just an
cart.
absolute mayhem at the beginning of this. So we all get in the cart. Everybody's got carts. I mean, the cart treatment was over the top.
Yeah.
And we're on about the 4th hole, and here he comes again. Hey, I can't find your winner. I said, he's fine. He's in his cart. He's been in his cart for 3 holes. He's fine.
He was so efficient. He was out efficient himself.
I know. I said, I got a cart. I said, we're good. The cart thing is settled. We are good.
Yeah. I respect.
He was so good. It was so over the top.
I was thankful.
I prefer that, by the way, than what we've had years past. Hey, I can't find my cart.
But I tell you what I noticed, and y'all both did it because you're at work, okay? And I respect that, and I appreciate y'all staying with us longer. But you really probably stayed too long because y'all stayed so long on the show. I looked up, and we were ending the interview that you were part of, and it was time for you to be at the tee box.
Oh yeah, I was 2 minutes.
Y'all probably should have left a segment earlier.
Yeah, but we were having too much fun.
Yeah, but I didn't care. But I mean,
but bless Speedy's heart because he knows that I've done it. It is. Look, you can go and play golf with your buddies, and you can play 100 rounds. You can be a touring professional. It's just different at that hole with all those people there and all that mania. I don't care who you are.
All right, so watch Speedy right here. So here we go.
Bubba, who's not playing today. Instead, if you ever wonder what Bubba looked like in high school, please welcome Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
Where's my card?
See this.
Yeah. There's one part about this I didn't know about. So
It's about to happen right here.
Yeah. So Speedy's lining up on.
Oh,
and it falls off the tee.
I didn't attempt.
I'm talking almost in the back.
Look at the crowd over there.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Don't worry, ain't no people over there. Yeah, bring back Bubba.
There ain't no people over there.
Ain't no people over there.
Ain't no way. There ain't no people over there.
Look how big Charles is right there.
Yeah, he's gigantic.
And to
so he's right here.
Speedy's, to Speedy's.
Where'd it go?
Yeah, it's not as bad as
Yeah.
it's
It's
not bad.
tailing
You-
off
hey,
to the
you-
right, but it doesn't go out of bounds. And Speedy's able to hit it. I mean, now it's about 6 inches from the OB
It
marker.
is, yeah.
But it
That's
stayed
golf.
in, and I felt for you.
Such an ugly
Please
swing right
welcome
there.
Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
Hey, where's my card?
Yeah.
Right now in my ear. Hey, Bubba, your card's up here on the left, and I don't know the winner. Have you seen the winner?
Right.
Hey, where's Speedy's card?
Speedy, when it fell off the tee, could you believe
That's
it?
normal, Rick. That happens
it?
a
Does it
lot.
happen?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not a big deal.
I was joking. I said there was no attempt.
Yeah.
Because if you don't attempt, it was a joke.
Normally, you're playing with your friends.
thought
Everybody
Bubba would give me
screams
more.
one. You know.
clean contact. You look the part. I think it's
back
excellent. Not a big deal at all.
I can tell
listen,
you had stuff all in your mind.
As much as I want to raise on you,
Yeah.
we all do on each other.
It's
I feel
pretty
so
swing.
bad for you
there's not a
in
whole
that
lot.
position because I know what it feels like. Golly, it's
You
tough.
really did.
It's so tough.
It's really hard to raise on you. Period. There's really nothing to raise.
Wow.
On. That's not a bad. That's not a bad effort at all.
It didn't go out of bounds, but it looked worse leaving
Yeah.
the tee box than it actually was when you got down
As
there.
Tyler would tell me when I got back in the golf cart, Dad, you leaked open. I'm like,
Is that what he said?
yeah, I
Well,
opened up too
Well, what
quick.
made it funny was your comment. Oh no!
Yeah. Oh no, that's all right.
Oh, there ain't no people over there. That's fine.
Rick and Bubba.
About that.
Yeah.
Right.
No one's a fan of that.
Can I ask this question too? This happened in Australia,
Right. That was my next point.
Correct,
I was going to try to do the thing. It's also far away.
Right.
You
It's
know,
not here.
But
It didn't happen here.
Do we know, was he running over his emus
No,
or somebody
no.
else's emus?
Sadly, no.
Just
I
wait
think they
till
were
you-
in the wild.
Yeah, wait till you see the video. It's. I think after you see the video and hear the audio of the joy, you're probably gonna go, hey, this.
well, let me ask you this: Does it?
It's evil.
Does it-
It's got a weird,
Yeah,
evil
yeah.
look.
Well,
to
these
it.
are the kind of people.
He's wearing a disguise, right? The guy who's doing the video, right? I haven't seen it. I'm just reading the story here.
Oh,
It says he's wearing appears to have a mustache, wearing a hat and sunglasses.
He's laughing.
That's what he is.
yeah.
That's what he does look like.
I just thought that's what he's wearing. I didn't know it was a disguise.
Well, I guess they're saying it like he was trying to keep us from knowing who he was. You know, how somebody comes in a bank with a hat on and some sunglasses.
Well, they're trying to identify who it is. The society, the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals.
I bet they're very upset.
The RSPCA of Australia.
He's using an F-bomb. Undoubtedly, he doesn't like emus. He's saying F-bomb emus.
Are they a nuisance in Australia if they're wild like that?
He hits at least 10 in the video. Of course, now the video does have over 17,000 views on Facebook. He is screaming, "This is blanking great." So he's got a screw loose. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
As he mows down emus. But I just want to warn you. First of all, this is in Australia. It is emus. It isn't dogs and cats. But it is a large bird. So they can't fly, but they are birds. And so
we've had experiences with emus here on the show before.
Some of them running as hard as they could.
Digging.
As that truck's coming, and I wish I could talk to him. Just veer left, go left, get off the road.
Well, they
they're just running so hard.
Keep in mind, they don't. Their wisdom is not a
and
high
you could
level.
tell a couple of them were like,
Well, their
almost
little
got
brain,
out.
Rick, is not as big as a
tiny,
walnut.
right.
But, I mean, let me ask you this, too. I'm trying to understand the purpose here. If you run over an emu, that's a pretty big bird.
It is a big bird.
Oh,
I mean, you know how if you hit a deer on a highway here, the damage it does to your vehicle.
It doesn't seem to be doing a whole lot of damage to this vehicle.
He's got a pretty good vehicle.
Yeah, it's like knocking dominoes over.
He's rolling them over pretty good.
Unfortunately, it's pretty disturbing, and it does.
If you don't want to see this, don't look at it.
Yeah, for TV, it does come with a warning.
Disclaimer.
Yeah.
Disclaimer. I got to see it.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Oh my! Oh boy, that vehicle's not even.
Oh, this is great. Up to that one too, and that one.
But they never have a chance.
No.
They
Yes.
They never have a chance. They never have a chance. I mean, he's coming at a high rate of speed.
It's a dirt road. It's not wooded. It's kind of a grassland area. It looks like. I don't know. Are they a nuisance there? Is that like getting rid of coyotes or something?
Well, I
think I could run over coyotes like that with no problem.
Yeah,
coyote, emu, and a coyote.
No, I'm just saying different parts.
They're animals.
Y'all, another problem they have there is with kangaroos. We don't have that here.
Well,
I mean, it's a whole different deal there.
What I'm going to say to Bubba's point, but we do know what it's like to have armadillos tearing your yard up. He's saying, do they fall into that category?
Yeah, would I run over a pack of armadillos? Absolutely.
It's not a predator, but I sure would mow them down.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And chipmunks, that dig holes everywhere. They're saying, do these animals wander onto people's land?
I got one.
Are the numbers too? I'm not saying it's okay to do what he did.
I got
I'm just
an
trying
armadillo.
to understand, is there an Australian hate for emus that we're not in on?
I got an armadillo that is tearing my yard up right now, and I've got cameras, crossbow. I mean, I'm trying to get him every way I can.
They're tough.
He will take a perfect lawn that you've worked years to get, and overnight just turn it into just a mess.
Yeah, that's what 22s are for. And it'll be different. I mean, you're going to have to stalk him somehow and put him down. And they're not going to go down easy.
Well, that's the thing. Crossbow do the job?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, we do know that Helmsley said, now that probably won't happen with a crossbow, but they'll jump. They will. They got some leap to them.
And let me tell you this, too.
I just want to make sure he won't be back the next
night.
But
if there was a video of Bubba rolling through wherever he lives, mowing down armadillos, screaming, "This is great," now he wouldn't use the word the guy used.
I probably wouldn't even scream, "This is great." It needed to be done.
Well, here's what I would say: where the guy gets the idiot award is we're so obsessed with putting things out on social media, we're even putting things out that are going to get us in trouble. Oh. 35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. Here we go. You never had a chance, did you, babe? All right, so as we work our way back, I want to point you, because I know some of you right now are probably thinking to yourself, what I need to find is another podcast. And there is another one. Now, all kidding aside, a lot of times the beauty of the technology of the podcast is you can go find podcasts on topics you're interested in. Well, if you've ever thought about coming to Sweet Home, Alabama, the Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association has a new podcast, and you can go there and go, well, I bet I can learn a lot about this part of the world, and you can. It's called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. So if you're thinking, I'd love to go to Rick and Bubba and the team's home state, but I don't know that much about it, what's available for me to do? Well, I would suggest that you go to wherever you get podcasts and look for Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. You can check it out. They have conversations about the interesting people of our great state and all the fun things you can do and see in beautiful North Alabama. You can either go to wherever you get podcasts and look for it, or you can go to northalabama.org/podcast, and you can listen to the episodes that are already there and stay updated what's going on. That's northalabama.org/podcast. Also, we have that link for you at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors, and they've given our listeners a lot of great trips, so you can find out a lot there too. So, Bubba, there was a lot coming in yesterday, a lot going on yesterday. It was active, it was frantic, and it was beautiful.
I want to say again, the guy, and I don't know who he is, and I'm sorry, I forgot his name. He was doing a great job with the carts, but it was just so much cart talk. It was hilarious. I couldn't dial the phone. I couldn't get on. I don't know. I still don't know why I couldn't get in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
And Davey ended up calling me, and it worked out fine. And so, but
Let me tell you two things from
funny.
from a technical standpoint. Two things that we need, and I do too. I would much rather have an aggressive cart guy than an apathetic cart guy.
Oh, absolutely. Times 10.
As a matter of fact, yesterday I really believe this guy was such a hoss. We could have put anybody in as many carts as we wanted. At one time, of course, Greg was about to worry the rest of us to death about getting him back to the studio.
Yep.
And
so beat the Bible study.
Yeah, but anyway, what was by the way, lift kit went smoothly.
Good. Yeah, I saw it parked yesterday. I laughed a lot.
Let me tell you something though. I don't know who built this place, and it's been around for a long, long time. But when they built it, it's almost like they didn't want to have big events there.
Yeah.
Because that tiny road that is the only way you can put buses, and you got to have buses because there's not enough parking. That is such a tiny road, and then they park people all down the road, making it even more narrow.
Right.
And then buses have to come through. I nearly got hit by a bus.
Yeah.
Greg and I did.
Those
Because when you were sitting in your car parked on the curb, what do you have to do? You have to take the front of your vehicle and move it off the curve out into the road. I was nearly hit by a bus. It was flying through there.
Wow.
And so, I mean, and then you get lift kit. There's no room. I can barely fit through there. But the beautiful thing, back to the great job the volunteers do and the people who work for Gene's team, is they came up to me and I just said, look, I don't know what to do with this. And they said, look, the valet guys aren't here yet. Give us your key. Just put your truck right there. Bubba's Jeep was there too. Back up in front of Bubba. And when the valet guys get here, they'll go park those vehicles, and I'll go find you a ticket.
Okay.
So I thanked them for that. That couldn't have been smoother. But then, of course, I didn't know I'd have Greg, saying I need to get me to the studio.
We had to cut commercial, Greg.
Yeah, and then of course, Bubba, I did the thing you love, and Adler's face was precious. It was total pandemonium. Everybody's sweating. Everybody's trying to load all the stuff back into the various vehicles to get back to the studio. Those of us that need to get back. Well, keep in mind the lift kit nearly fills up the entire road. Entire road coming through there. I'm like a bus, and I just lay on the horn. And I come through there with the horn just wide open, and people are diving out of the way. Got to get Greg back to get his commercial. And so it was. But equipment wise, but like you were talking about, I love the new simplified on location Comrex. But there's two things the Comrex needs.
NX.
If you're going to do multiple headsets, the Comrex needs a mute button. And I'll tell you why. Unlike these pots, see that's simple. I can get y'all back to your volume real simple. These tiny little knobs they don't have much play in them. They're almost like a steering wheel that has no play. You either can't hear the people at all, or they go from you can't hear them to they're too loud, and then you have to dial back to where they are. If you could leave everybody's volume where it is and just mute, because the problem is when you don't turn it down, everybody throws their headset down while the bed music's playing, and you hear that rattling. Well, I can't stop that. I can't keep the listeners from hearing that. And
some of that is my fault because I have not educated you on it enough. It does have that feature, but we don't use it enough to know how to do it. And
you can mute each channel and just leave the volume where it is.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a screen that will do that.
A screen.
But what I'm saying is when we go to break,
he don't have the time.
He can't go to a screen and then go to audio and then hit mute. He's talking about when he like Rick and Bubba mute.
No, I know. I'll show you later. I learned a little bit about it playing with it this week, and I probably didn't educate you enough on it. But
that's minor. We're not on location.
I think we can do that.
Yeah, it's minor. We're not on location enough probably to fool with that.
Well, that's the thing we don't get used to.
But the problem, what I found out is, I finally came to the conclusion it was better for the listeners to hear headphones being dropped during the bed music, as opposed to me trying to get everybody's volume back to where it was supposed to be. And then I couldn't hear Davey because there's not an option the way this board back at Master Control set up for me to take the return out and me just hear Davey. Davey has to try to talk to me with the return playing in my ear, and it's just not loud enough.
Also, I noticed that the bed music kind of cues the guests to take their headphones off. So even while you're trying to run all that, it's clang, clang, clang.
Yeah.
Whereas we should probably be like, hey, keep your headset on until you hear Rick and Bubba.
Yeah,
Speedy
Speedy did get on Greg and I. He said, "Listen, when we start today," and he did a good job. Gave us a heads up. So we were good about it. We waited. We were coachable.
But you're not going to say clear.
But you can't tell Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson ain't going to do
right.
that.
Well, they're usually late
to
get somewhere, and they got all these people wanting autographs.
Yeah.
So they, soon as they get done talking, they hop up.
Right.
So.
And so that was the only thing. You see, here when I start going to the break, I just do this. Right. And so nobody can do that. But there, and then I just simply do that. But those tiny knobs don't work that way. It's got a lot.
It's a compact little box,
and it's fine. I mean, none of these are big deals. I mean, but if you're, I know how we are. We want it to be perfect,
right?
And kind of like
it doesn't have the audio processing the Bubba box has.
Yeah, look at this right here, Bo. But we can't let Bo start like this.
Well,
get this
but Rick, who's going to tell Bo he has to move his microphone?
Right,
nobody.
Yeah. But he finally got it right.
I will tell you this:
his hand could crush my hand going over to fix it.
It is a handler's night. It's a handler's nightmare. Producer, whatever,
right?
When there's a situation like that and you can't do anything, because if you go into the shot, it ruins it for Adler. Now you're leaning in a live shot, then you're leaning over Bo's shoulder, and he don't know what you're doing, so he's going to slap you away, and you're just helpless. So you're like, well, I don't know what.
And
to
these
do.
are minor things.
And there was times
and when
where
you shake Bo's hand, it's like grabbing a catcher's mitt.
Yeah.
And then Greg's in the background of every single one of my shots.
I thought I was out of the way.
Oh, that's great.
Every single one. There he goes.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, now he's behind the bush. Wow.
Well, the other shot, Helms and everybody else is in it.
He looks like a prowler.
What are you doing, Greg?
Trying to get out of the shot.
Greg, this is great.
My gosh.
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the shot.
What is he doing?
I love it, Greg.
I didn't know this piece of gold existed.
Well, when you got a half-ass setup, that's why it's that way.
Greg, are you robbing someone?
Yeah, it looks like
Are you a cat burglar?
Greg.
There's a prowler on the ground.
The cameras didn't look like they were pointed that way. I was trying to get out of the picture. Who knew?
He's a cat burglar.
Yeah, I'm out of there. What if I'd have failed?
Oh, that's
Greg.
I didn't even know that existed.
Y'all, as I'm trying to capture video at this thing, at points I just have to say, okay, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just getting the people on the camera.
No, here's what you're finding out. Just like me nitpicking the audio side of it, these are minor things. I mean, we're on location, we're on the air, we're getting in and out of the breaks, and we're having some good interviews.
Yes.
It's good and nobody intends for it to be done like it's. And of course, this isn't professional in here either.
Right.
Think of what we do in here.
Y'all, when I saw the setup that Paul Feinbaum was rolling in after us, I'm like, there's 12 people just for the setup.
Mm-hmm.
So it made me feel better about what we're doing.
Yeah, well, and we knew
what we pull off with what we have.
Yeah.
Well, including the people doing the show. Listen, let me tell you this. And I will say this:
we ought to be raking the sand traps.
The ESPN SEC bunch, they were very, very accommodating, and I was pleasantly surprised because of their big operation, and they were very respectful to us.
They were
like,
very kind.
They were like, "Hey, man, don't let us mess y'all up. Y'all got time to clear out of the way. Thank y'all for letting us share a location with you." They were very, very.
That's awesome that Greg has a commercial to cut.
Right. One guy even told me, "You gonna take him or what?" So
this was actually
they might could help with it.
This was actually a discussion before the show started.
Ooh,
I'm talking about even the
those
kickoff.
people ain't funny behind him.
Even the kickoff hour where
y'all don't think those people are funny back there?
Well, no.
You were in the
hide. You trying to hide is what's fantastic.
The discussion.
Greg is standing there, not knowing he's on camera. He's looking around by himself.
But when he makes the move to try to get out of the shot and gets behind her and gets in that plant, the plant.
Yeah, the plant's the best.
I was walking uncharted territory.
You did great, Greg.
I was trying to get out of it. By the way, the sun got hot on our back, and we put that cover down. Boy, it really made the pictures look weird, didn't it?
Oh,
it looks like Bubba and I are in heaven with everybody.
It looks like we're at a professional photo shoot with that white background.
I know, but it's the same thing with Bo. I'm not going to tell you guys, hey, you got to keep it.
No, you're right.
You just do what you do.
You're right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Wow, if he had just done it and went about his way,
but he had to throw
I need
it
to
out.
know more about what's going on there. Where is that? Why is he doing it? Those are wild, I assume. It looked like it was wide open country.
It sounds like to me.
I never thought of an emu as a wild animal, though.
I think
always
this
thought
would
of
be
them
no
as
different than you doing this
they
to
run
turkeys.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with emus. They don't call.
I don't know. I'm
reading about it. I don't see anything.
You know, we
that
tried
I
to
can't
farm
find.
them
I
here.
think turkey is a good.
Yeah,
that's a good.
It'd be the.
In fact, yesterday I had to stop as about 15 of them crossed the road. So I could have been that guy if I was,
I
if
think
I was
that's
crazy like that.
Or how about Canadian geese? These Canadians, they're
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, see, like
these Canadians.
It makes me mad when I see people stopping for these geese that cross roads everywhere. I'm like, let's go, let's keep moving. And nobody wants to run over them, but they're everywhere and they're crapping all over everything. I mean, really,
yeah, they're.
If there was
you think they would look pretty to have them around, but they're really a handle.
There's too many of them, and they've set up everywhere.
I like the flyovers, but when they settle somewhere,
Boy, they're
goodness
everywhere.
gracious.
So maybe for him,
They'll tear up a golf cart.
This
I'll tell
guy
you
just
that.
may be tired of this many emus, or you know what it sounds like to me. He's Australian. He raises cane. I know people in my mind that I knew growing up. One of them, Brett Kavanaugh, that would run over something like that. I'm just kidding, but I'm talking about that they would do something like this in a second.
We have people fly.
And think it was hilarious.
We have people flying helicopters and shoot hogs all the time now. I mean, that's another, a nuisance.
I think this guy just saw the emus in the road, and he was in a vehicle, and I think he just wanted to plow them down. I mean, I don't think it's any more complicated than that.
It'd be like them turkeys I saw yesterday. It'd be like somebody just hitting the gas.
Do they
having
eat,
fun.
Do they eat the wild emus like we eat turkeys?
Well, people farm. Emu meat was supposed to be this big deal one time, and it never panned out. Now we're stuck with a bunch of emus out on farms. But the meat's supposed to be good.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I don't want to overhype this story. A T-shirt cannon / like we had hot dog launcher.
And we know those things are prone to having accidents.
We do. So that part's going to be a little traumatic for us to relive, but it also involves apparently someone being hit in the groin. So this story could be the trifecta. It appears that it could have it all. Now here's what's happened. Colorado, we're not speaking of the live buffalo that comes on the field. We're speaking of the mascot, someone dressed up. Yeah, known as, which is Chip. Funny, Chip. Yep. That is a funny name for a buffalo, by the way. I will let you know this: Chip the buffalo has already put out on Twitter, "I'm good, guys. Thanks for all the love." So, and look, I want to show you the picture that he sent out. That he's okay.
I'm good, guys. I'm good.
All right, so we have video, and what I think I like the most in the video is the audio when the person gives you their reaction to the shot. It appears that the mascot has shot himself below the belt with the T-shirt cannon, and then has to be carted off.
Now, I want to be clear. I've got this. The live buffalo is named Ralphie.
Correct.
And the buffalo mascot, the guy dressed up, is called Chip.
Correct. Mm-hmm. You are, and Chip's the one who takes the
and
the brunt of this.
For those on radio and listening. He's in the middle of where the cheerleaders are, okay? And it looks like maybe the track or going around the field or whatever. He's on the other side, almost like he's in past the end zone. And he's going to shoot it up into the crowd, but it's facing the wrong way, and it shoots back into him.
He's trying to shoot a T-shirt into the end zone crowd.
He's got the gun backwards.
But he's got the gun pointed at his crotch sack.
Right, and he has it to where it'll go way up in the air, right? So it's pointed in a certain direction.
I blame his help. They should have given it. He can't see with that head.
Right, and here's the reaction.
He can feel pretty good, it looks like.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say maybe from the 15th, 20th row up, somebody is videoing, and they capture
God bless.
They capture
God
the
bless
moment.
video phones.
Yeah.
Down he goes. Down he goes.
Oh, you can hear it.
Keep it up, please. They said he had to be carted off. Is that right?
Yeah,
That is hilarious.
we have the
It's better than I thought.
we have the video of him being carted off as well.
Yeah, let's
Please.
And there's not a whole lot to it. You can just see him being carted off like he's an actual player, and he gives.
9 minutes to the top of the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Yesterday's archive of Revelation chapter 10 now available in the Wednesday Bible Study archive on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel if that is a normal routine for you or you'd like to check it out. It was, wow. So anyway, that's there. A new podcast cut today, Rick and Bubba University, coming out this weekend. We'll talk to Travis Womack, legendary musician from Muscle Shoals and all the history of Muscle Shoals music. We'll interview him about that, and that'll come out this weekend. So enjoy that podcast, a unique podcast every week. So a couple things. First of all, we got to say happy birthday. One of Greg's grandbabies.
I missed it yesterday.
Marin.
Mania. But out of the four, I got four. Ellis is oldest. He's 4 years old. And then we dropped to Pace, who's 2 years old. And now Marin catches him. She's 2 years old. And so that was yesterday was her birthday. There she is in her happy birthday dress.
Oh, look, it's sweet Marin.
Having a party Saturday. So we'll be celebrating, but that's Marin. She's 2. I got 2 boys and 2 girls. The girls are the youngest, and then, of course, the youngest is like a month old. So, but anyway, happy birthday to Marin.
Sweet. That is a sweet, sweet child. Yeah. I mean, she has such a disposition. She doesn't get uptight about anything, and she's so laid back, and you'll
takes after Greg.
Not so much. But happy birthday.
But happy birthday to Marin.
She looks just like she's precious and mild.
Yeah. I know.
Oh yeah.
How can she be tied to Greg?
Can she hang out? Can she hang out with Ruby? Can they be friends?
Come on, you get the influence of friends.
Yes. Your circle is so important.
Yes. Yeah. So Ruby is 2 and how much?
She just turned 3.
Just turned 3. So they're about almost exactly a year apart.
Yeah.
So that'd be a good friend.
So
for
Ruby's between Ellis and Marin's age.
That's right. Times
there you go.
By.
Yeah. So
crazy.
And then Speedy mentioned in the kickoff hour briefly, but Johnette, his niece, is just had a birthday too.
Yeah, yesterday.
Birthday.
Yeah, and she said she experienced for the first time in Starkville, Mississippi, and she wants to shout out to Christy at Lowe's, the biggest Rick and Bubba fan in Starkville. You're a Rick and Bubba fan when you see the name Johnette and you go, wait a minute, you're married to Reg.
How about that?
And you're Speedy's niece, and Rick and Bubba. So Christy at Lowe's, thanks for supporting us and listening to us on 96.1,
right.
And that's cool. So, Bubba, we're looking back at yesterday's Pro-Am. We'll get some phone calls coming in, too. We got some news stories today, but it's always fun, and we're already having a blast. I told you, anytime a show's on location, it just opens up new things, and then anytime people of any kind of celebrity status interact with us, that always spawns stories and our behavior and who we think's our friends and all that. And you got to know Trent Dilfer yesterday.
Yeah, he was in the group with Speedy, and hey, he can play golf.
Oh, really?
He's a real
he's
deal.
Intense. He's
a real
He's
deal.
a competitor.
He is, and it was great to make his acquaintance. And Speedy, you talked to him a lot more, and hopefully we're going to be able to have him on the show some. And
anytime you have some tall people right there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. He's new to the Rick and Bubba Army. He said that when he relocated and got his family here to Birmingham for UAB football, he said he wanted to find a good local show or whatever, and then he started saying he found the show that way, but then realized we were nationally syndicated much more. Yeah. But to the flagship market, it's local to him, and he said he's really enjoying it, but that he would love to be a guest on our Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, so we're trying to schedule that, but just couldn't be any more fun. It was a great group because you've got Charles, who's Charles. Hey. He's got tons of entertainment and just a great personality and always giving the gallery a ton. You got Del Murphy, who is just laid back and nothing really bothers him. And then you got Coach Trent Dilfer, who's going, all right, guys, let's go. We need somebody to step up, and then he's the one that stepped up a lot of times with some really good shots. And then Retief Goosen, and I asked him about that with the pros. Man, they do pro-ams every week in another city, and their caddy and them, wow, this has got to get old. And they said, actually, it's a lot of fun, and he could not have been nicer.
Yeah, so in this picture, who's the boat captain that wandered up?
Yeah.
Hey, Captain. Rick, that's your boat captain.
Who's El Capitan?
He'll be piloting the boat.
Commander. And Rick, I need to apologize too, because when we were leaving yesterday, we went and they valet all your cars, and I gave them my ticket, and I'm sitting there. There was a chair by one of the tables, and I sit down. I started talking to some people, and you know, as we would say, we're Greg holding court a little bit.
Oh, yeah,
and,
sure.
There you go.
And
You'll hold
I
court.
noticed they were getting kind of backed up on the cars, you know, and I thought, man, we never get out of here,
Oh,
you
no.
know. And finally, somebody said, "Hey, Bubba, isn't that your Wagoneer over there?" You were the one holding it back.
Your car was ready.
Sorry about that.
Okay, we talked about on the air, didn't we, when they came over to us and said, who is 99.5? Did we talk about that on the air?
You did
Yeah, okay.
with me on the phone, and I found out what the deal was.
And it
later
slayed
on.
you when I said the guy talked about how old it was?
Yes, but I found out, I think, what it was. They thought that they were the culprit, and it was not a radio station. It was actually an eating establishment that had a vehicle there that was running, and it was a diesel vehicle, and they had it running to keep the air conditioner going.
Okay.
And I think the fumes were beginning to concern some of the people who were there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let me tell you.
At least that's what they told me yesterday afternoon. And as a matter of fact, that's one of the people I was talking to when I was holding up traffic.
Yeah. Well, I got also.
There you are in heaven, Rick.
Also, yeah, there we all are. Shown here, Rick Bubba with Charles Barkley, Dale Murphy, and Trent Dilfer in heaven. But the
Rick, I want you to look at the athletes and what they represent.
Thank
you got
you, Bubba.
Charles
Thank
Barkley,
you, man.
Rick
Okay,
Burgess.
Charles Barkley, who was an NBA legend, Hall of Famer, Dream Team.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the greatest assemblance of basketball talent to ever step on the court at one time. You have Dale Murphy.
You skipped me.
Dale, I'm hitting the others.
Okay, all right.
Dale Murphy, who is a legend, Atlanta Braves player,
love him.
all-star, and Rick played on a team that they were horrible.
Yeah, they
okay,
were.
he was the shining star on all that. You have a guy who is a Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Yep.
Okay,
Right there.
and then there's me and you.
There we are.
You know, take us out of it. That's a lot of awards and talents and championships and all stars.
Look,
right there.
what about old 75 anymore?
There he is. I'm just glad y'all all made it to
But let's
heaven.
be honest. If you looked at that picture and you didn't know any difference,
Charles.
you would think you were the coach and we were the players. You know? Hey, Captain. Hey, Cap.
Yeah.
You say, look, the coach is proud of his players.
Had the bus driver getting the shot.
There you go. That's good.
They let the caddy get
Look,
in
there I
line.
am. Look how tiny those knobs look in my huge hands. Look how tiny compared to my fingers.
The only thing would be good if that crack, I was peeping through it.
Greg, look, it looks like I'm trying to pull a splinter out of that.
Yeah, let me get in there.
Greg,
One
you
year-
hide behind that tree. It's hilarious.
Did we not put a battery supply thing that I had on a cell phone and us ride around and do play-by-play?
Cellcast.
Cellcast, yeah.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
do.
So
we
how
went
was
to
I
Atlanta.
playing if I was doing that on
I
the
don't
golf
think you
course?
were playing. I think we just rode around one year and did the show.
that's exactly
I don't
what you
think you
did.
were playing.
But we did the show over a cell phone while riding around.
That's true.
Thumbs up to the crowd like he's okay.
How do you hand?
There he goes. Look, you give me look. There he goes.
There goes Chip.
There he goes.
Chip's all right, y'all.
Yeah, he's good.
Let me
Chip's
hear.
good.
I gotta hear it.
The
again.
sound of it is
All right,
precious.
I've got to. This has to be on the table, okay? I've got to ask a question. All right, he just had it pointed the wrong way, and it was a mistake, and he got hurt. B, it was a stunt to where he was going to shoot it back to himself, but it went terribly wrong and hurt a lot more than they thought it would.
No.
Is there any option?
Here's what I think.
How does that gun get turned around? I mean, the trigger has to be on
That's
the wrong
what I'm saying.
end, right?
Was it a stunt gone bad, or did he know? I mean, you know what I'm
Or was
saying?
this whole thing a setup?
Yeah.
It could be or it could be stunt gone bad, and then I played it up as them hauling me off and all that.
Yeah.
I was just playing along.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you, it's
Boy, it does
funny,
look
whatever
like,
it is.
It does look like he's hurt. This is a rolling around mascot that's hurt. Oh my goodness. Helms, I know you
Does
want to
the
be a
video-
mascot, but I don't know if you'd do this.
Do we have a clip where it's any longer of him laying there?
No, it's just that's pretty much it. That's
Y'all,
all
that
need
is,
to
I
see
tell you, that
there.
is gold, though, Rick.
But I want you to listen. This for me. There's one person who goes, oh.
Oh, I care about your health.
We care about your
The sound of that, just hearing it over and over.
That had to hurt.
Golly.
Oh, that is
I
gold.
told you it had it all, Bubba. I told you it had it all.
That's precious.
My goodness. What-
I'll have to say, between that and the emu, that's a much funnier clip.
Oh, it's not even close.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's not even close.
Yeah.
Oh.
Chip the Buffalo. What a great name, too.
For some reason,
that's a hit right there.
Him being carted off and then him putting out, "I'm good, guys. Thanks for all the love." I don't know why that slays me, but it does. Golly, hey, the T-shirt cannon, it's got the kind of power it can even knock down ancient chandeliers.
I know.
Oh, yes, Rick.
Boy, let me tell you,
Turn it up.
Rick, I still don't see. Rick, I don't see how he got that gun. I mean, any gun, anything, the trigger is in the back of it. How in the world did he get it pointed?
And he's looking through them little eye holes. He don't know.
Yeah,
what
but
he's doing.
how does he even fire?
I
it?
blame his help. They set him up.
That's a good one.
That is.
All right, let me-
You think there's somebody else that wanted to be Chip the Buffalo, and he was helping out the guy that beat him, and
That's the person that's in the number 4 spot. You know, they usually rotate 3.
yeah, they want to move up.
Yeah.
You know, after looking at this, oh my gosh,
He really goes down hard.
He does. You can tell he's
Look
surprised
at the
by it.
percussion of it.
He looks
against the
surprised
shit.
to me.
Yeah.
Do we have slow mo of this?
Let me see if I can slow it down here.
Guys, I really think he just has the gun pointed the wrong way, and he just can't see.
Is this what
good.
you're looking for,
That
Bubba?
guy behind him's the problem. That's who messed him up.
Watch the percussion against his shirt.
I know
when he fires.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost like the mascot face even frown.
Or you know what, Speedy? I was going to say that too. I know the
That's not
expression
possible.
did not change on its little mascot face, but it looked like
Boy,
it did.
I tell you,
Look at his shirt fly up or whatever his top.
Oh my gosh.
You see it?
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to go Magruder film with this, but I mean, frame by frame, it's very impressive.
You know, Bubba, these guns have come a long way. These little launchers, and they're not as big now as like the one we have.
Yeah.
It could be a different
They're a
setup
lot
to
more
where
dangerous.
he can't.
Guys, he
figure it
does
out.
not. Because so what's the end
Some of
goal
them have
here?
a button.
Yeah,
now you
I don't
push.
think in today's environments of lawsuits or anything that anybody can plan a mascot skit that includes a mascot being shot at close range with a
Right.
T-shirt gun. I just don't think anybody would allow that.
Right.
Now I want you to watch the guy behind him too. The guy behind him does not look like he's in on anything. He really looks and starts looking down like, what just happened?
Yeah.
And it's his fault. By the
Oh,
way.
Rick, he's got the one. He's got the can turning it up. Look, see, that's the can he's messing.
Oh,
with.
he does. He's the one holding the
That's on him.
compressed gas.
It's your fault that Chip the Buffalo has just taken the
Well, look at the angle. It looks like it doesn't even look like it's going to make the crowd with the angle. It looks too steep.
Bubba, he's a mask. He can't see. He needs help.
He
That son of a
can't
gun right
see out of
there
the
is
head.
doing a half job.
Hey, let me know when the can's
Rick,
up.
he's
Are they
looking
good?
through the mouth. Okay.
This is him.
me know when the pressure's right.
That's it. Hey, just tell me to shoot. I'm not sure. Am I pointing at? I mean,
Where's the trigger? Line me up.
turn it up. I'm gonna shoot one up in the top. Turn it up.
Rick,
I mean, that's just.
now be him rolling around.
Get the cart. Get the cart. What's the score?
I can't breathe.
Oh, I wish
Did
there
we
was,
just score?
I wish there was another angle on that. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, I think there's others. We'll get multiple angles here in the next 24. That's good stuff right there. Rick and Bubba.
Are you ready?
Yep, here we go.
Are you ready?
Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. However you get us
Are you ready for a miracle?
on America's greatest radio stations, bold enough to carry the Rick and Bubba show. Thank you, CRTV, if you want to watch the program. But remember, listening to the show is one thing. Watching how it's made is another. Think sausage. Yeah.
Jesus,
Also, the streaming is available. Audio.
Action, we need to compress the time. One I don't like the extra innings with the guy on second.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being with us today from the No Name Studio. Back from the road. from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Celebrity Pro-Am broadcast behind us. We've recapped a little bit. More recaps will come to the YouTube channel. The archive of all the interviews yesterday are on our podcast channel as well. Also, looking ahead, now coming up on the 18th of May, we'll be down with our affiliate I-92 WLWI Montgomery Biscuits. It'll be I-92 WLWI Country Night with Rick and Bubba. We'll be there. And all of you that are winning opportunities by listening to I-92 to be there with us, we'll have a little dinner. We'll grip and grin, have some pictures made, and then we'll go out and enjoy the game together. Bubba will throw out the first pitch. All that coming up on May the 18th in Montgomery, so looking forward to that. All right, so as we come back, do you want to unpack CNN Town Hall last night? Anything else y'all want to talk about from the Pro-Am yesterday? I know through phone calls more things will come up, but is there anything else you want to cover?
Can I see Greg standing behind the shot? Please.
I was trying to hide.
Greg made a good point. We should be thankful it wasn't more. And
they could have been scratching.
Yeah, I remember scratching.
Right.
I thought I was out of the shot.
Yeah. Did you?
Mm-hmm.
You thought that was
once
out
I
of the
climbed
shot.
behind that rope. When I went behind the rope,
Greg, when you get behind,
I should have stayed there.
When you get behind the plant, when you get behind the plant,
went down south.
That is my favorite right here. This is my favorite part. Watch him move to the plant. He's looking.
Golly, this is good.
Right there.
So good.
I think I'm out of it. I think I'm out of it.
That's my. Now I'm gonna peek around the corner. He's back.
Why are we peeking? I look like Marlon Perkins taking cover. You remember he used to hide? Now I'm getting out of it. You're following me.
You nearly tripped.
Adler's following me. Behind them ropes.
Greg Burgess.
Trying to get out of the picture. So I finally said, I got to go.
It's one of the greatest pieces of video I've ever seen. I can't take it.
It would have been better if I'd flipped somebody off.
I was so thankful you did.
Actually fail.
So thankful.
I've been even real good.
Saw one of these autograph seekers that have like merchandise or memorabilia or whatever. With
bigger bip than
I saw a guy holding a Georgia football helmet.
Oh no.
Running after
no.
Kirby Smart's cart and trips, it fell, ran into a tree.
If only I could have
dropped
seen
his
that.
helmet.
No, he covered it. He didn't go all the way down.
Okay.
He almost like he shoulder drove the tree.
The way
that was good.
The way grown men act about their football team is it's embarrassing. Yeah. But I will go back to this. So when everything's going on out there, and Speedy, I don't have secondhand embarrassment, so I don't know how you survive out there. As a matter of fact, our friend who has a worse case than you, Andy Blank, says he can't go to that.
Yeah.
Because he can't take the rejection of people running up wanting things autographed, the ones who don't get it. He can't live through that. But you guys said that when you have things like this, there's a bunch that sends people in with multiple pieces of sports memorabilia, and they're only there as a business. They want to get them signed, and then they want to sell them.
Right.
And which one of you said that? Was it you, Bubba, or was it you, Speedy? That I think Dilfer saw one. That
he shut some of them down.
Yeah, and they would have all this stuff, and they'll look at those guys and say, hey, we don't want y'all here. Y'all are not here for a genuine reason, like you really want something signed. You're trying to get us to sign stuff so you can sell it.
Right.
And so, and then Greg, you said, and I think, Greg, you're right. 1 year,
I remember it.
Those people even send in people with special needs.
Yeah,
almost like have you ever seen the documentaries of the beggars in India?
That's sad.
Where they send those kids out, and then it's just a bunch of guys making money off these kids, and they would send, I guess, to try to.
Yeah, 1 year I remember looking. I thought, wow, that don't look right. They did armfuls of stuff.
Yeah. So some of these sports celebrities, they may discern that they don't think it's on the up and up.
Right.
But I don't know how. I mean, that's hard to do. But I guess some of them it's pretty obvious when they got armloads of stuff, and like we call prize pigs. You can be an autograph pig too.
Yes.
You can.
Hey,
you can overdo it.
How
look,
about this? Bring one item.
Yeah.
These folks are so good about giving of their time, just being there, and most of the time they will sign anything you want. But when you see somebody kind of abusing that setup,
absolutely,
I understand.
They're scalpers, not fans.
Right.
Yeah.
Not fans.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, but I think most of them handle it well. But like I say, now there's some that they've been around, they've been at it a long time, and Bo seems like he has no problem with turning you right
He's
down.
pretty much got it where nobody bother him.
Right. Yeah. But then every now and then, and an odd, because I had a because I try to prepare people, and look. Bubba, you and I will never have to deal with what it's like to be the world's greatest athlete. So I don't know what that's like.
I think we're okay.
Yeah, but
Adler, and during the show today, for no apparent reason, at any time, please just roll this footage.
Just run it.
Well, think about Adler, how many times he's watched it himself. But when you're out there, but I think there's a way to do it. Like I had a friend who was there, and his son was there. And and his son knows how to act, and his dad has taught him to know how to act.
He got a lot of signatures.
Yeah, and so I warned him.
Didn't get that one.
He actually did.
Did he?
And that's what I was going to say. Is I said, now I don't think there's a lot of hope here. Mm-hmm. And he looked at me and said, "Oh, we've already got it." I said, "Really?" He said, "Yeah. All we did is just stand there calmly, and as he moved by, my son had this, and very very respectfully said, 'Would you please sign this for me?' And he did."
How about that?
Yeah, but he said I taught him to pick the right time.
Yeah.
You don't come in.
Don't bum rush him. Right? And if he's obviously on his way somewhere, he's got to get.
Right.
Yeah.
Being a witness throughout the whole round of Barkley and Trent and old Murph, that's who we call Dale Murphy now, because since we're buddies. They were.
I love Dale Murphy.
I noticed what they responded to, and I got to tell you, the most polite of all of them were the kids. They would come up and they would say, Mr. Barkley, may I please have your signature? And or Mr. Dilfer, could I have your signature? If they were polite in the request, they would always honor it. It's the folks that just shove it in your face and don't even ask you for the signature. But the ones that are just asked very politely, they always do.
Well, I think there's some people that, especially with our new people, love to have a story that they were mistreated. This has become the new thing that people love. I think some people put themselves in a position hoping the person will be rude, so they'll have a story to tell.
You're right.
Right.
Sometimes it is their fault.
Yeah, it's on
the way
them.
they act, the way they approach it.
It's on them, and there's a way to handle it. And sometimes you also have to be cognizant of the moment.
Yeah.
And if the person you realize has time and they're not being under duress or whatever, but you can't get mad at somebody if some handler with credentials on says you're supposed to be at the T block right now, you're holding up the pro-am, and that person rushes them by you, and you go, well, I held out something, they wouldn't even sign it. See, that's not fair.
No, it's not.
You got to also understand the situation the person's in.
As Charles told the group, I'll be here all day. I'm not going anywhere.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I ain't got to do them all right now.
Charles Barkley takes the approach of what I call the he takes the Bruce Springsteen approach. And Bruce Springsteen said, if you'll just act like you've always acted and just act like you're another person in society, you really don't get bum rushed.
Right.
And of course, the time they talked about Springsteen is when they did We Are the World, and all of them are pulled up in these limos, and they all have these security teams. And they said Bruce just parks his truck and walks in the studio, in his jeans, and all everybody did was go, Bruce, whatever.
Yeah.
And so what Barkley does, like I remember the first time we were, Sherry was aware that Barkley is, he's as high a celebrity in sports as anybody can be. And we go into a local barbecue place one time, and Charles is in there, and he just starts talking to us. Sherry's like, he just comes in here and sits down and eats. I said, yeah. Charles just walks around and carries on in his life like, and you know what? You can tell, like you said there, hey, I'm going to be here all day. I mean, there's no need to, we'll get it done.
Yeah.
He just kind of interacts with everybody. Now, sometimes that's led to trouble because people don't know how to act. But most of the time, he doesn't get bum rushed because people see him not just as Charles Barkley, the unattainable celebrity in sports world. They look at him and say, "Oh, there's Charles."
Yeah. Well, he even
hey,
makes.
Man, what's everybody doing?
He even makes the Alabama fans laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Somebody will come by him and they'll go, "Roll Tide." What are you talking about? Roll Tide. Georgia whooped y'all's. He starts giving it to him, and they all start laughing because he does it. Yeah. He's doing it in a fun way.
It's the way the way you get it done.
Yeah.
15 minutes past. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll go. You want to go phone calls next, or you want to do Trump town hall next?
Oh, let's break it up with some phone calls.
All right, let's phone call it next. Yeah, it's like we're dreading the town hall. 866 We Be Big. All 10 lines are available. Let's chat with you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In this economy. Rick and Bubba University, Mania, Maddie in the middle. Also, hey, this is Graveyard. All earning their degree in common sense. And there's Bill Bubba Bussett.
There he is. Glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of it.
Celebrity news.
Big rock singers. on the cover of the Rolling Stone.
Bubba, you want to start Chevy Chase, Mark Cuban, or Maroon 5? Which one you want first?
We'll start with Chevy Chase.
Right.
Rick, we've all laughed at Chevy over the years, but the last time we saw him in public, he was getting kind of frail, and I don't know if this has something to do with it. He is quoted in an interview that he did with the Washington Post, the 74-year-old comic, is saying that Saturday Night Live is not what it used to be. He said, and I'm quoting here, the worst F humor in the world, unquote. He went on to talk about several of the cast members, and he said he's amazed that Lorne Michaels has allowed the show to go so low. He's talked about several of the cast members. One, he was not too flattering of who was it here? Well, I've lost my place in the story now.
Well, that feels bad.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of too old and losers.
While you look for it, I love, though, like the second sentence of the story is he said, I don't mean to offend. And then he goes on to absolutely destroy everybody.
That's the thing we talked about the other day. Just because you say you don't mean to offend or no offense doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I mean, so it's not magic. So anyway, he's saying
he's talking about Will Ferrell, and he says the guy, he says, just not funny, makes $25 million a picture. He did have a slightly higher review for Tina Fey. He said that he liked what she did.
Yeah, so he praised Eddie Murphy, Kristen Wiig, Gilda Radner, Dana Carvey, and Dan Aykroyd. But I guess he thinks if you're not on that list, you have not lived up to the standard of humor that Saturday Night Live should be demanding. He said, I just couldn't blink and believe it. This means a whole generation of blank heads will be laughing at the worst blanking humor in the world. So he's very upset about it. And he's, as you said, Bubba, he's amazed that Lorne Michaels has gone so low. And so he is saying, not only is he saying it's not funny now, it sounds like he's saying it hasn't been funny in a while.
I would have thought just off the cuff that Chevy Chase loved the way the show was going, if I'd have had to guess.
Right. He does not agree with that. He doesn't like it. He said he said he's mad because he thinks there's a generation that deserved a better product from Saturday Night Live. He said it drives me nuts because here's a generation that's going to just have more blank in their lives, and they already have enough. So there we go. So he does not like Saturday Night Live's current presentation. I haven't seen Saturday Night Live, and I don't know when. But he's going back to times when Will Ferrell was on there. So he's
it's a while back.
Yeah, so there you go. I saw, speaking of Chevy Chase, and I don't know, I don't ever know what channel I'm watching. I want to say it might be A&E. I think it is. They're doing this thing where they take famous movies and they give you the whole history of it and the behind the scenes. And the other night, I told you I watched the one on Jaws and watched the one on some other movies. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. The other night, it was Vacation.
I saw that one.
Wow.
And they were interviewing Chevy, and he wasn't writing that.
How about when they pretty much drove that car around on a trailer all over? I mean, they're filming going all over the country.
Yeah, it was. It's a lot of good behind the scenes stuff.
What was the name of it? I want to see that.
Well, this is whatever show. I don't know what the name of the show is, but watch every episode, especially or pick the movies you would be interested to know about.
Right.
And they tell you the entire story of the movie, and then they tell you the entire story of what it was like to put it together, how they picked the actors and actresses they picked.
I've seen that
it's
one.
Really,
I've seen the Jaws one on Jaws is good.
Yeah, they interview everybody that was in it. It's really good. And what is the name of that show? I think it's on A&E, I think.
And it's not new because I've watched them over and over.
I'm just talking about if you want to go binge watch something, that's a good thing. Excellent. I don't know where you find all the episodes because I'm just catching it on cables. I'm scanning around.
Is it A&E? Is that what you said?
I'm guessing.
One of them.
It's one of those top things. A lot of those channels run together on me. History, A&E, and Discovery are the same channel to me. Also, I know it's not, but they are.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Mark Cuban now is being pulled into the latest Me Too hashtag Me Too movement. Mark Cuban has agreed. It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And phone calls are coming in. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn, taking your phone calls. We'll start with Jason. Jason is out of the great state of Mississippi. Hey, Jason, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning. How are you today?
We're good. I hope you're all right.
Yeah, I heard y'all talking about Charles Barkley and the Dream Team. And I was watching a show on Netflix about this collectible auction.
Yes.
And Karl Malone collected everybody's jersey and shoes after their last game, had them autographed, and has the entire set of everybody off the Dream Team's autographed jerseys and shoes that he was putting up for auction. It's supposed to be like the biggest sports memorabilia auction in history.
That I don't know. I don't know how he pulled that off, but that is a great find right there.
He said his wife went in there after they all, because they were just taking their jerseys off, throwing them on the floor, and she went and picked every one of them up, put them in a bag, got them signed, and brought them home with them.
That boy, see now that's a wife that is a perfect helper right there. Good night.
Absolutely. Just thought y'all might want to know about that.
I didn't know that.
Into it.
I didn't know that. That's incredible. Alan, how would you like to have that? Now there's your find. Alan in Calera, Alabama, listening on ZZK. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, man.
Hey, buddy.
No, you too, Adler. Hey, I was working yesterday at the Regions, and I had a great time. Speedy, you guys were awesome. Everybody came through. It was just awesome. But Taylor Hicks, who you had on the show yesterday morning, he didn't have such a good day. I was on 9, and he pulled one to the left and tried to chip on, went in the sand trap. And as he was coming out, his pro stupidly had his back to him, and he drilled the pro in the back.
No, he did not.
Oh, yes, he did. He could have crawled under a rock. Oh man, he was so embarrassed.
Right.
But it was sad and funny to see at the same time. Oh man, it was great.
I don't think I still have the list. Who was his pro? Does anybody remember? Was it Ernie Els?
Scotty McCarron.
Scotty McCarron. Okay, so you knew who it was. Okay. All right. So
is that guy off American Idol?
No.
Scotty McCarron.
I almost hit Brett Favre one year. Rick,
Yeah, you
when we
did.
played together.
No.
He had to dive on the
Back
ground.
when he was of great value,
Avoiding
too.
a sack.
Hey, when he was of great value too. That's when he was like
he was still playing.
Well, I was behind, and he actually walked out in front while I was swinging.
Hey, it was this close to hitting him, and it was going to hit him in the head too.
He had to dive.
You know, so Taylor Hicks hit his pro right in the middle of the back.
Oh my goodness.
You know he's.
And you know that stung too. That stung.
You reckon he pulled that harmonica out and wailed on it?
Well, you know what? It gives us a great bit with him from now on.
Oh yeah. Let's go to BJ in Georgia. BJ, go ahead.
Hey, morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I would do a quick shout out to Speedy. Michael was trying to give him kudos there this morning while you guys were replaying that. But I was telling him I've been there, played a lot of golf, not nearly under that kind of pressure, but that was impressive.
Well, thank you, BJ. A little encouragement for Speedy.
How about that?
That was a kind of a good for you, Speedy. You know what?
He said that's
Casey in Alabama. Casey, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was just going to tell you about an experience I had at the Pro-Am. It's probably been 6 or 7 years ago, but it was when Nick Saban was there, and I caught him on the back nine. I've been following him all day and got kind of close to him when he was walking off the green to the next tee box, and I asked him, I said, hey, Coach, would you mind getting a picture? And he kind of looked, and he said, let me tee off first. And, well, he got down there and teed off, and while everybody else was teeing off, his handler had brought him a bunch of stuff for people to sign, and he was doing that, and then they got ready to walk off, and he started to walk off, and he stopped, and he said, wait a minute, somebody was going to get a picture with me, and I just jumped up and I shouted, hey, Coach, that was me. So I jumped up there and got my picture, and as far as I know, when I was following him all day, I was the only one that I see that actually got a picture with him that day.
Well. How about that, Casey? The mighty Casey. How about this? The mighty Casey did not strike out.
I want to tell you this, too. The second best picture I got all day was with the famous Bill Bubba Button.
Amen. I got a picture yesterday from somebody.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you asking.
In our Sunday school class, and they sent it to Sherry. Sherry said, oh, by the way, one of our Sunday school class members says that they got a picture with Bubba on 18. He made it through all 18.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I was like, of course, Sherry thought you had played. And I said, honey, he was just riding in a cart.
He rode a
with
cart
Betty.
for 18 holes.
She goes, oh, he didn't play. And I said, no. I said, but it's still an accomplishment.
Oh, we had a great
You
time.
know what I mean?
It's a great. It's so much more fun just walking out on the green and looking at and helping read putts and all that, as opposed to being in the woods looking for your ball.
Absolutely. What a joyful time. Denise, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Denise.
This is pertaining to something y'all said the other day about people that won't have anything to do with y'all anymore.
Yeah.
And
friendships.
Congrats on Sean Hannity.
Thank
so
you.
that was pretty awesome. I think y'all should play Reunited every time you talk about him. But so Hawthorne is coming up here to Florence next month. So I am sitting up front, kind of to the side of the stage. Would you like for me to hold up a sign asking why he won't talk to y'all anymore? Or,
Right.
okay, why not like Rick and Bubba?
Yeah. How about this? The sign is simply this: please call Rick and Bubba. I don't know. I don't want to set you up for disappointment. There have been multiple people that said, "Hey, I saw him," and even went to the merch table, and the conversation will go just fine. He'll say, "Hey, I love those guys. Hey, everything's fine," but then we won't get anything. So I appreciate your effort.
Wow.
I just left him a message last week.
Yeah, apparently we
y'all
made
have
him.
done something to him.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We
don't know what it
we've
is.
done something, but we really don't know what it is.
Well, I tell this to everybody.
And we're very sorry if we just knew what it was.
Yeah. Let me tell this.
Well, if you would put, please call Rick and Bubba. They are so sorry, or
Right, yeah.
they hurt your
Do
feelings.
you mind?
Our bad.
How about a sign? Rick and Bubba says we're sorry.
Hey,
For
Rick
whatever.
and Bubba says we're sorry. Okay.
Rick and
I'm
Bubba
gonna
want you
I'm gonna
back.
try and do that.
Thank you, Denise. Well, it's one of those things, and I think this is the way friendships should work. And marriages should work this way. If your spouse or your friend has done something, come off this attitude of they should know.
Yeah.
How about this? If it really bothers you, go to them and say, I want you to know that this, and this happened, and it really bothered me.
We really don't know.
How about this? I would say 8 out of 10, maybe 9. That person will say, you know what? I'm so sorry. I did not know it came across that way, or I didn't realize I did that, and I profusely apologize.
Exactly.
But what people do, they carry it around. And I'm not saying Paul's carrying something around. I'm just talking about in relationships. I know that has happened. Well, I don't like so-and-so anymore. Well, when they said that the other day, it really bothered me. Well, did you tell them it bothered you? No.
Well, here's the bottom
then how
line.
do they know?
Yeah, they should know. Well, no, a lot of times we're all fallen people. Sometimes we don't know.
We enjoyed Paul coming on the show.
Yeah.
We enjoyed seeing him out at different locations. We enjoyed. I mean, he painted us a picture and brought it one time.
He did.
Remember?
A little weird looking.
It was odd.
Well, no, it was an impressionistic type.
Sure.
thing.
Yeah.
It's above my head on the art.
Yeah.
My art stuff.
it's not helping.
Mine's dogs playing poker. I like that one.
Greg, this is not helping.
I know. I'm sorry.
That's not helping.
That's a little weird.
Bubba, that's not helpful, is it?
Maybe that was it.
No, we gave a ton about that. We talked about it all the time.
Okay.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To contribute $10 million to women's organizations. He will not face any other punishment stemming from what the NBA commissioner Adam Silver called disturbing and heartbreaking allegations of harassment and violence toward female employees within the organization, the league announced on Wednesday. So the Dallas Mavericks got some complaints, completed their investigation on how the environment around the Dallas Mavericks office and upper management, and they came to the conclusion that it was horrifying, embarrassing, and heartbreaking. And Cuban says, how about $10 million to women's organizations for y'all to move on? And they have. And Mark Cuban says he's sick about it as well. Did he not know?
And when you get down to the specifics of it, Rick, they said that there was inappropriate comments, touching, forcible kissing, and the sharing of pornographic images and videos.
When you hear it detailed out, I mean, Bubba just gave you some of it, but when you hear some of the details like car rides to and from apartments, like required and stuff of that nature, and like he talked about the, watching porn in front of, and Cuban says he didn't know it was going on. I'm sitting here wondering, we have run Urban Meyer completely off the last few weeks, and it's like this goes away in a day because we pay $10 million.
Yeah. Well, $10 million.
What in the world?
Well, $10 million will
because this happened under his watch, right? If we're going to be consistent.
Well, yeah, he is the boss. He's in charge, like Urban Meyer was. And when you Helms, you make a great point.
Where's Tom Rinaldi
when
doing
you
the interview?
When you look at the allegations against Urban Meyer, and again, I'm not an Urban Meyer defender,
I know.
versus Mark Cuban. The Mark Cuban situation is much worse.
Absolutely.
On a much larger scale, and you hear nothing about it. And now that he's paid $10 million, it's all fine.
Yeah.
Well, does it have to do with the fact that Mark Cuban is liberal?
Thank you.
There
that
you
was
go.
my point.
That was it.
I mean, and it's just swept under the rug. I mean, it really is unbelievable.
Why is Joy
the way
Behar not talking about this today?
Why hadn't The View gone and set up a show in front of the Mavericks office?
Well, somebody emailed
in front of the Sharks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which Cuban is on. I mean, he is absolutely getting a pass on that.
Well, he's paying $10 million and getting the pass.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is
but
a pass to him. That's $100 for me.
But what you're talking about,
The
though,
fact that he can buy you off kind of hurts your argument.
Well, here's right.
Yes.
It sure does.
Well, also, if he was a staunch conservative, the $10 million, people will be screaming that he's not going to get away with this just because he made a donation. Everybody be going crazy. And somebody emailed me a minute ago and said, if you want to go something, and this would apply to real current stuff, Mark Cuban would be one. Les Moonves. He says, I can't get Joy Behar to mention that.
Yeah.
You know, he had more allegations come out against him. Why is she not hollering? Why is Whoopi not lecturing dads on the Les Moonveses of the world and the Mark Cubans of the world and the Bill Clintons of the world?
Let me ask you this.
Where's the speech on that?
Not only that, he's being given credit for moving so quick
Thank
in
you,
the
Bo.
situation.
Yeah.
He's being upheld as someone that came in and made changes and all that. But it happened while you were in charge. That's what did you know and when did you know?
There it is. I knew we were getting there. But
That's
you're
one
right.
question.
Well,
two, actually.
And what does Mark Cuban talk about on Shark Tank all the time? If you really want to have a successful business, you can't be aloof. You got to know what's going on. You got to know every detail. You got to be involved in everything that's going on. Now he says, "Well, I was so aloof, I didn't know this was going on."
And I'm not an anti-Mark Cuban either, but I'm just saying in the public arena, they certainly are being handled different.
You're looking for consistency. And
I'm begging for consistency.
Also, to wrap up the celebrity news today, Maroon 5 has been announced as the halftime performers for the next Super Bowl. Maroon 5. Were y'all
Am I the only one that's a little disappointed in that?
No,
like Maroon 5.
there's a lot of feedback about
big
it.
enough to be the halftime show.
A lot of people are saying that.
Well, don't you have to write a check to do it now?
No, they talked about it, but they
didn't do
They've
that.
never done that.
Here's my reaction to Maroon 5.
That's me.
Hey, there's
They're
a Maroon.
better. They're better than I think they are right now because I forget the hits they've had.
But this is my reaction to their songs. Yeah, it's all right.
Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Well, it happened yesterday. You know, I told y'all y'all were already on the course, and I got ready to talk about Field of Greens, and I told the guys I was a bit panicky because you remember when TSA took away my canister of Field of Greens because, like an idiot, I tried to put it in a carry-on. I forgot. It was on me. But that messed up my supply chain, and I went one day without it. Well, it was there yesterday. When I got home, it was on the porch. So, whew. So I started back on Field of Greens. Just got a text yesterday from one of the doctors that I see. I did blood work for him, and you know what? It was hilarious because we talk about Field of Greens that your doctor will say, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. That's exactly what I got.
That's great.
Hey, buddy, whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
That's awesome.
Blood
Rick.
work looks great. So,
Hey, you know what I like too about them, because again, this was my second month taking it, is that if, to your point, your delivery, if you notice you get into it and you're like, it's you can, all you have to do is go in and adjust when your delivery can be received, and it's as easy as that.
Yeah, my delivery and the supply was perfectly set up, but they don't offer an option of TSA takes a canister away from you.
No,
that
doesn't work.
Yeah, so that's
no box for that one.
No, that's on Burge. But let me tell you something. I love this product. Speedy loves this product. Fieldofgreens.com. Go there, use the code Bubba, save 15% off. And the reason why it works is really not that complicated. It's the ingredients were all of them scientifically chosen to support vital organs. Our organs need the right kind of fuel in what we eat, and many times in our own diet, I mean, me included, it's hard to get all the fruits and vegetables and the right fruits and vegetables that your body is craving to work at peak efficiency. It helps with the lungs. It helps with kidney health, your immune system. I'm telling you something. My immune system, the little sniffles here and there. I'm not saying that you're never going to have anything, but I can just tell you that, Lord, thank you. Please, I hope it continues. But I have not had any health issues in almost 2 years now, even a cold. But anyway, it also helps with blood pressure. That was one of the things the doctor talked about yesterday. And if you want to find out more about it, go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba. Also, had someone in the Wednesday Bible study Wednesday came up to me, said, "Hey, I'm doing Field of Greens now, and I just want to thank the show for pointing me to it. I feel fantastic. I feel so much better. It's a clean energy because it's really your body feeling the way it's supposed to feel because it's getting the fuel that it needs." Fieldofgreens.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, Bubba, I told you I couldn't believe that Trump did a town hall with CNN. I didn't see that coming. But here's some of the cuts out of. We'll roll through some of these. 1A will start. So this is the one that we mentioned a little bit, and this is this ongoing, I assume, never achievable apology from Donald Trump to Mike Pence for basically having an angry mob thinking that they should go get Mike Pence because he won't allow the election to be overturned and give him back to Trump. And of course, Pence is saying, "I don't have the authority as a vice president to do that." So here is I guess the mod is this a host Collins? Somebody Collins.
Kaitlan Collins.
Yeah, what's her name?
Oh, she's actually from Alabama. I think she grew up in Montgomery.
Is she really?
Yeah.
How about that? So Kaitlan Collins with CNN says takes on that he may have endangered Mike Pence's life. Here we go.
But one person who was at the Capitol that day, as you know, was your vice president, Mike Pence, who says that you endangered his life on that day.
I don't think he was in any danger.
Mr. President, do you feel that you owe him an apology?
No, because he did something wrong. He should have put the votes back to the state legislatures, and I think we would have had a different outcome. I really do.
But he doesn't have the authority to do that, as you know.
What?
The vice president does not have the authority to reject those
Are you ready? Let's have this one
results.
out just now, because it's interesting. Let's keep it interesting, right? I like Mike Pence very much. He's a very fine man. He's a very nice man. He made a mistake. His lawyer said, "You cannot move." I called him the human conveyor belt. I said, even if the votes, I talked to his lawyer, even if the votes are absolutely fraudulent, he can't say, "Yes, sir, he can't send back." And the Democrats played it, and the rhinos played it. And then the election was over. They told him he couldn't do it. And Mike said to me, "I can't do it. The lawyers told me I can't do it. They can't do it." But the lawyers were wrong, because right after the election, they all met, the rhinos and the Democrats, and they worked out a plan to make sure that future vice presidents don't do what I said you could do.
That's not what happened. You're referring to the Electoral Count Act. I've read that. There is no authority.
No,
legal experts, including Republican legal experts, say that he does not have that authority, Mr. President. But I want to move on.
Why did they change the law then, saying that you can't do it?
They didn't change the law. They strengthened the law because they were worried about presidents
exploiting. Meaning you could do it.
That's not what it means.
Thank you.
They strengthened the law
Mike
because they were
had the right
worried.
to do it. They convinced him he didn't, and it was a horrible thing for our country. If you would have sent those votes back to Georgia, Pennsylvania, and other states, Wisconsin, which if you look at Wisconsin, they virtually admitted now that the election was rigged. If you would have sent those votes back to many of those states, they would not come back in the affirmative. And remember what I said, and you just said it pretty much. You admitted what I said was right. They said he didn't have the right to do it. And he did have the right to do it, and that's why they changed the law, taking that right away.
I should note that your campaign paid for a recount that happened in Wisconsin. It actually had more votes for President Biden by the end of it. But I want to move on to Wayne.
No. I'm sorry.
Look, let me tell you something.
Pretty much admitted.
You listen, you're not going to convince him that Mike Pence couldn't have done it.
And
it's just not going to happen.
I don't know what his argument really is. He wasn't clear, but or that you could do it and they went there and changed it real quick, but he could have done it before they changed it.
His lawyer, I call him the human conveyor belt. I mean, he always has to put up. He always has a little something to put over there.
I mean, you pretty much admitted it.
Let me ask you this: how do you,
correct.
how do you get the nickname the human conveyor belt?
Yeah,
What
where's
is
your
that?
mind
What do you
go?
look like?
I guess he was saying that he shut it off and everything stopped. I don't know what he means by that.
Yeah, unmovable.
It's almost like he's
I
just
call him
messing with
the human
everybody.
conveyor belt. You can tell he just thought of that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Of course, I was right again, and you confirmed it.
Well, and then you basically said you basically I was right.
So
Why did they change the law? Why did they change it?
So let me ask this: if I understand it correctly, of course, Trump has one interpretation. And,
He was never in danger.
And Kaitlan has another.
He's a good man.
But Pence's lawyers have said the vice president couldn't do it. But there is some gray area to it. So they went back and cleared it up and made it ironclad
Right.
the vice president can't do it.
Right.
So Trump is saying that means he could do it.
That means he could have done it.
But
Or they wouldn't have.
Caitlin is saying no, he couldn't do it, but they cleared it up and made it strong. Am I following
They
that right?
strengthened it.
She's
She
saying
claimed
that
they
after it was
strengthened
over, they said, if we ever get in this situation again, can we make this clear on what the vice president can and
crystal
can't
clear,
do?
right.
And what Pence was saying is, I'm being told I can't do this. And your lawyers are wrong.
Human conveyor.
You were
belt.
never in danger.
Could have done it.
And you pretty much confirmed I was right.
Greg, and of course, eventually he goes on to tell Caitlin that she's nasty.
Well, we got more.
Yeah.
Let's run the list, Rick. Let's not leave any out.
Okay, all right. So next, you want us to run them in order?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Here's the next one. When he's asked what he'd say to voters who think he should be disqualified for running for office because of this new decision that just came down about the young lady that made allegations against him. Here we go.
A Manhattan jury found that you sexually abused the writer E. Jean Carroll and defamed her. You've denied this. But what do you say to voters who say it disqualifies you from being president?
Well, there aren't too many of them because my poll numbers just came out. They went up. Okay.
There's not too many of them.
I think I'm the only person in history who had a charge like that. And usually you leave office, you say, I'm sorry, but I'm going to back home. I'm back home to my family and everything. I'm going to be resigned. My poll numbers went up, and they went up with the other fake charge, too. Because what's happening is they're doing this for election interference. This woman, I don't know her. I never met her. I have no idea who she is. I had a picture taken years ago with her and her husband, nice guy, John Johnson. He was a newscaster, very nice man. She called him an ape. Happens to be African American. Called him an ape. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in. Her dog, or her cat, was named Vagina. The judge wouldn't allow us to put that in.
What is this got to do with anything?
Hey, I got to tell you what, I've missed that, man.
I do too. Got to do with anything.
I do too.
So wait a minute, Rick. They wouldn't let him submit that, but how was that going to help him? Well, you know, her dog's name was Vagina. She's got to be lying.
Greg, what about this? Wait, he's claiming.
You said it.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's claiming that she made a derogatory comment about her black husband.
Yeah, he was.
He wanted everybody to know he thought it was really nice.
And
Man.
what? Great guy.
Yeah,
but what does that have to do?
I guess
with
they were
his
trying to
charge?
establish some character there.
Character issues, flaws. Yeah.
Wow. All right, we continue.
Keep them rolling.
I don't know how the dog name, how that falls. But.
Or maybe it was a cat. I don't know.
And Greg, you don't have to scream out anything that Trump said that might
That's
be
scientific.
marginal.
That is a scientific term.
Right. It is, but this is not a scientific show.
Right.
We've proven that.
And unfortunately, it's Trump said it loud and clear.
Yeah. They didn't bleep it on CNN.
Next,
that means it's clear.
Next, Trump was asked about his impeachment. Here we go.
No, said it again.
Hey, Adler, muting him is too late now.
You give Ukraine weapons
I was
and
impeached
funding.
by a crazy woman named Nancy
But the
Pelosi.
question, you give Ukraine weapons
I was
and funding.
impeached by a crazy woman named Nancy
But
Pelosi.
the question here is, would you give Ukraine weapons and funding if you were
I would
elected?
sit down. Let me just put it a nicer way. If I'm president, I will have that war settled in one day, 24 hours.
24 hours, done. All right, well, there's more.
Ukraine-Russian war.
There's more. There's more.
I love that.
You haven't settled.
There's more. And he'll
Has
talk.
he said how he's going to do that?
Well, that's the next cut.
That's Gordon.
That's the next cut.
Good night.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war? Is the next question. We'll get Trump's answer. Then he screams, "Can I talk?" We got all kinds. There's still more cuts. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, this is what the Super Bowl's trying to accomplish. We're all sitting here like grumpy old men as this song plays. Announced the AAF, new professional league, will start its first season.
And my damn can't even say it. Maroon 5 will also be playing in the AFF inaugural game.
Greg, that is incorrect. Yeah,
I'm disappointed. I mean, when you look at the people that's been there in the past, I mean, nothing against Maroon 5. I'm sure they're pretty awesome. Not really.
All right, so who? That's the question.
Who is huge?
We
at
can't
the moment?
complain.
Let me think. Who's huge?
I want to know who.
All right, let's compare it. Not that I like these artists. It doesn't necessarily mean I have to like them. You could see a Katy Perry or a Lady Gaga and all that. I'm saying, but you're looking at
Has Taylor
Maroon
Swift
5
done it?
That would be. She's already done it, hasn't she?
I don't know.
I can't
If
remember.
she hasn't, that would be the
Taylor
perfect
Swift?
choice.
That
If
would
she
be.
hasn't, that would be the perfect choice. I think she's done it.
I mean, is it gonna
I actually think they'll probably put on a pretty good show.
would it kill us to put
I do
Blackberry
too.
Smoke in there? I know we're the only ones that care.
Ooh, wouldn't that be
my
good?
They would do great.
They would do great.
But you know it's Leonard Skinner's last tour. Let them do it.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, anyway,
Wouldn't that be good?
That would be it.
Kiss
Greg,
has announced their last
actually,
tour,
the
by the way.
Birmingham Iron, Greg, you know who they have playing at halftime for the first game?
Hey.
Chevy 6. So anyway, the
Whiskey Myers.
Tin Pan Alley. If you're from Calhoun County, you know what that.
Greg, you know what they got for the first one? Reunion? Tell you right.
All right, guys, I got to ask y'all a question. Y'all are producing the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Straight up, right now, who would y'all pick? I need to hear from the Burgess boys, especially.
Oh, you might. We don't have to make any sense.
No,
You know what I mean?
no. Y'all
Own
get
preference?
It could be
Yes.
one, or it could be like a couple come out.
Well, I would, of course, with
And then I want to hear Bubba's because it'll be completely
with
different.
zero hesitation. I tried to, if I was any way possible, I'd like to get the brothers to reunite and give me the original members from Black Crows.
Yes.
I don't know that I can. I
Black
don't know that I can get them to.
I don't think you can
to
from
do
hearing the
that.
interview.
Tom Petty's dead, and plus he got to play one already.
All right.
So that would be it. I would love Blackberry Smoke. I'll tell you who I would love: Zach Brown Band.
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be
Now
good.
that one might work
to
all
me,
the way
that's
around.
better than Maroon 5.
I would do Zach Brown Band over Maroon 5.
All right.
And
Did
at the end, I
the
don't wanna-
Rolling Stones? Did they?
Yeah,
do
they've
a
already
halftime?
done
They
that.
did one.
Bubba, you don't want to put them
Back in 1975.
Well, I'm just asking
No, I'm
what
kidding.
year did they?
That's when Franco Harris was MVP.
I'm not giving you my pick. I was just inquiring.
Right.
Right. So
I
we got
couldn't
we got Black Crows, Zach Brown, and Blackberry Smoke so far for y'all.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm-
you give me those three,
I'm
I'm done.
putting down Taylor Swift.
Okay, you got Taylor.
Right.
Got
Did
it.
we ever clarify if she's actually done it or not?
I don't. I think she has.
I don't know. I do not know.
Well, then,
that
then it
would be your
absolutely
choice.
has
You must
to be
not
her.
want to do it
Yeah.
because you know they would ask.
Just a heads up to the audience: Greg has a toothpick in his mouth.
Yeah,
Y'all know what that
Watch
means.
out.
I don't
watch out.
That's
want
a code.
them to be the featured act, but at the end, you're like when they pulled the Chili Peppers out that time. I'd kind of like to see Greta Van Fleet coming there mixed with
Greta Van Fleet.
At
Greta
the end, they're
Van
not
Fleet.
big enough to do
Now,
the whole
Speedy,
thing.
this is not your show.
Yeah,
This is
Greta
Rick
Van
and
Fleet.
Well, I just got a little
would be
excited.
fantastic. That would be fantastic.
All right, well, that's a pretty good show.
It is.
All right, now Black Crows, Blackberry Smoke, Zach Brown Band, Greta Van Fleet, and then Taylor Swift, Bubba, or is it Taylor Swift's on her
Oh,
own?
Taylor
she's
Swift
got her
is,
own.
is
She's
the
got her
own, and she would be. I mean,
Can I have
by
a-
far
can-
and away the biggest star of the bunch?
And this would probably, I don't know where I would put this because it's such a different kind of music, but somewhere in there I'd like to have two songs from Lauren Daigle.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I think we're turning this into a concert we'd
You
like
are.
to go to. We're talking about the Super Bowl.
about
This is
this?
the big of the
So,
big.
all right,
What about Lauren Daigle's singing the national anthem?
That's perfect. Put it right
She's
there.
got to
Okay.
do Still Rolling Stones, though, at some point.
Yes. Maybe pregame.
Maybe after the first quarter.
How about
Yeah.
pregame?
Well, they used to have a pregame act.
Lauren Daigle pregame.
Now, if I can-
Halftime show, Zach Brown Band.
Now, Rick, if I can go back in
Headliner.
time and Lemmy Kilmaster not be dead,
Well, Greg,
I don't even know what you just said.
Greg, I've already tried to raise Tom Petty from the dead. I can't do
Oh,
that.
and now he's playing
We
it.
can't go get dead people.
Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry, but who you want?
Ace of spades.
No, Greg, don't bring. You can't put them on halftime.
No.
I love the parameters. We can't go get dead people.
Right, because if
I
we
like
did,
that.
then I'd just have Tom come back and do another one. Yeah.
And you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. If you don't believe that CNN is finally realizing that they need ratings and that they have no audience, they just did a town hall with Donald Trump, and I bet it was a ratings bonanza.
And Rick, not only that,
Yeah.
they let Trump put Trump people in the audience.
Oh yeah, you heard him clapping. Yeah. So here we go. Next, we're finishing. So he said he would end the Ukrainian war in 24 hours if he was president. And then he doesn't really tell you how he's going to do that, I don't think, but at least he says more about it. So here's the follow-up question from Kaitlan Collins on that from CNN.
It'll be absolutely
Do you
over.
want Ukraine to win this war?
I don't think in terms of winning and losing. I think in terms of getting it settled so we stop killing all these people and breaking down this country. Now,
What do you? Can I just follow up on that? You
But
said
one
you
of the
don't
things
think in
you have
terms
to
of
do is
winning
you
and
have to get
losing.
you have
Mr.
to get
President, can I
Europe.
just follow up on that because that's a really important
Excuse me,
statement
let me
that you
just
just
follow
made
up.
there. Can you say if you want Ukraine or Russia to win this war?
I want everybody to stop dying. They're dying. Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. I'll have it done. You need the power of the presidency to do it.
But you won't say that you want Ukraine to win. You
You
said
know what
when
I'll
you were
say?
in-
I'll
when you
say
were in
this.
office-
I want Europe to put up more money because they're in for 20
There it is.
billion. We're in
Yeah.
for 170, and
that's
they
not
should
an
be.
answer about who
And they
should
should
win the war.
equalize. They have plenty of money. They should equalize. I got
We
with
don't have
NATO.
any.
But I'm
when I
asking you
sat down,
about
I got
Ukraine
them
right
to
now,
put up
Mr.
hundreds
President.
of billions of dollars that they weren't paying under Obama and Bush and all of these other presidents.
I will tell you that he will go about ending it because he has proven as president, and some people that are conservative, even some things he said that you and I don't agree with, he is not a fan of us getting involved in other people's affairs. And he
There were some other guys that kind of thought big on that too, Rick. A lot of them signed the Constitution.
Right. He will cut off this flow of money to Ukraine in 24 hours. I promise you that'll happen.
Well, like you said, the U.S. paying for everything.
Yeah.
But the others need to step it up.
He's a big, and I agree with him. He's a big fan of why are we toting the note for everything?
Yeah.
And say what you want about Trump. Trump is the only president, I've said this before on the air, the only president in my lifetime to not start a new war.
Right. Yeah. So
well, you know why? You know why he believes that. And you look back to what he tried to do with North Korea. He's a businessman. He feels like the power of the economy is much more important than the power of your military.
Correct.
And he tried to get Kim Jong-un to go develop your coastline.
Yeah.
Quit throwing people in prison.
Mm-hmm.
You can make tons of money here. You got a vacation spot. Take advantage of that. Not be, this dark cloak and dagger country that's playing with nuclear missiles. You're not gaining anything with that.
Right.
You know?
All right, next it just turns mania. Okay, and so let's go to the mania and Trump won't know why he can't talk. Here we go.
I was negotiating with NARA. Do you know what NARA is?
The National Archives.
Extremely
negotiate
left group
with
of
them.
people. Extremely left. And I was negotiating with
They're
them.
not
All of a
left,
sudden,
they're
they
bipartisan.
raided my house. They didn't raid the house of Joe Biden. They didn't raid Obama.
But Joe Biden didn't ignore a subpoena to get those documents back like
Joe
you
Biden
did. And so
took
that's the question.
1,850 boxes.
But that's the question that investigators have, I think, is why you held on to those documents when you knew the federal government was seeking them and then had given you a subpoena to return
Are you
them.
ready? Are you ready? Can I talk?
Yeah, what's
You
the
mind?
answer?
Do you mind?
I would like for you to answer the question.
Okay, it's very simple to answer.
That's why I asked it.
It's very simple to. You're a nasty person. Okay.
he just can't. He can't
They're
help but
standing
call
up,
people
toe to
names.
toe.
He can't help but call people names. He can't stop. What he is, you can't really see him. I told Bubba, he is the spawn of our country. We have perpetuated this kind of politic now. This kind of back and forth. He's really a political mercenary. And sometimes mercenaries have been used to get things done that need to be done.
Yep.
All right, so here is more. What is this, Adler? More on the trial about him being found civilly liable?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Back to the. Do we want to hear him talk about E. Jean Carroll again? Are you kidding me?
This is actually E. Jean Carroll on CNN.
I got you.
I hope you don't bring her dog up.
I do too.
Or Greg.
Or her former husband, I guess.
Yeah.
So, in this, they're going to talk about how they changed the law specifically so they could press these charges against Trump all these years later.
Okay.
Can I end on something that I think is really important in all of this, and it's the fact that New York passed this law.
Yeah.
The Adult Survivors Act. They passed it just a few years ago. Were it not for that law, you never would have been able to bring this case. And I just think it speaks to the importance for a lot of other survivors.
Exactly. I would never have this window, this year, of having the ability to bring a lawsuit for rape. Robbie can explain it better.
Well, EJN actually helped to get that law passed. It passed last year. We filed, it was Thanksgiving Day, was the first day you could sue. We filed just after midnight on Thanksgiving.
So there you go.
Yeah, okay.
And to Trump's defense in this, the whole reason behind changing that law and changing the amount of time you could sue was so they could prosecute Trump on this case.
Yeah, that's pretty much
that was the driving force behind that.
That's it.
And then also they asked her what her pet's name was.
Yes.
Which Greg will not.
And do you have a dog?
No.
All right.
What about your ex-husband? How do you feel about him?
How about this? I don't want to know her dog name.
There's a reason why they have that, though, because it's so hard after 20 years to prove anything. Then you end up just with a he said, she said type situation.
Right, yeah. Well, and then you saw the ruling. They went civilly, we think he's guilty of this, but criminally he's not guilty of this. And that's why they come up with the kind of this hybrid. I mean, the bigger charge he was not charged with because, as you said, after 20 years and everybody trying to recount the incident and all that.
Listen, I'm not a legal expert by any stretch, okay? William Shatner would even tell you that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't, the most bizarre, I don't know if he did or didn't. I don't know if the case was, if the facts showed that or not. I don't know. I didn't follow that part of it. What I don't understand is the defamation part. I do not see how the defamation ruling was handed down. I think that's pretty flimsy.
Yeah, and they threw in that the defamation and then sexual harassment he was civilly found liable for or responsible for.
You can do that.
Yeah,
and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But then to turn around and say that she was defamed because basically he said she's not my type. I think that's kind of a stretch because under the law, the way I understand it, you have to go after somebody with the intent to cause them financial damage and then actually do that for the libel and defamation type thing. So on some level.
I don't know what happened, but she couldn't even say the year in which she was like maybe 95, maybe 90.
Something that traumatic, you would remember the year. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Songs I want to hear. So anyway, we'll see how that goes. But
so Motorhead's out.
Yes, Greg, they're out.
Let's see.
Can't bring people back.
What if we hologram Lemmy? Or we did just Rick, a hologram only. We got Ronnie James Dio and Lemmy.
No, Greg, those people shouldn't be playing the halftime show. That's not. No,
I'm just saying
that can't happen.
Greg, you'll be singing Lips on You.
I'm looking at just far as pure record sales, who the biggest artist would be of all time. You've got the Eagles, you got Led Zeppelin, you got Garth Brooks, Elton John, Madonna, Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley, and the Beatles. So I think you mark off the Beatles, Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson.
Yes.
Madonna's already done it.
She's done it.
I'm doing it.
Elton John, Has he done halftime?
Bubba, don't do this.
Too late for him.
Don't do this.
I'm just telling you, the biggest
The
record
Eagles.
sellers
Let's put the
of all
Eagles
time.
back. Let's put the
Eagles.
I'm putting
the Eagles are the top.
They're number one right now. The Eagles at
Shouldn't
halftime.
they?
And I'm all in for that.
Shouldn't they be the halftime show based on they haven't done it and they're on the top of the list. They have sold more records than any other artist.
I am in on the Eagles playing the halftime show.
Over 130 million.
I would be all for that.
So the last few years, you've had and I'm starting to get your point on the Maroon 5 thing because it's just them. Because in 2016, you had Coldplay, which is good, Beyonce, Bruno Mars, all there together.
Bubba and I saw Aerosmith with NSYNC with Britney Spears.
Well, when Katy Perry was there, you had Lenny Kravitz, Missy Elliott.
Bruno Mars brought out the Chili Peppers.
This came out late. This came out late yesterday. Do you think there'll be more added? But this is the headliner.
Could be.
Yes, I probably
maybe,
so.
maybe
Well,
so.
You know who else I'm throwing in there? Y'all hate it. The Foo Fighters.
Oh, I like the Foo Fighters. I like the Foo Fighters.
You got the Foo
Maybe
Fighters
not as
in it.
featured, but they would be like just a part of it.
What about Toby Mac?
I'd love to see Toby out there.
I would. Now, he would put on a great show.
You got to look at me like that.
Could I have Toby Mac and Lauren Daigle as that pregame combo?
Yeah, but he just puts on such a show.
What about Ricky Skaggs?
All right, how about this? This is it. This will solve it. 3 on the string.
There it is. Hey, they do a good job.
All right, should I take Elton John off the list?
Yes.
Yeah, let's
All
get him.
That window's closed. All right, so as we make our way back, this is a story that Bubba and I, really, if we were honest, we've just kind of been putting off because it's so troubling. But I guess we'll jump into it. This is, when you see things like, Walking Dead or any of these movies that try to get us into this post-apocalyptic, now we're all just animals and you kill or be killed. I'm going to kill you for water. I'm going to kill you over food.
This is Thunderdome, Book of Eli type stuff.
Yes,
all that.
Mad Max.
Yeah.
Well, this is happening in current time, and we've got these people. We have a man who's dead, and he's killed by his neighbors over trash, and where the trash is being put. And they all sound like incredibly volatile people. And there's no circumstance that justifies these men killing their neighbor over trash.
No.
But the neighbor, understandably, is upset that they've produced firearms in front of his children. And certainly that would bother any of us because he thinks they're being dangerous. But then he starts antagonizing shirtless men with guns that have already said they would love to shoot you if you walk into a certain zone. I think that's the time that I would go into let's calm the situation.
Yeah.
And let's all say, look, guys, this is not worth guns. You don't like what I'm doing with the trash. I apologize if that bothered you. I didn't know that was that big a deal. We certainly are not going to get into anything involving guns over trash. But that's not what happened. It just kept escalating and escalating, sadly, until the 2 shirtless men with guns killed their neighbor.
It all happened in Abilene, Texas, and here's your players. Aaron Howard, he was the one that was shot and killed. He's the one you're going to hear arguing with Johnny and Michael Miller. Johnny's the dad. Michael is the son. Johnny has the pistol. Michael has the shotgun. Kara Box is Aaron Howard's fiance, it says in one thing, and then it says his wife in the other. She's the one that is rolling video and capturing the argument. It happens in an alley on September the 1st, right off of Don Juan Street. And
wow.
It picks up from there. In this is also some interviews with Kara Box, who did the videoing. But here it is. It does have some beeping in it because it does have some language. But
who would have thought that?
Courtesy of KTXY.
And the Millers are, for some reason, shirtless.
Look, Bubba, please look.
Take it up, put the bullet through your head.
Bubba.
Bet.
The murder of an Abilene man is caught all on camera. Aaron Howard was shot and killed in an alley during a fight with his 2 neighbors over trash.
His fiancée shot video of this deadly confrontation, and KTAX's reporter Olivia DeVinti spoke with his fiancée late this afternoon. She joins us now with a story you'll only see on KTAX's. Olivia.
Will and Veronica, Kara Box sent us the video of her fiance being shot. We talked to her about why she wanted to release the graphic video, and we have to warn you, what you are about to see is graphic.
It's gone away. Where's the
I'm
video?
standing at the dumpster.
If you come closer to me, I'm going to kill you.
Hey, did you hear him say he's going to kill me?
Yes.
I'm at the dumpster. Put the gun up and go inside.
A heated exchange between Aaron Howard and his two neighbors over a mattress.
From the No Name Studio, another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up this hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. As you just heard, the gang is all here. So a couple of things that, if you're listening to the live show, it being Thursday, that means tomorrow, right? If I have this right, Title 42 expires, and we have illegals lined up and down the border that are going to come rolling in.
Yeah, midnight tonight.
We've had, over the past few years, over 5 million people come into the country illegally.
We've reduced that by 90%.
Standing armies could not have invaded the U.S. the way this has happened.
That's right.
You know, we even read in a lot of the Bible prophecies about million-man armies and one thing and another, but Rick, 5 million. 5 million.
5 million. And it says, and Biden has even said that the border situation will be chaotic for a while. But he says his administration works to restore order. So that I don't know what, and I know we have him mumbling something today. Is this involving this topic at all? Is it another topic? Another topic? Okay. So let's finish this then. But tell me exactly what all this is. What is Title 42?
Title 42 was the Trump era executive order that came down to limit people from coming into the country illegally during the COVID pandemic.
Okay.
So Trump, who was looking for a way to do this, the pandemic gave him the power to shut down people coming in illegally with the health concern. Well, now that the pandemic is over, that thing is going to sunset. It's going to go away.
Okay.
And so now we're and everybody south of the border knows it's going away because it's been well advertised, and they have headed for the border. And I don't know if you've seen the drone footage, Rick.
Oh, yeah, I have.
There are hundreds of thousands of people in various stages, tents, whatever, right over the border, and they are waiting to walk into the U.S. No way to have any organized plan on this. As you see, even Adler is showing us some now.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
I mean, the numbers, and it goes on, Rick, for miles and miles and miles. It's just, and they're all flooding into Texas.
Mm-hmm. Well,
and there's one thought in our country that we should have legal immigration, and it should be people who come in who follow a process to come in.
Makes sense.
And then we have another thought of let everybody come in that wants to, and I think their real reasoning for that is to dilute the voting strength of Texas because they feel like most of these people will be dependent on government agencies and handouts to survive, and thus they will vote Democrat.
Well,
I mean, I hate to think that somebody would even do that, but I don't know any other excuse, any other reason.
Well, this obsession over power, and there was a time when if we stayed in the limits of the Constitution, there was only so much power you could ever be given. But now that we've expanded the power of the central government, people say, yeah, power's good because I have more power than we've ever had before because we've allowed that to happen. And, of course, they've abused it every time we've done that, but we don't learn.
Senator Tuberville said it great yesterday. We have Republicans and Democrats. We have different thought process. But underlying that, there has to be a common ground of we're Americans. And we have some common goals and common threads that are good for everybody concerned. And you cannot have a country that does not have borders and have control of that. You just can't.
Because you can't. You're exposing yourself to all sorts of danger. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean that everybody's dangerous, but the reason why you have legal immigration is some people are dangerous. It's like what I said to the guy the day that called in about the whole transgender thing. what do you think? You think people like that are really dangerous to biological females? I don't know whether they are or not. I don't think every single heterosexual male is a rapist. I don't think that at all. But I still wouldn't want them getting in the shower with my wife, my sister, my daughter, because, I don't know which ones are and which ones aren't. So you don't allow those kind of things because it's not appropriate. And as you just said, it's not appropriate to try to be a sovereign nation and not control your borders. Right. Because think about what y'all just said. Title 42 is expiring, but the only thing that's changing is that particular law is sunsetting, but we still are going to call all these people illegal. And the word illegal means it's not legal. Do people not know that? And now we're going to have people roaring into this country illegally. When did we start thinking doing something illegally was a good thing? There's a reason we have legal immigration. We've named, and this is just walking around chewing gum logic. And what's going to happen tomorrow is going to be chaos.
And see, what Trump had implemented too was that you stay in Mexico, you apply for asylum, you have a court case, a judge looks at it and says, under the current laws, you qualify or don't qualify to come into our country. Well, that works great because everybody has to stay out of the country while it's being done. Well, as this expires, everyone will be able to come into the U.S., apply for asylum. They're given a court date, and then they go wherever they want to do and do whatever they want to do. And guess what? They never show back up for the court date because they don't have to.
Correct.
There's no way to track them. There's no way to keep up with them. You don't have them in a geographic place. They go, I'm in the U.S., here I go, I'm done.
And once again, as politicians do, when I want to do something you don't like, I'll tell you I'm the president and I've got the power to do this. When I have the power to stop something that you don't like, I blame somebody else.
Right.
So now Biden is saying, well, it's divided Congress. I asked for more money for border security, and they wouldn't give it to me. Well, here's an idea, leadership. Why don't you say, I don't think we can handle this, so I'm not going to sunset Title 42. I'm not going to sunset it because we can't handle it. This is dangerous. So until I can get the money or I can find a way to make it more secure, we're not going to do it. What about that idea? I mean, that'd be some leadership.
But Rick,
to say I'm not just going to say, well, I couldn't get the money. Good luck to everybody.
But that will not stop the ultimate plan of turning Texas purple.
No, you're right.
And Biden is criticizing Texas Governor Greg Abbott for sending Texas troops down there to the border. So how can both be true?
You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. Because everything, look, we are all caught in the middle of this ridiculous political pickleball game. And this is all real serious stuff, but all they can think about is how can this benefit my political party and our political power? And we are the ones that pay the price.
Yep.
But that's always been the case when it comes to the ruling class.
And
They play all these games where everybody else is trying to survive.
It gets back to another thing that I think we're going to have to change the Constitution. And we've done this before, with the vice president and the way we have done some things, that we're going to have term limits on the senators and in the House. And you've got a certain amount of time to go in there, do what you can do, and then no matter how good a person you are, you go home.
Yeah, you're right. So think about this. Just know this, and this is a horrible thought. It's already happened, that when somebody comes through this border tomorrow that is incredibly dangerous, and we could have vetted them out, but we don't for political reasons, and somebody you love pays a price for that. God forbid, but it's just reality that this is going to happen. Know that when you go to their funeral, that your loved one died over political garbage because a political party thought they could get more votes. And that was more important to them than protecting the citizens that are in this country.
Yeah.
So, and that's a sad thought. And it's already happened. So, it's not that it might happen. It's already happened. So,
let me ask you,
there's sometimes things like you said, Tuberville said yesterday, they're just good for the country, and the politics needs to be stopped. And a wide open border has let 5 million people unchecked in and is about to let tens of thousands of more. That's not a political statement. That's a American statement. It's just not good for any country, not just ours, any country. Yep. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All of them making threats until eventually John Miller pulls the trigger on his pistol, shooting Howard. Then his son, Michael, shoots Howard with a shotgun. Carabox, Howard's fiance, captured 2 minutes of the deadly dispute on her cell phone. It shows she even tried to intervene.
You can see that I stepped between them and I said, "You're not going to shoot my husband. You're not going to shoot my husband." When he fired past my head.
At least 4 shots were fired. Then, Box running towards her fiancé screaming. Box tells K-Texas why she wanted to release the graphic footage.
People deserve to know what actually happened. And, you know, they deserve to know that John and Michael Miller are murderers.
And I appreciate you reaching out to me.
We reached out to Taylor County District Attorney Jim Hicks for a comment. He had not seen the video and asked us to send him a copy. He tells K-Texas News, video evidence like this is always graphic and very difficult to watch, but it is consistent with the charges. When we first talked to Box nearly a week after the murder, she didn't have a message for John and Michael Miller. However, that has since changed.
You deserve to spend your lives in prison.
Box has since moved from her home on Don Juan Street, and both John and Michael Miller have been charged with first-degree murder. However, they have been released on a $25,000 bond.
Well, good night.
Well,
it was over a mattress in the dumpster. Did y'all pick that up?
So the two shirtless guys shot the guy with the mouth in the orange shirt.
Yeah.
And his son, who's behind him, who we didn't see.
Yeah. No, there was
Or
no
just-
other son. It was her, the wife and the guy.
Yeah, but the wife and orange
She
shirt.
referenced kids,
She did.
but I don't know where they
But
were.
you didn't-
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
they-
didn't see
they must
them.
have young
Yeah, they must have been on the other
The
side.
son
or
was
whatever.
shirtless behind his shirt.
Because the thing y'all were playing in the kickoff hour today.
And that's what's going on now. This is the raw footage.
Yeah,
here.
he's screaming something about his kid.
Hey, you hear him saying he's gonna kill me?
Yes.
I'm at the dumpster. Put the gun up and go inside.
You pulled a gun in front
You
of
pulled
our
a
children.
gun in front of my kids with a mattress. Point at me. Point at me.
Take your swings.
I'm standing my ground.
Take your swings.
No, you ain't.
You're in an alley. You're not
You're
in your home, sir.
You came out to the alley.
Hey,
Support
it's
the gun.
right away.
Oh, kid, you're dead.
This
I
ain't
promise you,
right
you're
away.
dead.
I
Bet.
doubt it.
It is an alley.
You're in an alley with a shotgun, you little piece of. I'm gonna kill you.
I doubt it.
Bet.
First of all, if you're going to show this video to the cops, you might want to stop yelling.
Oh no! I don't give a. I will kill you.
Back
You
off.
pull a gun from my kid.
Back off.
You pull that gun one more time, take it out, put a bullet through your head.
No, you won't.
Bet. Point it at
Take
me.
a swing.
Point it at
Go
me.
ahead.
Point it at me.
Take your swing. Go ahead. Take your swing.
Point it at me.
Take
Point
your
it at
swing.
me.
Back off.
Point it at me again.
Right.
Back
Boy, this
off.
guy's
Point it
not
at me
very smart.
again.
Back off.
You're a dead man.
I doubt it.
No, I'm
I don't care what the cops going to say. They're going to tell you back up.
You're a I'm gonna kill you too.
I
You little guys, you're riding my kids.
I don't know what would it took to put a shirt on.
I know it. I believe they strategically took them off.
I do
That's
too.
quite a birthmark.
Yeah, it is. I noticed that. I noticed that.
Betty stinks too.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well, that's a mattress too.
So it's over this mattress.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's about to die right here.
You're not going to shoot my husband.
Shoot me. You're dead. Point it. Point it.
Oh my.
And he did.
So who is he shooting at? Who's the son shooting at?
Same
now?
guy.
Same guy.
Yeah, they made sure. The
First of all, I don't think showing up at the weapons over an argument over a mattress at a dumpster is a little much. But hey, buddy, they got guns. You don't need to stand there and tell them you're going to kill them. I'm not saying the guy should have shot him.
no, there's no justification
No,
for them
but I
shooting
would
because it
like-
didn't like they were ever in danger.
I don't have a gun. I'm not sitting there going to scream there. If I tell them, say, won't y'all go put them guns back and come on back and we'll settle it with no shirt on.
I mean, a mattress is not something worth life over. I mean, it shouldn't have never got to that, but I mean, they're playing it as they murdered him. I mean, straight up, we don't know the whole story.
No.
minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. Let's go. We're going phone show format this time, baby. That means a lot of people will get in. It'll be a short time per call unless somebody gets a timeout. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move our way into the next caller. No meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions, anything like that. They don't belong in the troll. The troll is you programming this segment, and your topics are brought to the table, and they're thrown out there, and we keep it moving. All right, so get in line because I can move the line quickly for you. David, 30 seconds, buddy, out of Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good morning. Love the show.
Thank you.
Quick, I want to get I want to ask a question about what to do when both political parties give you garbage candidates. You're in a general election. You use that write-in slot. What do we do? Because that's what we are as a country. We're both of these parties. One so far going to one side, one so far going to the other side. What do we do with the power of our vote? Do we?
Yeah, I think what you do, because I've been there on. It seems like I don't remember the last election. I wasn't in that situation. What you do is you sit down and go, all right, I don't really think I can get on board with either one of these people as human beings, and neither one of them are perfect. So now the write-in vote's not going to do any good because you can't win with the write-in vote. Is you look at the candidate and you go, all right, let's take away all the things I don't like about them. Where do they stand on the size of government? And then you think about, all right, that one's more like me. Where do they stand, which would also include taxation on the size of the government, and however you feel about that, you'd say that. Where do they stand on things like we just talked about, our border? Where do they stand on foreign affairs? Where do they stand? And there may be things that you go, there's certain things for me that are part of my moral worldview. Even if they themselves don't seem very morally aligned with me, but as a president or as a senator, as a congressman, will they vote more in line with what I think is important? That's what you have to do.
Yeah, you end up voting for the least of the two evils. I mean, I hate that term, but that's kind of what you do.
Or you could turn it and say, because some people say, well, you're still voting for evil. You could turn it the other way and say, you're voting for the best outcome that these two candidates offer you.
Yeah, you can't, you can only do and control what you can control.
Right.
And that's your choice.
Yeah, and usually the way they govern, there is a difference. Now, the human beings they are, when was the last time there was a human being running for office, especially for president, you said, now there's somebody we could admire. Rob in Alabama. Rob, go right ahead, 30 seconds.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Roll Tide.
And a road tide to you, my friend.
That's right. Hey, this whole Title 42 thing, it all goes back to everything that we got going on, okay? The Lord said in the Bible that we were supposed to follow the law of the land, okay? Well, if folks are doing things illegal, we're not following the law of the land. So if you're going to...
Yeah, it goes back to the word legal and illegal. Yeah. Scott in Alabama. Scott, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, Rick, have you seen the latest Babylon Bee on this Title 42 where it shows Mayorkas with a starting pistol? It says as soon as Title 42 expires, Mayorkas is standing there with a starting pistol.
That's true. That's about what it's going to look like.
No, I haven't seen that, but that, to Bubba's point, that is solid gold. Let's go to Jacob out of Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. Jacob, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Did y'all see that Elon Musk opened up a lithium mine in Corpus Christi, Texas?
I did. I was reading something about that. Yes. I don't know the details.
Yeah, go Elon.
Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, because of course, until the government says we can't mine that here, even though we still need it, we'll get it from China.
Well, the lithium is important right now, but I've mentioned it before. Tesla has a breakthrough on what's called sodium oxide batteries, and it can be made from seawater. So I think you're going to see a major move to that in years to come.
Let's go to Patsy. Patsy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Would y'all explain to me how people crossing the border illegally can vote?
Well, it doesn't start that way, but once they get here, then all you got to do is give them the right to do it.
Yeah, various states have different laws on it, and you know, I know California is very wide open in some of that. So, ma'am, to answer your question, I don't know.
Well, there's different ways to do it. You know, you have we can grant asylum. There's processes, and when you think about trying to turn a vote, you got to get them here first, and then you use your political power to get them that vote. But you are correct. As soon as they get here, they can't vote. But Bubba said now the states do quite a bit on that. But once they're here, then you start saying, well, we got to make them citizens. I mean, they're here. There's no you are here in this. We can never send all these people back. There's no way. And then it turns into a voting block. We continue. Let's go to, is it Allie out of Huntsville? Allie? Allie? A-L-E is what it says on the board. Go ahead. Person from Huntsville. A name something like, no, you hung up. All right, let's go to one of our many Jordans out there. Here we go.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Go, Jordan.
Morning, Biggins.
Hey.
Hey, this may be redundant, but I was going to see if you guys had talked yet about the attacks on Israel yesterday and Iron Dome's ability to tackle most of those rockets and attacks on them yesterday.
Well, Iron Dome is a great organization, and these things, unfortunately, if you live in Israel, you especially if you're anywhere near where these sometimes primitive missiles can reach. Now, I haven't seen that. It doesn't surprise me. Like you said, you could almost report that. Sadly,
yeah. Well, I wish he would tell us what happened.
Yeah. So anyway, but that's par for the course in that part of the world. It seems, sadly. Let's go to Texas. Hank standing by. Hank, go ahead.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide, Hanky. There he goes. Thanks for the call, buddy. Let's go to Morgan in Alabama. Morgan, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are we doing this morning?
Good.
I'm going to go locally on this one. Avondale Brewery just canceled Ted Nugent because they had people complaining about his transphobicness and homophobicness.
Well, I will say this.
And
Ted doesn't help
blows
himself.
my mind.
Well, Ted doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't help himself, and you know, there's a way to stand and on your principles, and then there's the way he goes about it, being canceled for a concert shouldn't surprise him, and you know, these mobs have a lot of power, and you know, if you're this venue, you're like, Is me having Ted going to do me enough business? Then you know, it's almost the opposite of the decision Bud Light made.
Well, you know, they get into the business gets into the middle of this. They're trying to have shows, and you know, you could go down the list with any entertainers and have some pros and cons. And as you said, Ted's more out there. Yeah. But if you cancel the show, you make one mob happy, you're gonna make another mob mad. So you know, they'll end up at some point going, we're just not gonna have shows.
Yeah, I think where it's located, and those you might not be familiar with our area, probably there's more push to cancel than there is to have it. I'm surprised that particular venue would book Ted Nugent. He feels like he's a little more Tuscaloosa amphitheater, or maybe something along those lines. That's a pretty trendy place down there. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's other things. I bet if we really knew the whole story, they have a long history of conflict and no telling what topics over. But there was no winner in this, that's for sure.
Now, just the behavior of all the human beings involved just looks like we're devolving, not moving forward as human beings. It really did. It felt like Walking Dead is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's all three of them because, I mean, it's stupid to let it get that far. And she's setting her video on it instead of calling 911.
Yeah, I thought about that too. The first time I heard the story, I thought, you know, maybe there's things we could do. I know you're trying to say I want to prove it, but now all you really have is video of your fiance or husband that he was called both in two different stories, shot dead. And we'll see. But, yeah, you're right. Their lawyers are going to come back and say, now we're conveniently leaving out the bat.
This goes to the case that happened in, what was it, Illinois or wherever, where the cops shot the guy. The video, the girlfriend showed it. but never showed him grabbing the gun. They ended it before.
Yeah, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. Watch this right here. We're watching it right now. He does not have the bat when they show him
He
the first.
asked his wife or fiance to get him the bat.
There's the bat right there.
Where
See
is
that
it? Looks like
frame?
he
There's the frame
he
right
threw the
there.
bat. He threw the bat.
He threw the bat when he got shot. Right there. There it is.
See the bat?
And then the dad falls back.
Yeah, you're right, Bob. You can see the bat
frame by frame. Here it is.
You can see the bat in the air. Right, one more right there.
Now what Junior's doing
Where
with
is
the
it at,
shotgun,
Rick? I don't
I don't
see
know.
it.
You don't
I
see
think
it,
Junior
right?
may be the one that finished
one
him
more,
off.
one more frame.
He did.
One more right there. See the brown and the black. You don't see the guy
at his head. That's his hand.
No,
isn't it?
under
you don't see
under
Bubba,
under
right
his
there.
elbow.
No, I don't.
There.
Under
Right
his
there.
elbow.
Right there.
Under his armpit.
Turn around.
coming
Look
now
at the
down.
TV right by you. There. See if that's any better.
Oh, flying by. Okay,
Yeah, you see it now right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking in front of him. I'm sorry.
Now there's the bat, and you see that he's
I
making.
thought I am just not seeing this. Whatever
Isn't it
y'all
the
are
worst
talking
when
about.
somebody
I'm like,
sees
what?
something you don't? Like you're sitting there, hey, Dad, you see that deer? No, where?
You don't
just
see the
look-
red number 6? No, I don't. That's
Well,
see dots.
and you see how he is moving. So he's making a reaction to
Yeah.
move away from the bat hitting him, and then for some reason the son thinks Dad hadn't shot him good enough, and he bears down on him with the shotgun, right there. So
Yeah, well, they went out there looking for trouble. There's no doubt. I don't know how the laws in Texas will handle that, but
Guys, I hate to ask this right now, but
I don't think that's correct.
that is what the story says.
do you want a package on this?
So I can run a weed eater naked as long as
I don't. Yeah.
I touch myself.
Careful.
$35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com. Yesterday, we were talking about this on location. Was it Bo or Charles that said, wow, Rick, you know a lot about precious metals? And then we had to inform him, Rick is just reading the commercial. But I have learned a lot about it, and I'll tell you why. I don't know if y'all check this economy out, but hey, she's a dandy. And what I don't get is when somebody's doing something that isn't working, and they just keep on doing something that makes it even worse. I don't follow that, but anyway, I don't see anybody truly benefiting from running our economy into the ground. But maybe
you wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so, but anyway, so you can sit around and wait for politicians to work this out, or you can go ahead and make moves yourself. LearBubba.com can really inform you about precious metals, because you may be like me. I didn't know that much about it. I'd heard about it, but I'd never really been interested in it until now, when you look at the economy now. So find out all the information, just like I have and we have. Go to LearBubba.com, and for every ounce of gold you decide to buy, we're going to get you an ounce of silver as well, just as a gift for you being part of our family. Now, here's what you need to know. A lot of financial analysts, they think it's possible that gold, now they can't guarantee this, could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. However, if it gets anywhere near that, at the favorable prices that are still available, everybody who does this is going to have a major return. So it's a great hedge against inflation, which, unless something changes, that inflation is not going to get any better. So go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Or if you want to talk to them, 1-800-707-4575, and they can answer your questions. All right, so Bubba, we have, we don't know what's going to happen with the Biden family. When you've got the big guy sitting in that executive office, you got to feel pretty good about the opportunity that you could be pardoned, or you can get but now they're not dirty. That if you had that opinion's kind of going away. They are dirty, but what's going to happen? And probably the answer, sadly, is nothing. But the fact that we're finding out that this Biden family, since '72, they've been rocking right along with their influence in our government. So here is a 45-minute clip. I'm sorry, 45-second clip that is going to show you the latest things that have been found in the House oversight involving 9 of the Biden family members. Here we go.
Joe Biden's son, Joe Biden's brother, Joe Biden's brother's wife, Hunter Biden's girlfriend or Beau Biden's widow, however you wanted to write that.
Oh, my goodness.
Hunter Biden's ex-wife, Hunter Biden's current wife, and 3 children of the president's son and the president's brother. So we're talking about a grandchild. That's odd. Most people that work hard every day's grandchild doesn't get a wire from a foreign national or anything like that. So that'll conclude our question and answer.
So, Bubba, they listed those 9 people, as he said, including a grandchild, that have received wire transfers from foreign nationals via these shell companies. 9. And like he said, how many of your grandchildren out there, Greg, any of your grandkids, have they ever received a wire transfer from a foreign national?
Not that I know of, but I'll check with Ellis. He can talk.
Right.
Yeah.
He can talk. So it's so obvious that they have used this position since 1972 of having the big guy, either a senator and now a president, that they've rolled right along, and, buddy, they have made it count.
Rick, the wire transfer is very easy to track. That's, evidence that you can't really dispute, and I think you've only seen the tip of the iceberg with this.
Do you think anything will happen to any of them?
Not while Joe's in office.
Right, yeah.
But afterwards, just much like Trump's, there'll be long memories on this.
Yeah. But they've done well during off that position, haven't they?
Well, yeah.
Apparently all over the world.
Yes,
all over the world. Mm-hmm. All right, so...
At least you got to give it to the Biden family. They spread it around.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
And you know what? You can't say that he's not a good grandfather. You can't say that. If you're going to get foreign wire transfers, you take care of your grandkids. Let them have some of them.
That's right.
And speaking of the Biden family, Biden was recently talking about how he came from these super humble beginnings. This isn't on y'all's list, but this is from a thing that Biden did just yesterday.
not this when he does this.
And,
okay.
And he's going to talk about his humble beginnings, and he's going to try to make a joke in here.
Oh, God.
It's very weird.
Okay.
I honored a group of trailblazing artists with National Medals of Arts and Humanities. The group included groundbreaking Asian Americans like Vera Wang and Joan.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is the one on the list. This is the one. This is the one on your list. This is where he malfunctions.
Oh no!
This is the. Is
I
where
can't.
he-
I'm looking down this whole time.
Just malfunction.
Oh
I honored a group of trailblazing artists.
Trail what?
National Medals
Raising.
of Arts and Humanities. The group included groundbreaking Asian Americans like Vera Wang and Joan Shingang.
Oh my
Shanga
Oh my god. Oh my gosh.
Kawawa. I think I pronounced it correctly. She can call me Joe Biden.
Oh my!
Guys, whoever his handlers are, they need to be fired and walked out of the building.
Who thought he
Look,
could pronounce those names?
I don't think it
Who?
matters who handles them.
Announce that you're
Really
going to
don't.
honor these people and have somebody come up and read the
Amen.
name.
Yeah, yeah.
Amen.
Could I go
Get
back
that
to
guy
what?
that goes to graduation
Can
and,
I go
and reads
back
all those
to where he
names.
just stops and he whispers something in the mic?
Yeah.
I know
what'd he say?
we've got to be quiet so we
I'm
can
so
hear
sorry.
it. It's
I'm
so
so
hard to
sorry.
say that.
I was right there with you.
If somebody would have said to me, hey, Rick, guess what? What? I got something I want you to watch. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm just not interested. No. The current president in his current mental state is going to try to acknowledge Asian Americans who have been trailblazers, and he's going to try to say their name. I'd stop everything I'm doing. And I would say, okay, well, I got to have a look at that. So I'm going to be quiet this time because I wasn't ready for that. So I was laughing hysterically. All right, let's here we go again.
I honored a group of trailblazing artists with National Medals of Arts and Humanities. The group included groundbreaking Asian Americans like Vera Wang and Joan Shingang. I'm going to pronounce it. Shanga.
Oh my God.
Kawawa. I think I pronounced it correctly. She can call me Joe Biden.
I love how he thinks he pronounced it
I
correctly.
think after that train wreck, he thought he did good. I think I got it.
He thinks out loud.
What a day. What a day. This is a banner good video day.
All right, here's that.
Yo, I mean, shouldn't somebody run to the stage and do something?
Well, let me tell you what I would have done. And Speed, this is where
I mean,
you're
get
saying.
the big hook and pull him off.
If I had the authority, I would say, all right, hey, thank y'all. Hey, President, good job. Heck of a job. Somebody get him somewhere and let him take a nap. Everybody else with me. Everybody else with me. What in the world are we doing? Are we got him up here trying to say Asian Americans? Are you kidding me?
Rick, he could announce
does that?
They could have pre-produced a video showing them and saying their names and what they did and just roll it. He said, just watch this. I'm going to show you something.
I would have fired everybody
Yeah,
responsible.
don't say the names.
Right.
Don't say the names.
Do not.
I'm sorry. This is the clip I was talking about where he talks about his humble beginnings and he tries to make a joke. It's very awkward.
I was raised in a family that was a typical, we weren't poor, typical middle-class family. My dad, we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a housing development it was a nice area. That was when they were developing suburbia with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. I look back on it and wonder how thin those walls were for my mom and dad, but at any rate.
Oh my gracious alive.
That made me uncomfortable. Very.
There's no need. There's no need to do that.
Good night.
There's no need for that.
No need for that.
There's no need for that.
No.
I like how he thinks that
What was
somehow.
the name of their cat?
Yeah, I mean, well, there you go.
All right.
How about this? Go back.
That's good, Bubba.
Go back to this. He just simply describes how a lot of people grew up.
Right.
Why does he think that's some kind of that endears us to him or something?
Do you think
I mean,
That is where he's always scored his highest points
Right.
with his audience is empathy for their situation. So he goes to it too much.
He does.
He tries to put himself in everybody's shoes all the time, even when they're on opposite sides of the road.
His life since 1972 has been in a position of power around the world. Since 72.
Right.
Wow.
I just don't think he can go back and act like he's relating to suburbia today. I just don't think so.
Yeah, when he goes to natural disasters and talks about the small house fire they had.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No.
Here he is trying to leave, and just
Bubba.
he's lost.
Bubba.
He's lost. This way? That way?
Does somebody not? That's like
Right here.
somebody trying to find their cart yesterday.
No.
Mr. President.
Quick, call Speedy.
That's the leader of the free world going right there.
the way he's walking.
Doing? What's he doing?
Speedy, do something.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, I got.
I mean, maybe in Florida. I don't know. I don't. Did you? What did you say?
I got WPBF.
He said something. That is not exactly what you said.
ABC 25 with a package if you want it.
Thank you for that.
PBF 25. Okay.
I
tell you, the comedy keeps rolling. Let's give it a look.
Let me go back, and the stand-up reporter, she's going to set it up for us.
Who live in this Stewart neighborhood say their neighbor does yard work and walks around his property naked. They say they've called the sheriff's office, but deputies say there's nothing they can do.
I came out, was it Sunday night?
Oh my God.
Crash out. I look over and he's bent over, winding up his hose, and like that's my view of my neighborhood.
What'd she just say?
Concerned neighbors want to crack down on this naked truth. The man who lives at the end of their street is a nudist.
He walks on his car and he does it naked, and everyone's called the police, but he's just out there doing his yard work, is whatever he needs to do outside naked.
Nude yard work? Neighbors can't bear it.
Have some respect for the neighborhood kids. Kids catch the bus here. It's wrong.
Several people in the neighborhood have called the Martin County Sheriff's Office, but say deputies
What's
tell
John Cooper
them
doing?
as long as he isn't touching himself inappropriately, there's nothing they can do since he's on his own property.
I've seen these people actually stand on their front steps, buck naked, both of them, and talk to a police officer, sheriff's department. The sheriff's department told me turn my head.
We found one person who doesn't have an issue with the neighbor stripped down to, well, nothing.
I'm not one of those people that have concerns just because it's their way of life and it's on their property and I know it's legal.
We spoke
Says
with the
the
man in
teenager
question.
holding a baby.
Yeah. He said he was not interested in doing an interview because he and his family are private people.
If they're private, why are your privates on display? I mean, that's not private at all. That's very public.
Some neighbors say the next step is they're going to talk to him and see if they can work out some kind of compromise.
Can I go back to this one here? Hold on.
Concerned neighbors.
Go back to the first
Yeah,
person.
please.
There's nothing they can do.
Listen,
Came out, was it Sunday night? Put the trash out. I look over and he's bent over, winding up his hose. And
Wow.
That's Bank 9 right there, my friend. I can't get it. I might get in there in the.
Rick and Bubba.
We've done it for over 29 years and 5 months into our 30th year, baby. Hey! Yeah. Making a living off people hearing about the show, coming in with low expectations, and going, you know what? It's not great, but it's better than I thought it'd be. That's us. And we must now go into every Stray Dog's friend, the real Greg Burgess, trying to, this saga of this stray dog and these puppies, when I tell people what's happening to you, it's brought great joy to my mother, and and I'm thankful for that. It's brought great joy to Adler. We can't get enough of it, Greg and Duress. And it's like, Greg, this stray dog thing, it's like you can't get it put up. It's never on the shelf. You know, it's like just when you think, all right, looks like we got a dog that's had puppies and feed them now, I can move on with my life. Then there'll be another obstacle. So what is the latest? Because I'm hearing that the latest update involves middle of the night stuff again, and now the dog doesn't like you again.
Okay, I've sent Adler a picture that I will call for here in a second.
Okay. Oh, call for it.
I mean, it's timely. I'm just saying to let y'all see what I saw.
Oh, no.
No, but I noticed yesterday, well, obviously days run together. I don't know which day it was.
Oh,
anyway,
my goodness.
She's backing off. I told y'all she's deciding she really don't want to feed
Yeah,
them
we got
anymore.
that up.
It's a little early for that.
Yeah, a little early.
So didn't feed them yesterday, I don't think. Maybe real early that morning. But, yeah, real early in the morning.
Not the greatest mom.
No.
Okay.
And now, here, add this to it. When I go in the garage, she growls at me, and that's like she wants to bite me.
Now, when did that start?
Last night. I don't know what that is.
Because if I remember when she first became a stray, that day y'all wish y'all could go take back when you laid down some food for her.
Yeah.
That she never would let you touch her.
No.
Okay.
So
she's never really liked you.
We think she's got vision problems, the way she acts. Because it's like you startle her, like above a certain level, it's like she can't see that high.
Okay.
And I think she's looking at me, and I'm either she can't see anyway. Because
we asked
during the
question
ordeal, we got to be kind of friends.
We asked in the kickoff hour, what dogs can sense if somebody likes them or not. And is his tone kind of rough and mean and stuff? And is that why she's acting that? Because it doesn't act that way towards Lisa.
Greg, does she act defensive because you're around her puppies, or act defensive because she thinks you're going to make her feed the puppies?
That's a good question.
Well, now I can't.
That's a
maybe
good,
that's the
good
deep
That's
part.
a good question.
I think it's just being around it. She don't like me because Lisa's
she thinks
normally
when
the
you
one
show
that
up,
pushes
you're going to make
her.
her lay down and feed them puppies?
No, because Lisa normally does that when she has to. But anyway, so she hadn't been feeding them yesterday, or I did early in the morning. Anyway, so we're waiting on it
Greg,
to
don't
happen.
rub your
Never
head.
did.
It's fine.
So anyway, I wake up at like 1:30 this morning, and I hear Lisa's up, and I'm like, oh, that ain't a good sign.
Right. 1:30?
Yeah.
Y'all realize how precious sleep is for the people that do this show?
The puppies were whining.
Right.
They were
Biggest battle
whining
every
because
day.
they were hungry, which they never whine. But so she goes out there. Well, Millie don't want nothing to do with them. So we end up having to bottle feed them at about 1:30.
Now, when you say bottle feed them, how?
Well, you get a little
those
bottle.
syringes again?
Yeah, the syringes. And
We're back
just
to
get
that.
something in them.
We're back to that.
We just get something in them. So I'm like, well, because if we can just get them, we got probably about a week and a half to 2 weeks. If we can get them past that, they'll be off milk and be weaned. Once I get her out of the picture, if she's going to be funny about whether I want to feed or not, and I can just feed them whenever I put food out, that'll help. But anyway, so I leave. We got them, and they were satisfied. They don't eat a lot. They don't like the bottle thing.
Well, no.
But so later this morning, Lisa sends me this picture that I sent Adler.
Okay.
Now she's decided to get in there, and there they are nursing her again. So,
okay.
I mean, that's a good thing, I guess, but will it last?
Until you get home.
Is she going to do this and then 3 days later decide to do it again? And I'll be bottle feeding between now and then?
So you're just saying she's just unpredictable?
Yeah.
I think he walks in and goes, hey, lay down there. Lay down there.
I don't bother.
Hey, could you please feed these puppies?
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest with you.
Look,
you're
their
puppies,
mama.
The puppies are cute and all that, and I'll see this through, but I cannot wait till this is over.
Let me submit this. This may be, you think we want her to feed when the puppies are making noise and want to be fed, and of course they're going to want to be fed every time they wake up.
They're getting
but
better.
maybe she does not want to feed until she feels like she has milk built up, and then it probably helps her to feel better to nurse them.
It does, and that's probably. But you just wonder, because normally they don't. believe it or not, it's been a long time since she's fed them. They don't whine much, but when they do start whining, that means, hey, I'm really hungry finally.
Now,
and we know the fact because we got a camera in there, so Lisa can look. And
you
go
had to
back
set up
and
a
forth.
camera for
Yeah,
the
we got a
dog?
little camera where you can
Greg,
see.
what's happened?
And she can go back and see if she. Yeah, the swimming pool works good, by the way, and see if she's been nursing. And I mean, this was like 12 hours since she had.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they're supposed to eat more often than that.
They are.
No, they're not. When they were brand new, they ate about every 2 hours. It's not to that point. But
Hey, be still.
But anyway, I need to get. I'm looking forward to them being weaned.
Are you, Greg?
Where I can put food out and feed them whenever they start squealing.
Uh-huh.
So, like right now, she laid down this morning, but she may not do it again until this time tomorrow.
Right. You're saying, honestly, Greg, based on what you just told me, she actually fed them yesterday morning.
Yeah.
But just decided not to do it anymore. So this really is no indicator that she'll do it throughout the day.
No, it's none at all.
And I think that goes back to why everybody was saying give her milk, give her supplements, give her
we
ice
do
cream,
that.
so she can produce more milk quicker.
Lisa makes her eggs every morning, and they told us, the vet said, feed her puppy chow, and she eats that it helps develop milk, whatever's in puppy chow.
Because we know
if you just joined us, talking about a dog.
We know from talking to human moms, it has to build up. You know.
Yeah, no, it does.
Oh, look, I got a
does.
daughter right down the road that's in the middle of all that with a brand new baby. I mean, I can get that advice. But
right, yeah.
You know,
Thank
a
you
little
for that.
different.
Thank
A
you.
little different, especially the fact that at least Chandler don't growl at me when I go. I mean, listen, I drove this dog back and forth to the doctor in the middle of the night and did all that, and now she's going to growl at me.
I know.
Well, dogs can
She doesn't appreciate it.
Dogs can sense fear, and they can also sense resentment, Greg.
No,
they
look,
can sense it.
and I've been very.
It's the reason why Adler sometimes
a
will
day
growl
ago,
at you.
she would come up and let me
Yes.
pet her. A day ago, she'd come up and let me pet her, and all of a sudden,
No, you never petted this dog.
Yeah, I have.
Hey,
During all this.
Hey, be still. One more needs to get on that.
Do it. Now, I will say this.
Lay down right now. Yeah.
8 of them
Do you
attacking.
realize what a handle you are? Be still. It's 1:30
I
in
did
the
get on
morning.
to her. I
I'm in
said-
my underwear.
I did get on to her because she was growling and barking at me like she didn't want me near them. I said, don't act like you care. You ain't even fed them.
Greg.
And you going to get on me about
See,
getting
hey,
near them?
Greg.
Well,
It's a monologue.
that'll make a dog show affection.
I think Amanda's on your side, by the way.
What's that?
She just texted me. She said, I need to give Millie a good talking to. She's not nursing those babies like she needs
There
to.
you go. See,
She's
Amanda
not
knows.
doing a good job.
Have we
She's
thought
not.
about bringing
She's-
Amanda in?
I think she
Hey,
did.
more ice
I think
cream.
she's offered.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Probably
So
a
you-
little different
you
than what she's
leave-
normally dealing with.
Hey, you leave. You leave.
Just multiples.
Lisa's there with her sweet talking self, and Millie
It hadn't
lays
mattered.
down.
It hadn't mattered.
Greg, you're telling us
Nobody was in there when that happened.
what?
But you weren't there.
Who
No,
has a
it's
more
on.
Who has a more soothing disposition, Lily or Papa?
Well, yeah, she's a lot nicer to her. I mean, I'm not mean to her, but the point is, this was she did this when nobody was in there.
Yeah. Give me that talk with like.
The
Let's say,
tone is
look at me.
everything.
I'm Millie. What? How you talking?
Were you talking about at 1:30 in the morning? You talking
Yeah.
about 3 in the
Yeah.
afternoon?
Ooh.
Just
I'm
have
talking
it.
about 1:30.
Give me that 1:30
Honestly, I
a.m.
don't get
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You
What
do
you-
too.
What do you say?
Well, I did when she was barking at me. Yeah.
Give me your tone.
That wasn't bad. I'm just like, don't be barking
Hair
at me.
sticking
You ain't
up
going to feed
everywhere.
them. You going to bark at me?
That's not what that wasn't it, Greg.
Oh wow, Greg.
Now you're just
Might
lying.
have been a little worse.
Dogs can sense when you're lying too.
That's right.
I wish I could train her to break my fall if I was. Yeah, but anyway, it's simple, I tell you.
A lot of rubbing here. Look at him.
Yeah, give me about 2 more weeks, maybe a little better. Golly.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Tom Petty. That's right. I will tell you, we do have a lot to talk, but when I delve into the personal world yesterday, and there's a man on the front row in here on the golden ticket seats. He's early because he probably, like me, didn't sleep after what we went through last night. I've never seen anything like this. I don't even know how to wrap my mind around it. Of course, what happened last night, there was the entrepreneurial side of me that was excited and inspired, okay? Then there was the male side of me that was terrified. And so we'll talk about that a little bit.
Well, that is an intriguing
was,
lead up to this story.
It was I've never been part of something like this, and I've never felt so outnumbered. It was a terrifying moment. But we'll and sometimes when women get together in those kind of numbers, it gets kind of scary.
Yeah,
it's like their estrogen begins to play on each other, and it all becomes one big moving force. And
boy.
I'm telling you. Now I tell you what, the people putting that event together though found out though. Let me tell you what women do require. We all know this. It better be right. If there's things going on they don't like, they'll be vocal. So we'll talk about that in a minute. I didn't know how I was going to. I knew what I was kind of getting into, but it was more than I thought. So we'll talk about that coming up. And almost I didn't attend at all. And that'll be funny how we'll talk.
Yeah,
We'll
I
talk,
can't wait to hear about this.
We'll talk about our age and where we are in our lives too. So it's action packed, and I'll talk about it whenever we feel it's the right time. But it was something. Now I will say this: has anything happened? I know that the whole kickoff hour. If you get the kickoff hour, Speedy's beside himself because the Cleveland Browns have won for the first time since Christmas of 2017.
635 days.
2016.
Wow. 2016.
Yes.
Christmas Eve.
That's
2016
right.
is the last time they won.
Yeah, 600-something days. Huh?
635 to be exact.
Guys, do y'all realize that?
Well, Rick,
That's a big number.
Yeah, how do you?
You're a loser for 635 days.
How do you keep showing up for work with that?
You can't even remember what it felt like to win. You're like, I don't remember.
No, for the fans, it's been rough. For a lot of the players, they're new to the organization, so to them, they're just inheriting the issue. But yeah, they won last night.
And
First time.
And there's one way to look at it, Speedy, for you trying to get the Browns to the playoffs. Y'all have played 3 games and you've only lost 1.
That's true. That's true.
And if you got a kicker, you've only
You're right.
Look at that.
By the way, the kicker was cut by the Dolphins. Well, I say cut. He wasn't cut. He didn't make the final roster. He was in a battle for the Dolphins deal. And so when the Browns got rid of their kicker, who was fired after the Saints loss, this guy beat out a couple of others, and he did well last night. He kicked a field goal, a couple extra points. So for them, that's good.
Can we go this far? You tied 1. You really lost 1 you should have won. If you'd had a kicker, you win it easy.
Right.
You could easily be 3-0 right now.
Yeah.
Now, that would be too much hysteria. Now, Greg, of course, was the one that reminded us of the promotion. Is it Bud Light?
Dilly.
Dilly.
Bud Light.
I'd forgotten about that. Greg had not. But with
the coolers all over town, or
with a lock
in bars
that opens
remotely
through the Wi-Fi system.
Yeah.
And they all at the same time open up. And
so is there
those
footage
people.
of them in the bar?
Yes, I haven't seen it.
Last night, I don't know if we have it, but you can see the bartender. They're taking them, handing them out, and they're grabbing and screaming.
I bet they are. So, yeah, Bud Light said when the Browns won, they would open up these coolers of Bud Light and just give it to the Browns fans everywhere.
They were afraid the born-on date was going to get bad before they won, but I guess they're in the clear now.
So good.
Right. So that's big. Anybody accused Kavanaugh anything since I've been around?
There's some update on this on the lady that's wanting to testify.
Okay. Is she going?
It just seems like every move is a delay.
Is she going to? There is one. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought what I saw, somebody in elementary school said one time she was sitting in front of him in class and he popped the band on the top of her panties. Is that true?
No, Rick.
Well, I don't. That's maybe that didn't happen. So anyway, because I don't know what happened back in elementary school.
It's just a zoo.
Right.
It's a zoo. Until there's a date she's going to testify. I don't even know if I want to talk about it.
Right.
I mean, it's just every day something different. She's worried about ensuring her safety, Rick, because of the death threat.
Okay.
Well, guess what? Kavanaugh's been getting death threats from day 1 too. So
yeah, there's a story on
We
that.
all get death.
She's not the only one getting death threats.
Everybody's getting death threats.
Guys,
All right, let's move that off the table.
I'll go this far. Death threats is just part of our culture now.
Yeah.
Everybody gets death threats. Move on. Either if this is something you think is so important that you can't have this person on your Supreme Court as a citizen of this country, then come on in, tell your story, and let everybody vet it out, and we'll see what happens. But anyway, I'm fine with saying this is a no Kavanaugh zone today on the Friday edition.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm really okay with that.
That's nice.
Yeah, because I've got some lighthearted stuff. Now, I can't ignore the headlines, but we can if you want to. We could play, some Rick and Bubba games today if you'd rather.
I like it.
We can shy away from negativity today. I'm good with that.
Shy away.
We can say no, You're America updates today.
I like all that.
Whatever y'all think. Now, what we can't do is kick everything out that we have no show.
Right.
Now that we can't.
No, we're not going to do that. We can talk about the Browns. That's half a show.
No, Speedy, you've already talked about it ad nauseum. And we're
good.
barely into the show.
I had talked about it in 30 minutes.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. From the No Name Studio. On the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Another hour beginning right now. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Hey! In the streets. Somebody say, talk about the dog. Say, bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay, bow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay. Sing it. Bow wow wow, yippee yo, yippee yay, bow wow, yippee yo, yippee. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for hanging with us here at Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, you and I have tried to figure out the story. I've seen a lot of coverage here where we live for obvious reasons. The headline from FoxNews.com: Natalie Holloway suspect Joran Vandersloot. Remember this guy is being extradited.
Joran, I believe.
Joran. Is it Joran? Okay, Jordan Vandersloot is being extradited to the United States, and the Holloway family, which are from Alabama, they have given this information to news sources. And we're trying to understand exactly what's going on, and even in the story, it seems hard to follow.
Yeah, Beth Holloway made the announcement that almost 18 years later, Joran Vandersloot has been extradited to Birmingham to answer for his crimes. Now, Natalie was from Mountain Brook, which is a suburb of Birmingham, for those of you around the country not familiar with the geographic area of that. The Peruvian authorities agreed to extradite Vandersloot, who is serving a 28-year prison sentence for the murder of a 21-year-old girl there named Stephanie Flores in 2010.
Yeah, right.
Now, according to this, it says has been extradited. So is he already in Birmingham?
Oh, wow. I was looking at some of the local coverage. It looked like yes. And they're allowing him to do this just so the Holloways can have closure. Did he agree to come here and tell them what happened?
Well, the Peruvian government has agreed to temporarily hand over the Dutch citizen to American authorities for his prosecution in the United States for the alleged commission of crimes of extortion and fraud to the grievance of Elizabeth Ann Holloway. Now, this was part of. At some point, he contacted the Holloway family and said, I will tell you what happened to your daughter for a certain amount of money.
There you go.
And I think that may be what they're trying to prosecute.
Okay, I got you. So bottom line, he's been in this jail, and the whole deal is, look, we got to get him into the United States of America for him even to face these charges you're talking about, the extortion and all that. So apparently the Peruvian government has finally said, yeah, we'll send him to you, and y'all can try him on that, I guess, right?
I'm a little out of the loop on this because we were out of the news cycle yesterday a little bit. Natalie Holloway would be 36 years old today. Mm-hmm. That shows you how long this has been going on. And I don't know if they're going to prosecute him for extortion. I don't know that they will get the information. I think the Holloway family just wants to know what happened. Straight up what happened.
But let me tell you, if he says straight up what happened, can you now charge him with her murder too?
Well, it wasn't here though.
Right.
The murder didn't take place here.
Right.
The extortion took place here.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know what the play is here. I guess we'll just have to kind of watch it. I don't know if they're going to charge him with extortion, try to, prosecute him on that, and then maybe say, we'll drop these charges if you'll tell us what happened. I mean, I don't understand who's got what cards in this game.
Well, there's no doubt that Beth Holloway, the mother, thinks this opportunity, because here's her quote, "It's been a very long and painful journey, but the persistence of many is going to pay off. Together, we are finally getting justice for Natalie."
I don't know. I don't know.
But I guess they just want him to be charged with something. Is this the chasing of OJ, and you just want to get something on them?
I don't know. I don't know.
So because you think they think they've gotten away with something. So anyway, it is an interesting situation. It says here
it's a terrible thing.
Yeah,
and it's gone on forever.
I'm elated, and I think it's fantastic that Vandersloot will be extradited to the United States and will be charged with some criminal acts associated with Natalie Holloway.
Yeah. See, I think that's going to be the extortion charge.
So
because they do, they have evidence in that.
Yeah, because that's what it says. It says Peru has agreed to this for his prosecution in the U.S. for the alleged commission of the crimes of extortion and fraud against Holloway's mother.
And I guess the Holloway family is saying if he gets convicted of these things, at least we can say that is justice for us, that he was convicted of something criminal involving her disappearance.
Maybe that's
I guess.
Maybe
right?
that's it. But after this process, he goes back to the Peruvian jail to finish his sentence there, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah. They announced that he would have to be returned to Peru right afterwards, and of course they go on to say that the requesting country must keep the defendant in custody the entire time, and then as soon as it's over, send him straight back.
Well, there you go.
So is he sitting in the Birmingham jail right now?
It very well could be. He's somewhere here.
It says has been extradited to Birmingham.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Is the trip over and he's here, or is he en route? I mean, yeah. I mean, that's so there you go.
Well, we'll be watching that, see how that plays out.
Stop me real quick if y'all said this, because I was trying to read a little bit. Did y'all talk about the $250,000 in the extortion and wire fraud incident that he's being indicted on?
We did say that he tried to extort money from the Holloway family in return for the truth about what happened.
Yeah, and it looked like it was in exchange of $250,000.
Yeah, I don't think we had the exact number, but there it is. So that is something new. So, and the number also has a lot to do with the offense as well, how much you tried to get and all that. So anyway, that's an interesting story, and some of you probably, it was 18 years ago. You may be so young you don't even remember it, but a lot of us do. And for this update to come 18 years later is, the young lady that he killed, that he was convicted on, they said was 5 years to the day that Natalie Holloway disappeared.
Oh yeah,
after that.
I just hope for Beth Holloway and their family they get some peace out of all this when all's said and done. Get some answers.
So the original exchange was the $250,000. That was the selling of information. Don't know if that full amount ever happened, but she did wire the mom wired $15,000 to an account in the Netherlands for him, and then gave him another $10,000 in person. The indictment stated, and then. Once he had the initial $25,000, Vandersloot showed the attorney John Kelly where Natalie Holloway's remains allegedly were hidden, but the information turned out to be false. The indictment states so that's part of the indictment, is that either he was making it all up just to get money from Mama or what. But
so there you go. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is a number. And some of y'all may add something to that or know more about that, but that's we gave you what is being reported, and I think we kind of understand what's going on. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big's our number. We'll take more of your phone calls when we come back on that or any topic when the Rick and Bubba Show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You brought out your new shade. You got your new sound. Rick and Bubba show, brand new. Now, last night, we're going to let Speedy get this out of his system. The Cleveland Browns won their first game since Christmas 2016. So 600 and something days since they've won a ball game. Bud Light said when the Browns win, dilly, they will open up these secret coolers that had a lock on it that they will
remotely control.
Open them and let the Browns fans dilly. So we told Speedy, find us some footage of this happening, and I think there's some out there.
And what I love, you're gonna be me here. What I love. Let's see. Hold on. There we go.
I love theme music, Bubba. Bubba, look there it is. And it is.
Think if they win 2 or 3 in a row.
Look, there comes. There comes the logs down.
Did they just fall like that?
It looks like it. I guess that guy just unlocked it, didn't he?
But they still don't open up. Or?
Well, no, what it is they there was an app or whatever that Bud Light was using, and so when they told it to open up, the locks fell off.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Yeah.
The Fox, that was pretty cool. Wasn't it?
Yeah,
that is. Yeah. I like that lock. We got to find out about that.
And then they had someone there that was handing it out, and once you got one, you got stamped saying, "Hey, you got one." So,
you can't come
like
back.
if there was a Greg, just keep coming back.
No, I was going to tell you something. Greg and I used to live in the beer culture, and if you try to do free beer, it turns into.
Oh, you better.
If you don't manage it, I mean, if
you better have security.
Sweet victory.
Sweet victory.
You know what I mean? You take free beer, and that word even gets out. If the word free beer even gets out.
Rick, and they think you're going to take a free beer. It's going to be several.
Yes,
it's not going to be a free beer.
First, in that story, I have to give Speedy props for the Browns coming back, and it looks like Baker Mayfield may have turned out to be the real deal. Unlike so many of the other quarterbacks the Browns have brought in. We'll see.
Hey, give us one night. Don't be a hater.
I'm giving
He's
you
not being a
props.
hater. He's trying to compliment you.
I'm talking about Greg.
Greg.
But I got to tell you, I got to tell you what I'm really curious about in all this is locks you can control remotely. I want to know more about those. Huh?
Yeah, that was kind of neat how they were describing all that. Troy Aikman had fun with it last
3 locks
night.
on it. Do what now?
Troy Aikman was on the broadcast last night, and he was talking about it, and it was not going well at first. And
they were down 14-0.
And Aikman was like, "Boy, these fans are not happy because they are not happy at all." This was a 2-point conversion that we're showing, and did a little trickery there to get it in because the first one.
Look, you got to do that if you're the Browns. Do all
if
you
I'm
can.
the Browns,
if
I'm the Browns and you're playing me, I will try anything.
But I don't want the trick play for the 2-point conversion to take away from the way he threw the football last night.
Oh, and it's not. I'm just showing.
I know. I'm just saying for those that haven't seen it. I mean,
Rick,
hey.
I don't know if you know the whole story because we've kind of been talking around it, but they're down 14-0. Tyrod Taylor gets hurt. Has to be, and he gets to come in, and then they turn. He completely turned the game around.
I have some commentary on that. I watched the entire game.
You think
it actually worked out? Well, I wouldn't. I mean, when the whole stadium's going Baker Mayfield.
Why not just put him in?
Mayfield. Well, so it was not going well. The Jets just were. The defense was owning the Browns, and he couldn't do anything. And he was missing a lot of targets.
Who's that? Who?
Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah,
and
sound
then,
like you're saying Baker Mayfield.
And then, Baker's not in yet, but Tyrod Taylor started, and then he just couldn't do anything.
That's why you win. Did you see that hole? I could have run through there with that.
And then it got to about 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes in the second quarter, and he went down. He got tackled. He was trying to scramble, got down. His helmet hit the ground, and I saw him. He kind of grabbed his helmet. But then he trotted off the field and went straight to the little covered tent behind the players' bench, and they said he was being evaluated for a concussion. And then he walked to the locker room and went, "Well, I'm not saying he didn't have a concussion because I mean concussions are serious, but I know I'm about to be taken out. Boy, it sure does look better if I have a concussion."
You said he failed.
I'm just saying.
No,
I'm just saying.
I see that narrative easily.
And then Baker comes in and drives him down to get a field goal.
That could be the end of.
Could be.
We'll see.
Well, that's the dilemma now, and
it's not a dilemma to me. You won for the first time in 2 years,
right?
A dilemma is if Taylor, is that his name? Tyrod.
Yeah,
if Taylor was playing well, then you have a dilemma. But if he wasn't moving the team and he gets hurt, I'm sorry he got hurt if he really did. But now Baker Mayfield does get the offense moving. So to me, that
Well, Speedy said that Troy Aikman and Joe Buck were.
Minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us. We're taking your phone calls now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Find out what the people want to talk about. Your turn, America. John out of Decatur. He listens to us on 100.3 The River. And, Greg, I called it. I had a feeling that would be the look.
Yeah.
Yeah, without ever knowing. Let's go to John. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. What is on your
morning, gentlemen.
Hey, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry. There's.
Oh, you're fine. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, go,
Hey,
John.
pal. All right.
You guys were talking about Skinwalker Ranch when you was doing your podcast, and Rick, you had said, you might be leery of this, kind of stay away from it, don't dabble in certain things. And so I listened to you. I didn't watch it. And then last week, you guys were talking about Bubba was up to date on it, and Rick, you were starting to watch it. I thought, well, maybe I misunderstood. Monday, I sat down with the wife to watch it and turned it on. The first episode, before it was over with, the air conditioning went out on my house.
I knew it. Doggone it.
Not like I couldn't get Freon in it. I couldn't get it serviced. It is done. I've got to have a whole new unit put in.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
a terrible news
there.
there.
That's a $5,000 bad news right there. Yeah, I
absolutely.
Yeah. I'm not. I would wade into one episode and I was like, this thing doesn't bring nothing but trouble. And then I hadn't watched anymore. And now I think you've been used to remind me, Rick, don't do it again. You were lucky to get out of it without something. To New Mexico. Yeah, New Mexico keeps coming up in my life.
Really?
Yeah. I every time I turn around, somebody's talking about New Mexico. You ever been to New Mexico?
I may have drove through there once.
I watched Breaking Bad. It was in New Mexico.
Cody, what's up, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
I'm good.
Monkey grass.
Thanks for the call. So what part of New Mexico do you live in? Farmington, New Mexico. Okay. How far are you from Albuquerque?
We are about 3 hours.
Okay. So, yeah. And it's New Mexico keeps coming up, and everybody keeps bringing up New Mexico.
What it was,
I'm so sorry.
I went through Albuquerque, but I made a wrong turn.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. So Cody, what's on your mind today, buddy?
Well, I was going to ask you guys to give a anniversary shout out to my wife, Emily.
Emily, okay, sure.
Yes, sir. We've been married for 4 years. Yesterday.
Okay,
I worked the same schedule as you guys, and I couldn't call in yesterday. So
yeah, you sound sleepy. All right, so for you and your wife, we'll do the anniversary song. 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. We wish you many more.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for.
One thing.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to say about Greg is he sure sounded good when he answered the phone this morning. Sounded pretty rested. I didn't know if Mr. Greg Puppy Love Burgess had gotten a good night of sleep last night.
I did not. I was faking it.
He did not.
I did not
Cody.
get a good night's sleep.
He did not. Yeah. So what are you? Are you a tuber? Are you a tune-in app? Are you a podcast? You're not.
I am a tune-in.
Okay.
I am a tune-in. My wife's a podcaster, so she will be hearing all this.
Well,
so
good.
Does not know I'm doing this.
Good. Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate you very much.
Appreciate it, brother.
See, there he goes.
There you go.
Farmington, New Mexico, checking in.
I've always wanted to go to New Mexico.
Well, and here's the thing that I've heard about it is like if you like westerns and stuff a lot of times, and you'll see out there, you're like, okay, this is some of the places they shot all this. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what was, and of course there's a lot of beauty there. So I would like to.
You're like a cactus. You're all in.
Yeah. I think I would like it. Is it different than going out in Arizona a little bit?
Probably similar.
Is it similar? Because I've done that. By the way, did you talk to Coach Houston about his trip out there to the canyon? And he went over and went to where Tombstone was. And he said that the funniest thing of the trip was looking at the graveyard and the things they would put on people's tombstones.
Oh, the real
Greg, shot by a Chinaman. he said he saw
that
one. He saw one said, we hung him. We found out he was innocent, but he's still gone.
Nothing we can do about it.
Greg, shot in a gunfight.
That is funny.
He said you don't find anybody that lived out their life and died of old age.
No, all young.
From the Wild Wild West. Let's go to Adam in Athens, Alabama. Adam, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I had a little question about Greg's puppies. I know you didn't know who the father, of the dog, of the puppies were. Is there any chance it could be Nopi?
Oh,
well, no.
I don't know if nobody pull that off.
Okay, Greg. Let's go to George in Robertsdale. George, go ahead.
Hey, Bubba, like you, I grew up watching the Braves on WTCG, and to this day, whenever I win at anything with my kids, I say, Braves win. We'll be back in a minute to talk with Dale Murphy.
So true.
Yep.
So true.
Oh, we even went home and looked at some highlights last night.
Oh yeah, he got pretty. He had a pretty swing, didn't he?
Oh,
and he always represented them in the All-Star game.
Every
Yes,
time.
Every time he got one.
Trish, Alabama. Go ahead, Trish.
Yes, just real quick. This is for Greg, and I don't mean any harm. I just can't figure out why you want to be so upset having to feed these critters when you won't even try the thing that Bubba got you. If 4 of those puppies will nurse on that thing, that's 4 you don't have to feed. Just try it one time.
I did try it.
We did try it. They didn't like it.
Believe me, I've tried everything.
Okay.
You're right. Yeah, I get it. But yeah, I may give them another shot at it, but they didn't respond very well.
Did they respond at all to the suckler 4000?
They went up they just put their mouth up. They weren't really. But they're a little bit bigger now. Maybe a little more. I may give it another look. Or we'll let Speedy just have it for lunch.
That's funny. Let's go to John in Nashville, Tennessee. John, go ahead.
Hey, all this puppy talk and mom talk's got me thinking about Mother's Day, and I just all the young guys out there that have just become new fathers this year, do not make the mistake I made on the first Mother's Day. We woke up, had my mom's stuff ready to go to lunch after church, and my wife looked at me and said, "Where's my Mother's Day stuff?" And I said, "Well, you're not my mother." And that was an awful, awful mistake. So just want to remind all the young guys out there, you better do your job and get your wife something for Mother's Day on the first Mother's Day she has. Don't do what I did.
Yeah, hard for a baby to get their mama something.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, good call.
And even when the kids are young, but once they get
older,
yeah.
Of course, then you still try to make sure they don't blow it.
Yeah, that's true.
Because they'll blow it in a second.
I mean.
Let's go to Charles in Birmingham. Charles, go ahead.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
It's about that Vandersloot fella. What you reckon?
I just don't feel good about that. Let's go to Susan.
Was it tone?
The tone sounded a little lighthearted for the topic, and I thought I don't think so.
Right.
Susan, go ahead.
Uh,
Oh, we lost Susan.
Rick,
Something just
her
happened, by the way.
tone.
All the calls went away. All at the same time.
Is this where I can't see? Is he messing with me?
No. Didn't you see them?
The board is clear now.
The board is open.
All of a sudden, it just went whoop, and they all went. Now there's people calling back, but something happened just then, and it cleared every one of them.
Rick, you clearly
You
did
probably
something.
hit something. I saw you over
What did
there.
I hit?
Yeah, he just that coffee mug he's got in the way.
I know.
I resent that anytime something goes wrong, y'all assume that it's driver error.
Right out of the gate.
Right, that's the first
Rick
thing.
done something.
That's somebody think, oh, his hands are too big.
I heard the clicking. Click, click, click. Ooh, something happened.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Well, I was clicking, and I answered the person, and she talked, and it went zoom, didn't it, Bubba? And then the call above it went zoom.
They all just disappeared.
They
Went
zoom.
gray.
They went zoom.
Master engineer saw it. Did you see any error on my part over here, Bubba?
It all cleared at one time, unless you've got a button for that.
Yeah,
How about this? How about this? Do I have
probably said clear all.
Hey, you hear me? Do I have a mouse in my hand, and am I a dangerous man? Absolutely.
Yeah,
but I think in this particular case, I don't.
I'll give you that.
Well, if I did it, I don't know how I did it.
I doubt you did.
Yeah, bottom of the hour.
Done it deliberate.
But I can see where that would be a thought. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. More stories to unpack. We'll hit them before the hour is done when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Talking about the energy level within the
Oh,
players
yeah.
in the huddle,
Yeah.
and even the offensive linemen going to the line.
Yep.
How that looked different.
There was an
energy.
urgency.
Former Browns player, now playing for the Jets, scores a touchdown, and does not treat the Brown fans very, very good.
No. Isaiah Crowell and a lot of SEC fans know that name. He's now with the Jets, as you said, and when he scored, he had a little gift for the Browns fans.
Isaiah Crowell.
He's got a couple.
That'll draw a flag every time.
That'll draw a flag
So
every
he wiped
time.
his butt with a ball and then threw it in the stand.
Yes.
He's got a couple.
Oh, my gosh. Oh.
And that'll draw a flag every time.
So that's a non-approved celebration, I take it, huh?
If you take the ball like it's toilet paper and you say, here's my rump ribbon, here, now you can have the ball.
Have a little of that.
That is not, no.
That is not right, but it sure was funny there for a moment.
There's something about the dreads that makes it even worse. I don't know why, but it does.
Yeah.
But, that's kind of a demoralizing moment. Of course, he's got shut-up juice now when it's all said and done. But
the Jets had a little kick in their step. Their rookie quarterback was showing off a little bit, had a lot of hype going into that, and then, hey, you lose to the Browns.
Yeah, and he threw 2 interceptions the last couple of minutes.
Now, who is this guy? Who's their quarterback?
The kid from Southern Cal.
Sam Darnold.
Oh, yeah.
Is that his name? Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
Darnold, yeah, Darnold.
There he is.
All right, as we come back, I do want to look back over the last 24 hours and what I've been through. There's actually a guy in the audience, and you know how when you've been through something together, it bonds you? People who've gone to war together, played ball together, been through anything that was, could be trying. So this was one of those things that happened. I didn't know anything about it. And the interesting thing, the times we're living in now with all the technology and all the different stuff, if somebody's a person of influence and they've got their own little tribe of people that love what they do, they can use all the little social media stuff and say, hey, I'm doing something, y'all come, and people mob to it. I mean, it's a really odd thing to watch. So things can be going on that you don't know anything about, even in your own town.
Right.
And so my wife was reading I think it was Southern Living or some Southern magazine, and she looked over at me and she said, Reese Witherspoon is coming to Birmingham. And I said, no offense, but for what? And she says, well, she's got a new book. And I thought to myself, somebody at the level of Reese Witherspoon, tell me you're not going to try to go to a book signing. And she was, oh, no. She's coming to the Alabama Theater. And I thought, well, but to do what? And she says, well, I don't know, but she's just coming. And she goes, what, can you get us tickets and let's go? Now, this was...
Now, Sherry loves Reese, right?
Yes. Yeah, well, and I think, there's she's not alone. Let me share that with you. As I would soon discover. So I look and I realize that it's sold out. And boom, sold out. I've never even heard of it. And so I said, I go, do StubHub and get some tickets and, pay the, it was
pay the freight, baby.
What you would pay for a concert kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so then I start trying to read up on this, and then it fades away and I forget about it. So you ever have one of those things when you get up on a certain day and you say, I'm supposed to do something today, but I can't remember what it is?
I did that yesterday.
I did too. Yeah. That's what happened.
So
I actually am talking to Sherry at dinner last night when we start Wednesday night when we start looking ahead, or when I got back from Starkville on Wednesday. That's what it was. And I said, we're going to bed. And I said, I'm supposed to do something tomorrow, and I don't know what it is. And then, because I said I don't have it on my calendar. And then I thought, a friend of ours was cutting some commercials with us and said, hey, can we have lunch after? And I thought, well, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. And so then I was kind of piddling around. Now, what made it difficult, too, is the way you buy tickets and do tickets now, there's so many different things, and there's a lot of anxiety that comes with it. This was one of those things that they now call in the ticket world the mobile transfer, which means you never hold tickets. The person, wherever they bought their tickets, now has to tell you to come on. You got to come from StubHub over to them and then pull their tickets over to you and then put it in your wallet on your phone. And you can imagine me in that world.
Yeah.
So they
I don't envy that.
So what I'm talking. It is 35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You know, if Greg ever got to lay down in his bed and if he wasn't feeding puppies, he would have a nice mattress. I mean, it's a good one.
I may put them on.
Yeah, you don't get to it much, but Greg.
No.
And so HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They will customize a mattress designed for you in the way you sleep. Rick, how's that accomplished? I'll tell you.
It ain't easy.
Greg, so what? They ask you some questions.
They do.
And then you tell them how you sleep. Like, first of all, you normally sleep on your side, your back. You sleep on your stomach. Some combination. You like
what
a
time you get up and feed puppies?
There you go. You feed puppies at what
that.
time? They need to know that. And then you do like a soft mattress, medium. You want a firm mattress. Are you big and tall? Are you big and tall? You getting this for a kid? All this is in play, and they can customize it. They send it right to your door. You try it for 100 nights to be sure you like it. And if you you're going to, you keep it.
You're going to love it.
If something happens and you didn't like it, then they take it back. We get you 20% off right now. Go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It'll ship there in a few days. 20% off at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing sleep with help from HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Shouldn't you be sleeping on a mattress that was designed for you? All right, so...
Sit down, Rick.
I know. Everybody.
Distractions.
These TVs, I know they look good on paper when we decided. Greg. So,
Adler.
So anyway,
Adler.
Well, we're just watching somebody jam. We're watching, and it's a band.
Greg's buddies.
That's right. Greg's friends with this band, and they're on one of the local TV morning shows.
I wish we could hear
it. And so we're watching it right now. And Greg's, he's played a role in trying to bring attention to this band.
I think we did a Keeper Coaster for Tremaine.
Yeah, there they are. Probably playing Alabama.
Award-winning.
You think they're playing Alabama Boogie?
Oh, Bama Boogie.
Bama Boogie.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Greg.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that's what it is.
Yep. So anyway, Bubba, yesterday we had the pleasure of talking to a lot of sports celebrities, and the head football coach at the now national champion again, Georgia Bulldogs, Kirby Smart, visited with us, and you said that you'd heard this, but at the time we didn't have it confirmed.
I meant to mention.
Well, you're gonna ask it,
and we didn't get around to it. I forgot about it actually, and all the hustle and bustle yesterday. But a story out today said the White House just issued official invitations to the LSU women's basketball team, the UConn basketball men's team, and the Georgia Bulldogs, but it appears the Georgia Bulldogs have decided to forego a visit to the White House.
So they're not going.
According to this story,
they're not going.
No, it's true. I saw this a couple of days ago. Speedy and I were actually talking about it off air, and I actually told Greg this yesterday because Kirby said something in his interview that made me think about it because he was almost put out with, can't do anything about that anyway, and we got work to do. Ain't wasting my. He didn't say that,
but I can see him that way.
But
though,
yeah, exactly. It was he put it in a more professional way, cleaned it up, made it politically correct.
According to this story, the official UGA response is that the school has a scheduling conflict.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Adler, if I'd have known that backdrop would have done to you what it did, I would have been fine. We could have just sucked it up and got through it. I didn't realize that how it would look.
Why did we drop it? Because of the heat?
Yeah, the sun was coming in on. We were faced a different way this year, and so the sun was coming in on our backs, and it was getting real hot.
Yeah.
And I heard we had something that could take that sun off of us. But I apologize. I didn't realize it would have us in the clouds.
It hurt.
Yeah, you
I was
could
like,
I want you to know, this is your job, the visual part. You could have said, guys, if there's any way y'all could make it about an hour and a half more, it would be great because it really doesn't look good. I like the view I've got. I would have just said, okay, I didn't know that. I'd have been fine.
I wish it had been up when I was out there earlier.
Yeah, right.
yeah.
It's just tough. It's hard to do that. And we have so much going on here. I used to.
If it was a nice blue tarp, probably look real good.
When I first came here to the show, it would actually bother me because when we had golden ticket seat people in the background of the shot, it would bother me when they were on their phones.
Right.
Like it would honestly bother me. Like I would get agitated about
Greg,
it.
he would get mad.
And I was just starting to get so stressed out. I was like, all right, I got to let this stuff go.
Right.
Capture the content.
Right.
Let the content happen
There
and
you
make
go.
it look as good as I can.
There you go.
But that's helpful to know that, Rick. So I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah, because you're the director. We don't see what you see. And I appreciate you caring about our discomfort, but I wasn't to the level of misery where I said, man, I'm sorry, I just can't go. I would have said, oh, okay, I didn't realize that. I can suck it up for another hour and a half.
Well, see, it happens so fast. At first, Rick, you're like, oh, okay, well, that could come down if we wanted to. And then about 30 seconds later, you go, up, getting hot.
You're right.
Heating up.
Yeah, well, here's what.
I was like, that's it.
Here's what
was cooler.
That does look heavy.
But here's what happened. See, this is what's once it was planted in my head. There is an option for you not to have that on you if it gets to where it's uncomfortable. Once I heard that, I thought, okay, so when I get uncomfortable, I just go to this. And but if you would have come back and said, hey, I understand. Can you go another hour and a half because the visual is so much better if we leave it up, and coming down it really looks harsh and it's a struggle. I would have said, oh, okay, I didn't know that. So just know that going forward.
I will know that.
Yeah, right.
And I'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much.
And
I also know that when I say it, you will act like you're mad.
Of course.
Oh, come on.
Oh, yeah.
I need to know that that's coming.
Yeah.
I need to adjust.
Matter of fact, if I feel like it's bothering you to do it to us, I'll even act more uncomfortable than I am.
It bothers me.
Yeah.
Know that it bothers me.
Then I'll act like I'm some hero for persevering for the shot.
Okay. I'm glad we cleared that up.
I missed you saying, that's it. I missed that.
That's
so
it.
when I saw, I forget who it was, might have been Greg or Helmsy.
Yeah.
When I saw y'all starting to unroll, at first I thought, oh, is it falling? Because we had rolled it up, and I thought, what's up? And I didn't realize you had said that's it. It had zippers in the center of it where we could have zipped it up and pulled it, but it probably would have defeated just pulling it down.
Yeah. Two things I see from this. That's too white, and I got to work on my posture when I'm interviewing.
Yes, tough.
The fisheye lens isn't doing you any favors on that one shot.
Yeah,
Just
right.
saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. So anyway, because
Rick,
now,
good news. You look good sitting next to me, so don't worry about it.
well, thank you, buddy.
Y'all both look heavenly. Y'all like you're in a cloud.
It does, and I didn't realize that. Now the sun basically is bright through whiteness. We have white illuminated behind us, which is a cameras love that.
Oh, yeah. Years later, they came to me in a vision.
Right. Right. When was the last time somebody said, let's shoot some pictures in front of this big white thing?
Yeah. You
Like
need a white
Apple-
balance, you got it.
Yeah, an Apple commercial like where a man's just in a white room holding the phone.
Up next, we talked to Gabriel. He's a biggie. Yeah. So anyway, but I'm not saying it was a disaster, but I mean,
pretty much ruined it.
Just know, and like I say, but see, here's the thing too. If we'd have put it down early, then we wouldn't have seen Greg. You know what I mean? So
I kind of wish we had. But
well, if we're going to do this, we know ahead of time. We probably need to get a good backdrop made for it, and we can have that. Of course, we didn't know it was going to be spun around, and the sun was going to be right behind us.
Yeah, we didn't.
I did.
Yeah. Did you know it on location? That was too
No, you
tried to call me.
right before it.
They called the day before and said, "Hey, do you mind if we turn it?" And
Well, see, we don't have time to get a backdrop done that quick.
No, because they were like straight up Fine Bombs there later. Could we turn it? They love that backdrop. It'd be great. So I called Adler and I said, "Here's what we're up against," and he's like, "Yeah, we'll make it work." But boy, it was a sunny day early. It was really sunny, and I knew once it peeked up above those pine trees, it was going to come blaring in, and sure enough, there it was.
Yeah, I could have.
Rick got to complain.
I could have made it to the end if I'd known it was going to be a problem. I really could have. Yeah,
I honestly didn't even think about the sun.
Yeah.
I thought because Adler always has to get on me and Greg for being in the shots,
right?
Yeah, and
Obviously,
rightly so, told us to move at certain points,
right?
Yeah, and so when you started talking about being hot, I wasn't about to pull it down until I got the word from Adler, to your point. But then the minute he got the okay, the minute he gave us the okay to do it, I knew, well, this is best of both worlds.
Yeah, see how good that looks behind me right there?
There's Greg. Look at Greg. I'm trying to get my stuff out of there.
Hold on, please don't cut away from this. Please.
This is a new one.
This is
He's
so
going
great.
through his bag.
This is so great.
Greg in the background.
This is the greatest thing ever.
See, why would I take that away?
Look.
I'd rather be hot.
I thought I was out of the shot somehow.
Look how
I'm getting hot and uncomfortable.
And he just loves Coach Freeze so much. He wanted to hear it.
Look at him.
Hands in the pocket.
I thought about not being the shot. I should have stayed right there.
You know who you look like? You know, you're starting to look like. You look like Shorty Burgess standing back there, our granddad. Because, you how the old men come up and check things out. Great. Let me tell you this.
Freeze didn't care.
Now here comes the worst part. When we dropped the tarp, all it did then was really just have the sun like a heater behind me. It made it worse.
Oh, really?
It really didn't make that much.
It did cut the breeze out.
Yeah.
Because I noticed my legs were feeling
It
better.
didn't make me that much more comfortable.
Yeah, well, that's good. I'm glad we did that.
That's true. Sacrifice the shot.
And I've got an update.
Then it was an oven.
I've got an update on Georgia not going to the White House. I'll share it with you when we come
all
back.
right,
What
we'll do.
Kirby Smart said about it.
But Adler, just just talk to me about the product. If it's going to hurt the product, I'm fine.
I know, but it's like talking to a room full of squirrels.
I know.
And raccoons.
Yeah.
And bears.
Yeah.
And all in one room.
It is.
Right. And then the interview's just boom, 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 and it's just mania.
I know.
And you're just
know.
trying to capture it.
Hey, Rick,
Y'all did great. Y'all did great.
Yeah, thank you, buddy. I do see it was a much better shot, though, wasn't it?
Rick and Bubba.
I don't have a thing where there's tickets laid around, and I go, oh, yeah, I'm going to that. It's just in my phone, and I don't even and so, by the way, I would like for StubHub, if you're going to tell people this is how you do something, tell the ticket seller this is how it should be done, or we won't be able to find it. Don't tell me this is what I should be looking for, and then I never find it, and then when I find it, it doesn't have in it what you said I should be looking for. Y'all need to get together and give people instructions what email they send you to transfer, what it should look like, what it ought to have in the subject, because what you said it should have in the subject, it didn't. That's why I didn't see it. So anyway, but that's on the other side. So Sherry doesn't remember, and I don't remember. All of a sudden, I'm literally in the restroom yesterday afternoon, and I start piddling around with my phone, and I saw something about Reese Witherspoon. And I went, that eureka moment. I'm like, oh, my gosh, I'm supposed to go to this Reese Witherspoon thing with my wife. Well, I text her, and I said, hey, I remembered what we're supposed to do today. Do you remember this thing with Reese Witherspoon? And she sent back, thank goodness you remember that. I'm actually at the farm. So we had like completely forgotten about it.
It's like parents' night.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So she says, well, this will be fun. And, we're going to date and it'll be fun. Okay. Well, I'm thinking to myself, this is clearly one of those things that you're doing for your wife. But I had no idea what I was getting into. And I can see this guy here right now. See how calm he is right now? This first of all, there's two sides of me dealing with this thing. The entrepreneurial side of me is standing and applauding the entrepreneur Reese Witherspoon. She has convinced a gigantic mob of crazed women to come to a theater and pack every single seat. I'm talking about there were people outside trying to get tickets, and they were saying, y'all going to have to leave. There are no seats.
Are you saying, Rick, it was like the Stones are in town?
Yes, none.
If I can borrow that line from the song?
Guys, please don't say, because I've seen people say before, like college football games are sold out, and you see those tickets way up in the corner, and nobody's in them. Somebody's got them, but they couldn't sell them. And so don't picture that. Picture a theater that holds about a little less than 3,000 people, that every single seat, I'm talking about as far up in the third level of these, refurbished theaters you can go, not one single seat, none. Okay? Now, this guy in the audience and me were one of 5 men I saw. Only 5. And all 5 of us looked terrified. Because I don't know that you've ever been in such a, women can escalate anyway if they're excited about something. What? Picture in your mind, and when I tell you what happened here, you won't believe it. Picture in your mind as many women as you can think about that love that they're Southern. They're going to be dressed to the nines. They absolutely love Reese Witherspoon, who represents their point of view of being proud to be a Southern woman, which is her new thing, and she's marketing it like a genius. Okay, so hey.
Yeah, right.
Sherry looked at me one time and says, why are you being so emotional? I said, hey, don't tell how much money she's making on me. And she ain't really doing anything. You know what I mean? So anyway, I was like, there was certain, I think this guy will agree, there was a certain moment where there were so many of them and so few of us, I started to kind of get scared. I thought if they ever get on the same page and they turn on us and want to throw us out here, I'm afraid, what is she going to say? Is she going to get up and say something about, these men these days, and we all have to do like,
right.
Is this a girl power night? Is she going to turn them on us? At one point, and I don't know if you saw this, sir, because he saw me last night and we almost hugged. He said, "I'll see you in the morning." And he even looked at me like, "Tell me we're going to be okay. Rick, tell me we're going to be okay." I said, "I think we're okay. Look, find other guys." You know what I mean? And we only found about I found 5.
Stay together.
So anyway, when you go down the steps, there's a men's restroom and there's a women's restroom. Well, the women's restroom, guys, they're lined up, and all of a sudden, my wife, has some sense of what's appropriate, and she just goes and gets in the line. Now, here's what's genius: when you buy the ticket, it gets you her book. So you're already buying a book. But now it costs more than a book.
Yeah.
But the book is included to make you feel better about what you just paid to see. Really, what
you talking about? Whiskey in a teacup?
Yeah. What's turned out to be what's turned out to be, frankly, nothing. Okay. But so we have paid a lot of money really to go to nothing. And other than the fact that Reese Witherspoon is in your town.
Did she get up and talk?
Well, I'll tell you about that when we get back. So the term whiskey in a teacup is what she said her grandmother described Southern women.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You see the little teacup, and it looks all nice. It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Hey. Let's go. Hey. So things you need to know, archives from yesterday's live broadcast, they're popping up on the YouTube channel. Helmsy's out there putting pictures out. If you follow us on social media, Speedy's put some stuff out. I've thrown a couple out there. So you'll start seeing those. The archives, audio-wise, are there. I listened to them yesterday to kind of hear the quality of us on location. So those are available for you on our podcast channel. So you can go back and catch all that yesterday if you missed those interviews or you just want to relive them. So, Bubba, you have an update on Georgia not going to the White House.
Yeah, looking at a story here, it says some wondered if the team or the coach had political reasons for not going. Kirby Smart put a stop to that speculation on Wednesday. He said it's a tough deal, he told the Athens Banner-Herald. Timeline-wise, it just didn't work. He said, traditionally, I went 3 times when I coached at Alabama, but the invite was right after the game.
Right.
He said last year they didn't go. Because they received the invitation late, and it was in May after the team was deep in preparation for the upcoming season.
Right.
He said this year the date came down, and it was on a date that we are having a football camp at our campus, June 6, 7, and 8. He said, I got 700 kids coming in from all over the country. I can't just pick up and leave and go to the White House with no one on campus to take care of them.
Yeah. Well, so even the Biden administration can't even – they messed this up. They don't even know how to get a national championship team up to the White House at a good time of year.
He said, so the time just did not work out. There's nothing political about it. I've been there before, as I said. It's very educational. It was a great experience.
So when I was at Bama, we got invitations earlier, so we should go. At Georgia, they keep asking us in May and June.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
We're working on the next one now, baby.
And I would think that some of your seniors who've declared for the NFL have probably are underclassmen. Anybody that's declared for the draft has already left. They're not even with the team anymore.
Biden administration can't even get this right.
I mean, if the championship is in January, give them 2 weeks and then invite them up. Yeah. I think that ought to be the way it's.
Can I tell all of you Georgia fans this, and you're already with me, okay? The reasons that Kirby Smart has not taken Georgia to the White House are the reasons you've got the right coach.
And they're the reasons you keep winning championships.
And they're the reasons you keep winning. Right. I ain't got time for that. We're already moving into prep for the next season. I can't go off on our camp with all these potential recruits coming in from all over the country.
And that is, these football camps are a big legal way to do recruiting. And he said, they got 700 kids coming in. You can't just pick up and all the staff and everybody else. It would, the same people that's got to take care of these folks would be the people going to the White House.
Right.
Your staff goes too, not just the players. Everybody goes. All the helpers, everything that, from ground crew right on up.
Absolutely. Boy, Helmsy, have you seen this story?
Oh, Greg tried to show me this earlier.
Negarawa.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay attention to it.
Do you even want to hear it?
This one's already kind of gave it to me. He showed me the picture, Rick. It's pretty brutal.
It's not good.
Well,
how about dang the luck?
I mean, you talk about I can't have nothing. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, that's the picture I saw.
Yeah, they can't have nothing. A bus in Nicaragua goes off into a ravine, and as the bus has got people on board and they've gone down this ravine, killer bees show up and sting 6 people to death.
I mean, they show us one person.
They hit a hive, didn't they?
Yeah, a couple of them.
Oh, that makes me. I'm not even like you, Helmsy, and it's got me itching.
How about this? You go off the ravine in a bus, and you hit it. You look around. You go, okay, we're nothing major, and all of a sudden, all over you.
Look at that.
Oh, y'all.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Ad.
Oh, killer bees.
Good night.
It's you remember when we had the big killer bee scare here in the States?
Oh, yeah. When we were a kid, we thought they were coming.
Remember the movie about it?
Yes.
Movie of the week.
I didn't know whether to be more afraid of killer bees or acid rain.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that?
And piranhas were another one for me.
Oh, yeah,
the
piranhas.
pictures in the story.
You worried about piranhas?
I was.
Well, they're in the Coosa.
Have you seen the pictures in the story?
Oh, yes.
That's worse than what we saw.
Oh,
on
yes,
screen.
I did.
Yeah, terrible.
That's why my head did like this minute ago.
Yeah.
That's my sting.
Well, and the other thing, Helmsy, I'm a little surprised, and we've talked about this on the show before, another childhood terror, quicksand.
Oh, yeah, man. I had that, too. Yeah.
What was that all about?
I was afraid there was some out in the woods.
I know.
Tarzan
throw me a rope or something.
Yeah, the last minute.
You remember every movie we'd watch had quicksand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And it looked a little too watery.
Gilligan's Island had quicksand.
Yeah.
I mean, the quicksand was everywhere.
It was there.
Anybody making a running move through the jungle to get away always fell in quicksand, and it was going to swallow you totally up.
Is quicksand over? Does nobody put that in scary movies anymore, or any kind of adventurous movies?
What about when they'd lose one of the jungle adventures and they'd go to quicksand? That one of them round hats would be sitting on top of the quicksand. Oh, he got him.
See.
I thought I was going to have to deal with quicksand like a lot in
I
my
did too.
adult life.
I did too.
Because how much I saw it. I also thought at one point I'm going to have a divining rod and use it to find water.
I forgot about that.
I yet have to do that.
That's good.
I just thought that was going to be a big part of my adult life.
Right. So, did we ever come down on that? Is that just a bunch of garbage, or was there something to it scientifically that you can find water with some sort of stick? That's not.
No, I think the old timers swear by it.
I know. That's why I'm asking you.
That stick will try to go to water.
Bubba, but why?
Now we used to take pieces of copper, and the hard kind, and make them where you're gripping your fist right here, and you walk, and when they cross, that was like something under the ground, like you didn't want to dig up, like you were in the area where there was buried cable.
Right.
I don't know how.
Did Creeper Jackson tell you that?
He did, absolutely.
They have more sophisticated methods now.
He would swing them, and then he'd take off walking, and when all of a sudden they go, whoop, and they'd cross.
Yeah, and that's 2 separate wires he's talking about. You in each hand, they're not connected at all. You hold them straight, and they'd cross when you got in a magnetic field.
Is that something you agree
No,
with?
I've heard that. I've never used the technique.
Creeper Jackson says it does it.
He'd witch it. That's what he called it, witching.
Is that what it's called?
Well, that's what you do for water. You witch for water. I guess he was witching for for electrical
Now,
current.
were we confident enough to stick the auger in the ground? No. Because if you dug it up, you're in trouble.
Rick, we lived on the river, but there was an area called the sand pits.
Uh-oh.
And it's all built up now, and there's all kinds of beautiful homes or whatever, but at the time it wasn't. We'd ride motorcycles out there and our bikes and stuff like that. And as a kid, I was always concerned that the sand pits had to have quicksand.
It had to look at it.
Yeah. Sand near water? That's got quicksand written all over it.
Absolutely. Scared to death.
Right. Did killer bees scare you, or were you too young to know when that scare
Too
came?
young then. Yeah.
You know, it was a big scare here for a while. And now we've seen this, and we're like, wow, they really exist.
I know.
That's dang the luck right there.
It is, man. I'm in a bus crash, and I'm okay, but I landed in a darn hive.
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Guys, do you get stung by so many at some point your body's just shocked, you're not feeling the pain?
I don't know.
It's so bad.
I don't know.
But I thought I was going to have to deal with killer bees.
Yep.
At some point in my life, and quicksand.
Yep.
And I thought a whole lot more strangers were going to be offering me drugs too.
That's all you ever heard.
And
So
that
true.
never happened. Yeah. I'm still waiting for that to happen.
And my eyes to get stuck when I cross them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.